come on, let me... I can't stretch this out. Wait. Okay, there we go. Great, now that's all highlighted. Fantastic. Can you stop? Why is everything... Why is everything highlighted? Okay, there we go. Good evening, Han. How have you been doing? I hope you've had a good time. We're gonna be consuming more Clorox today. More bleach. Is a perfect Nietzschean story. Some dude asked me to check that video out. It was just okay. Remove. Ew. Remove. Hide promoted links. Yeah, no, I don't want no promoted links. Ew. Hey, what's up, Unsmart? Hope you're doing good, man. Okay. Where is Clorox? There we go. We are going to... Jesus Christ. We're going to finish... We're going to finish Clorox. Not today, because that's like 80-something chapters, and I would be here until 10-ish p.m. We are going to simply... Okay. So you go into attack. Should I close them in? Yeah. We're going to try to do as much as possible. We can actually take a bit of time to also talk about the latest One Piece chapter, the next potential video that I'm going to make that isn't Naruto versus Luffy, since I'm not, there's no point in me making it if I'm still taking this long and actually just developing... If it's going to take me this long to essentially develop the script for it and everything, especially since I'm just not getting an increase in subscriber count. I got up to like 560 today, but I think I was at like... Sorry, not 560. 999.60. Hey, what's up, XGC? Since I haven't been able to get up in subscriber count, it's just been rough. I'm just going to fuck around until... Probably just going to make another video, not wait too long on that, and then I'll just work on Naruto and Luffy until after I get to that subscriber goal. Doesn't really matter. Is he going to attack, or should I close in on him myself? The only info we have on this guy's power is from his fight with Genryusai 1,000 years ago and the fight with his copy this time around. One Punch Man got a 1.6 stars. Bruh, it broke records. You know what's crazy? I said this before. Listen, I don't care for One Punch Man. I don't think it's a very interesting story. I think whatever the artist was, whoever the artist is that, like, has been doing the art style for it, I think they're a fucking genius. I think they're a master at their craft. I think it's more so just a power fantasy, and not even a power fantasy, because it's not really a power fantasy. It's more so, like, One Punch Man is fine, but, like, I'll say this. For someone who does not care about the series and genuinely thinks that Saitama as a concept is boring as all hell, I will say I do feel bad. I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I do feel bad for One Punch Man fans. Like, where the series started off, you know, it was just such a massive impact. You know, Saitama instantly became a lot of people's favorites. Genos, people thought he was so fucking cool. The animation was up there. Man. The animation going that route sucks, dude. To be honest, 6 damn years to wait. We're getting this. Yeah, no, I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for One Punch Man fans. You guys should have gotten a better animation. Especially after what happened with Blue Lock. Especially after happened with Blue Lock, I can only hope that, like, the people that made the One Punch Man, the people that worked in that studio, listen, I don't know what the reason was, I don't know what I'm not not someone who cares to look into the reasoning behind, I'm not someone who genuinely gives a shit to look at the reasoning behind, like, why the animation of an anime was bad. I don't care for what the reasons are. At the end of the day, it is bad. Nothing's going to change that. At this point, the only thing I can kind of hope for like just the One Punch Man fan base is that, honestly, really glad David Productions still remains consistent, because Steel Ball Run is looking good. David Productions, are they the same people that are doing One Punch Man or not? I don't know, man. All I know is that, well, for one, Steel Ball Run, I hope that turns out well, because this is my favorite JoJo's part. Hopefully that One Punch Man, especially towards the end of the season, gets the Blue Lock treatment where, at least 2 minutes out of the entire season was actually consistently well drawn and animated movement. I don't know, man. It's stressful. Yes, I have read chapter 1166, and it pushes my Sengoku is a piece of shit agenda. But besides that, I don't know what news you're talking about, Red Monterey. I just hope. I just hope that, like, listen, whoever the fuck is animating One Punch Man, I don't know, give their jobs to Mappa. Listen, I can hear the whips cracking already for, like, JJK and everything, but, like, I don't care, bro. They, after hearing about, like, the horrors that comes from, like, the animation industry, especially when it comes to, like, Japan, and, like, seeing like, a couple of bits from, like, the first episode of Zom 100, I'm not gonna lie, listen, as long as I get a good animation, I don't give a shit, bro. Let the whips crack, let the people deal with their fucking problem. It's not on me at that point. Shit, I'm just here to take it in and call it out for what it is. Alright, who the fuck's this bitch? Okay, right. Giselle. She's bites. Wait, please don't take that much blood. I don't want to die again. What are you on about? You're already dead, got it? How many times do I have to tell you? Shut up and let me take my own damn blood back. Oh, she just... I don't feel bad for Bambi. I don't care for this character. She was a complete bitch at the start of the series. Her having this happen to her is completely fine. Yuhabaha's men, like... Ironically, Giselle, but Yuhabaha's, like, men, like, just his whole army is just full of a bunch of people that essentially either... That glorify him as a god, but none of them even remotely care about each other. You're so cute, Bambi-chan, too cute. You're just the cutest when you're dead. You're the best. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. There you are. I had a feeling you survived somehow. Well, of course I did. What happened to your face anyway? You're all beat up. Don't tell me you lost. It was that asshole Pepe. Wow, that's lame. Oh, shut up. So what's Pepe doing? I killed him. He tastes like ass. Yeah. Giselle is a dude? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Swarnim? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing well. What about Menina and Candace? Candace got taken out by an enemy. Menina got controlled by Pepe, so I took her out. That sucks. They're not dead as far as I know. We may be stronger, but it wouldn't be great to lose them as an asset in battle. Are you really stronger than them? Oh, that sucks. Well, you see, the JC staff is small compared to Madhouse, who animated Freyren, mind you, lately. JC is just, yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, it's just one of those cases where, like, whatever the heck is happening in the background... By the way, who the fuck is this dude? Robert Acutron. The guy that basically took out Shunsui's eye, and the reason why he wears that eye patch, and we don't get to see what his script is. He's the guy with cool guns, and he just doesn't really do much. Did you know His Majesty has already moved on up above? Eh? I asked you what you're playing at. I don't even know why you're asking him what he's playing at when quite literally all of you despise each other. Like, all of you, in every sense of the word, despise each other and try to kill each other on average. Why are you even surprised that he's pointing a gun at you? He did not deign to take us along with him. Well, yeah, what about it? We can just keep fighting here till we're back, right? Do you not see? Do you not see it is all over for us? We have been judged to be unnecessary in the battles to come. What are you saying? I would not expect newcomers like yourselves to understand, to know how terrifying His Majesty can be. The Sternritter exists for His Majesty's sake. His Majesty does not care for lies. There can be no doubt in our purpose. Those Sternritters deemed to be unnecessary will become fuel for His Majesty's Oshvallen, yeah. Everyone else calls themselves she, except for that one Soul Reaper. It's strange. It's such a strange, right? Well, Giselle does give off the appearance, and I think the personality of a woman, which, to be fair, as a trans woman, they would be. But, like, I think the issue here is that, like, they are essentially called a guy, like, the one time by, I think it was Yumichika and the dude from, that one... I always forget his fucking name. The one zesty hollow dude. So like, it's not really a weird writing decision. Not Oda. Kubo just wrote a trans character. That's fine. It's not real. I don't really think of it as a weird writing decision. It's more so like, if anything, it wouldn't be too surprising. Like everyone thinks that Giselle is a cis woman, but when in fact they are a guy, at least biologically speaking. Although it's kind of weird to say biologically speaking. Well, actually, they're humans, right? Quincy's are humans, so I guess they aren't souls. I don't know, man. We'll never know what Robert's letter is. Yeah, no, N. I'm just gonna say that my personal headcanon is that the N is for the hard R word. He can say the hard R. That is his shrift. The whitest looking man with blonde hair and a massive blonde mustache who looks like he would have been in the funny Austrian painter turned German emperor's regime. Yeah, I think his shrift stands for the hard R. I feel like his power. I feel like it's not something that offers him power. Much more so, it offers him the ability to simply say it without any political or social media based retribution. I don't think he can be cancelled. To be fair, Yu Habaha just cancelled him, so it's completely fine. Bro is Zoro. Bro is not Zoro. Zoro is the minority hunter. He just gets this guy just gets the N-word pass. Anyway. Shit, my wings, even the light doesn't touch us. It's still draining our power. What is this? What the hell is this? Your Majesty, what the hell is this? What the hell were we to you, comrades? As comrades in arms, we must come to one another's aid, be reborn and forge onward. Now let us proceed. Division 0. Oh, man. I have a question. When writing a battle, what would you say is accurate for character skill and experience, like Aokiji breaking off a piece of his eyes as a weapon? Just curious, that's all. There's a lot of ways that you can write a character to especially in the middle of a fight, to essentially show that they have a ton of experience with their capabilities or whatever the power system is, right? Like Aokiji essentially grabbing and using his own ice as like a weapon, or at least the ice that he's already turned. I wouldn't exactly say it's like a 500 brain, it's like a 500 IQ, 5 head like move. He's just using the battlefield to his advantage. There's a lot of ways that you can actually write a character to show, a good amount of experience, whether it's using the terrain itself as a metric by which you can off-guard your opponent, or even just deal a blow in general. There's also ways of, like, using their abilities in, I guess you could say, like, interesting ways, but I feel like that's a very cop-out answer. It's more so the idea of, like, I'll give you an example. Kisuke Urahara. I don't care. Listen, I don't like the way that Kisuke Urahara uses his Bankai, especially throughout his fight versus Askin. But it's kind of an example of like Battle IQ, where he essentially stitches out a path for somebody to go in so that they can take out the guy instead, right? That could be a sign of like experience or intelligence when it comes to combat. Another example is actually adaptation, right? And I don't mean adaptation in the same way as Maharaga, where you simply become immune to whatever it is that you're fighting. You could actually see this with Luffy as an example, where Luffy has the capacity to essentially find a weakness in his opponent's let's say toolkit, or like an Achilles heel, for example, with Crocodile, and essentially exploit that, right? That's another sign of battle IQ. You can technically bring it up with like Ichigo, where when he's doing his Fullbring training, he's essentially trying to understand what like the first stage of his Fullbring is capable of doing. And so like, he throws like the substitute Soul Reaper badge, but it doesn't work, so then he grabs it, and it's a constant case of like the characters learning step by step what it is that they can do, right? But although that's less like battle IQ and more so, trying to test, it's more so like theory crafting what your ability could be without any knowledge of what it is, right? Like mid-battlefield testing, so to speak, right? In the manga, it's stated no, it has to be omnipotent and all-seeing. Yeah, but that clearly isn't the case. And it's not that he's omnipotent, and it's not that he's all-seeing, because to be omnipotent, it means that you can that existence itself is essentially your playground, and you are a Fortnite character in sandbox mode. It really doesn't mean that he's omnipotent. He just says that because he's made out of lightning, he can't be damaged, and he can just kind of blast down anybody that, anybody that he wants from the top of his castle or his location. All seeing also doesn't actually inherently directly describe Enel, because he's simply using the qualities of his devil fruit to create a scenario where he can essentially expand the range and vision of his, not vision, but the ability to listen of his observation hockey by essentially using electric waves in the air to massively expand the range of his observation hockey. When people say that like Enel's one of the greatest observation hockey users, complete bullshit. They don't know. I genuinely don't think that they understand what they're talking about. And I say this not because Enel's observation hockey is bad or anything, but it clearly couldn't help him figure out what Luffy's next attack was going to be or what Luffy was going to do when he had, when he simply turned off his brain and he was simply attacking without intent, right? That's not a good sign of like observation hockey on his end. In fact, the only thing that makes people believe that is the fact that, again, his devil fruit innately just pairs really well with the concept of observation hockey because it expands his range much farther and even lets him hear people's voices based on electrical signals through the air. That's really what it is. It doesn't actually make him one of the best observation hockey users. It just means that he has a very good affinity. His devil fruit has a good affinity for it. Edit the shorts too. I saw that one got 22K, my 30% commission. I'll let you know because I'm not going to know how much I'm going to get from that until next month. I made them after the 11th. It feels strange to have a randomly transphobic Soul Reaper. I don't know what makes them transphobic. They just called Giselle out for... They just kind of called Giselle out for saying, like, oh no, you're a guy like we are. Or at least you're, like, a guy like we are in the same way that we, at least the Hollow, also considers himself a lady. You know? I don't think that's transphobic. Yeah, I don't believe it, at least, right? Oh, Charlotte, that's his name. Or her name. Their name. I'm just gonna use their. I don't innately believe that that's transphobic, because, like, to be transphobic, it means that, like, you look down upon them just for the sake of the fact that they're trans, and I don't think that was the case for Charlotte. I think, in fact, they were more so just coming at them because they're like, we're trans too, so, I'm gonna talk shit because I can. You know what I mean? I don't know. You could probably see it. I don't think Giselle is a victim, and yeah, I don't view them as a victim. I don't really think that they were. By the way, what's good, Drake? I hope you're having a good one, man. Happy to see you here. Good day. Perfect time to make this dead shift to be entertaining. Crazy how progressive Kaido is. He rejected his daughter's decision to identify not just as a man, but as the man he hated the most. Yeah, no, Kaido is super progressive in my opinion. Like, he's willing to call Yamato his son, even though, he was willing to kill Yamato for the simple fact that they didn't want to become shogun. So, yeah, that was pretty funny. Okay, what the hell is happening to you, Bazby? I'm the one who should be asking that, Your Majesty. I'm not gonna die, Bambi-chan. I'm not gonna die, Bambi-chan. I swear. Of course, we don't like hell. We die. Like hell. Like how we're gonna die from something like this. Yeah. Is this your way of doing things? What is this light? It's reaching from all over the Serite up to the sky. Yo, Yuha Baka? Is it wrong for me to say Yuha Baka is a terrible fucking leader? Like, I don't think I'm wrong for that. I think Yuka Baka... Hey, what's up, Six? Hope you're doing well, man. Have you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I have seen every single part, and I have read all of Part 7 3 times? Twice or 3 times. I read it twice back-to-back, and then I think I read it a third time in color. No, I read it the first time in black and white in 3 days. All of Part 7, mind you. That was a lot. I read it a second time. I think it was in color, and I think the third time I did read it in color again. It's pretty awful. Yeah, I don't think Yuha Baka is a great villain. I really do not think Yuha Baka is a great villain. I really don't. I think that Yuha Baka is like... I don't even know how to describe it. It's just... That's kind of the point. He is a wrath incarnate. He's not meant to be good. He is selfish and straight up. He is the perils of subsuming oneself into a movement. He is wrath incarnate. When exactly is it ever described that he is Wrath incarnate. Yeah, he's killing his soldiers for just no reason. Like, when Aizen is threatening the Arankars in front of him because, like, they're fighting amongst them. Oh, he doesn't even threaten them. He's like, fight amongst yourselves as you want, just don't cause me that much trouble. And then he kind of just takes them out on his own as soon as they stop being useful, which is the same way as Yukabaka. But with Yukabaka, it's just like, he just slaughters people for the sake of it. It's like, there's, like, no actual reason. At least with Aizen, I can 100% say that, like, even when, like, the Arankars are up to each other's throats, he's just sitting there like, alright, you guys can do whatever you want. Like, it really doesn't matter. You change your vote. It's fine. You don't have to change your vote. I'll just put up another poll and you can vote again. Gonna hate it, but the light novels, and I mean, I'm not gonna hate it. I'm just gonna say that's not on me then. I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's not on me to have to read. Wait, do you not know what Ashvalin? I know what Ashvalin is. I do know what the Ashvalin is. Dude, legit gives the subordinates OP powers. That is not terrible leader. No, that is terrible. What makes... Okay, if I give my subordinates powers, how does that innately relate to my abilities or my capabilities as a leader? How does that innately translate to leadership? They're just trolling Sukuna. Anyway. Aishin should have been the main villain of the 1,000-year... I don't know why I don't know why or how they could have made him come back to the 1,000-year Blood War as a villain. The Spirit Palace is in danger. Okay, the Serite isn't where I need to be. You mind if I take my leave? Yeah. Spirit Palace is in danger, sure. I don't... When did he... What hit him? Terrible as in bad at job or evil? No, just bad at his job. He's just not a good leader. Do you think the last page you read had lightspeed feats? Which one? Is this light itself? Is this like just normal light? Have you played Expedition 33? 6, I got up to Act 3, Mael. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, universal scaling. Yeah, no. Here's the thing, 6. You can call me disingenuous for not thinking that Bleach is fucking universal, but I hope you can at least understand why I don't think it's fucking universal, because this doesn't even expand to like an actual realms that actually expand themselves to like a third of what an infinite sized realm would be. No, these are just innately planets in and of themselves. So if Bleach cosmology is universal, then I'm just gonna still call it multiplanetary, because the Bleach verse is literally just 3 fucking planets. The entirety of the cosmology of Bleach is 3 fucking planets. But Claire Obscura? That shit is universal. The shit that you see at the end of Act 2, those like 20 minutes of straight up cutscenes of just exposition dump, and what is really happening in the background, the painters? Nah, the painters are objectively universal. The shit that they do, bringing people back from the dead and a whim just from using chroma, nah, bruh, that shit is crazy. So you saw the Rips reality apart feat. Yeah. No, I got to that point. I got to the point where the paintress literally jams her fingers, creates the giant thing, and then just rips apart reality itself to attack the users. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Gave me a new name for S-Snake. We decided to call her Laser Loli. You know what, Lapis? I don't even think that's a bad name, because I saw the gameplay trailer for S-Snake. It popped up to me randomly on like a YouTube short. She was spamming lasers, dude. Like raining like beams of literal light from the heavens down to the ground by just shooting them up. That shit was crazy. They are at bare minimum Uni Plus, easily low multi. I have them at 6D. That's crazy. We're gonna talk about this later. Isn't a terrible leader at all. A terrible person, yes, but his intelligence and IQ, and he won a war. What makes him a good leader? You're saying that he's not a terrible leader. What makes him what makes him not a terrible leader? A good leader doesn't wipe out his subordinates for no reason. I don't know if it's going, man. I remember watching or reading one chapter of that shit, and then Kubo never went back. That motherfucker is not writing that shit, bruh. He is not doing the Hell Arc. I will likely pass away before Kubo ever even puts out another chapter. See you later, 6. Yes, I've read the latest chapter of One Piece. It was pretty good. I'll talk to you about this later. Yeah, we can talk about this later, dude. I don't know if you saw this question last stream, but would you put past guys like Rox or Mihawk to take arms and bisect somebody mid-combat? I wouldn't put it past them. I could definitely see it. Like, In a serious fight, I can definitely see them slicing somebody in half. Is it possible? Can we not have E33? Oh, you still have to play it? Alright. I'll leave it at that. My apologies. My apologies, Aster. I was trying to be as vague as possible, but like, yeah, no, like, Expedition 33 is like some crazy shit. It's really good. It's really fucking good. And the thing I meant with that was just part of like a boss fight. They didn't actually like rip reality apart within a cutscene. That was just like a boss fight scene. It appears energy from the Quincy judge to be unnecessary and sends it to those who need it. A redistribution of power. Those taken from will be perished, and those on the receiving end are revitalized with greater strength than before. Yeah. It's always a chore telling people to read the story they are given. Yeah, I've been reading it. It's bad. It's not good. Bleach does not have a great story. The plot is okay. I don't mean the plot. I mean the story as a whole. It's not that great. The plot is serviceable. The twists are okay. The foreshadowing is fine. I don't think Kubo's better than Oda at it, but I think the foreshadowing is okay. Nothing crazy. Everything else, though? Garbage. Character writing, execution, payoff, it's all bad. I do not agree with it. I would not agree with anyone who says that Bleach has good execution in what it tries to do. I really don't believe it. I really think that the characters are probably the part that pisses me off the most. Excuse me. And for anyone that I might have spoiled something with Expedition 33, I'm sorry. Itself or leaving it to the novels and background. Here's the issue though, and with the novels, and I've said, and again, I'll always repeat myself with this. I will never agree to a story essentially filling out points. I will never agree that it is a good decision on the author's end that if you have a specific medium by which you are producing your source material, in this case manga, and then because you couldn't flesh out things within the context of the manga, I now have to read novels, or I now have to watch some other crap, or I have to basically wait over a decade for an anime adaptation to come out to fix the issues that you couldn't fix as an author over a decade ago. That's not on me as a reader to call out those problems. That's on you as a writer. I shouldn't have to look at a novel. I shouldn't have to look at a supplementary source for some of my questions to be answered, or for your story to be fully fleshed out. It's not on me. I'm not gonna read the night novels. Not even because I don't like reading novels, because books with just words in them are boring to me. It's because I'm just not gonna be able to sit through all of that. It's because out of sheer principle. No. I'm not going to give Kubo that time. I've given him weeks of worth of my time. I've given him 604 chapters. I shouldn't have to subject myself to that. It's not on me. You ever think the last of his flashback will see motivated Roger to race Shanks? I hope so. I do like it. Unfortunately, Bumdai made Bonnie the weakest character in the DLC. That's unfortunate. She's just Luffy and Saba's movesets cobbled together. That's unfortunate. I saw a little bit of her gameplay. I saw maybe 5 seconds worth of it. I saw where she was swinging it around her pipe. Then when she turns into her giant bulked up form and starts swinging it again. And that was kind of it. I wasn't sort of interested. Because and I think we've spoken about this before, Lapis. I don't think that Pirate Warriors 4 is a bad game. I'm just kind of tired of seeing games that came out 5 years ago or whatever, 4 years ago, get DLC now, when they should just make another game. I don't know. I feel like if I were to play Pirate Warriors again, it has to be Pirate Warriors 5. I need to see Wano. I need to see Egghead. I need to see Elbaf. I want to see new stuff. I don't want to just, characters from these DLCs are dropped in. There we go. That's good enough. No, I want to see them also with brand new models, because I don't like the models. They were fine for 2013. They were fine for 2018, but they're not okay now. We're getting up to a point where adding DLC for games that are already 4 or 5 years past their expiration date, it's just not fine to me. Unless it's a live service game. I already bought it. I wanted to start it. The Night Rain DLC is coming in 2 weeks, and I don't want to relearn the gameplay. That's completely fine. You know what's crazy, Aster? I bought Elden Ring Night Rain. I beat all of Elden Ring twice, maybe 3 times at this point. I'm gonna be honest with you, I just could not get into Night Rain. I haven't even beaten the first boss. I've gotten close a few times with a couple of random people, but it's just something about me not being able to deal really any damage to these bosses. It's just not fun. Especially since it's not the same case with Elden Ring where like you have to fight the bosses over and over again. If you die, you can just like restart from the start. No. You have to get back in there, probably have a worse build or maybe a better build than last time, do it all over again just to then get to the boss like every 20 minutes. I don't like doing that. If I'm going to lose to a boss and I'm going to have to learn its combat, I'm going to have to learn where to dodge, what to do and all that stuff, I want it to be instantaneous. I want to just snap my fingers and already get back in there. I don't like the idea of having Souls-like bosses or having to like learn Souls-like bosses if I have to slug through 15 minutes of gameplay that I don't care for first. Design. Why is he sleeveless on one side? Why is his hat stupid? I do believe his hat is stupid, and I do agree with you that his design isn't all that great. I think Lille Barrow with a couple of design changes, maybe clothes changes, could have been a lot more interesting. But this is but one of His Majesty's powers. It transfers non-physical accumulations of spirit particles, but pure energy. Not physical accumulations of spirit particles, but pure energy. As such, even this tree of life that blocks all spirit matter should not be able to prevent it. I see. Extra power, huh? I guess that explains why those bullets that were useless before managed to go right through my body this time. You are mistaken on 2 counts. Firstly, this is not extra power, but my own natural power. I merely did not have the opportunity to unleash it fully before. Now this! Oh, I wasn't actually trying, little bro. I just didn't give a fuck before. And second, those were bullets that penetrated your body. You see, no matter how many barriers you prepare, they will do you no good. My power is known as the X-axis. It fires no bullets and merely penetrates anything and everything that lies between the cannon and its target. So would you be so kind as to get in a straight line? I'd like to kill you all in a straight shot. Nah. Man. Since you read the chapter, how would you scale the numbers, the weird ancient giants who work for Apu, compared to the Galila frozen giants that Rox was hyping up? I don't know, man. I don't know how. I don't know what they do yet. You're asking me to scale characters that still have no feats. Do you ever think that the last flashback? Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, I'm not reading 9 novels. That's not on me. Kubo. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't... Boruto doing it too, the fan letter. What are you talking about? The anime does it with the Daima? Oh, what are you talking about? Fills in gaps and holes in the Buu Saga? What gaps and holes? I haven't seen Daima yet. Boruto 2 doing that for Shippuden, and the One Piece fan letter for the post-time skip. The One Piece fan letter doesn't fill any holes. The One Piece fan letter doesn't fill any plot holes, or it doesn't really do much other than maybe expand the world building a little bit by showing that the Straw Hats do have fans. That's a disingenuous take. I don't know about Daima, so I'm not going to speak on that. And as for Boruto, you're going to have to give me a bit more of an example, because that is not even remotely the same thing. If you're going to be talking about the Boruto anime, I don't care about the anime. You can talk all the shit you want about it. I genuinely do not care about the Boruto anime. It can do whatever it wants. It does not matter to me in the slightest bit. You can call it bad if you want. That's fine by me. It won't change my opinion on the Boruto anime. Yeah, and Bleach do it too much. It's not for a few episode arc. They do it for all the single time, and Boruto's just trash. Yeah, that's fine. What are your thoughts on damage absorption? Would you say that their absorption capabilities should match their durability? That's not inherently always the same thing, because there are characters that can absorb an ever-metric fuck ton of energy, but it probably, to a point, their bodies aren't able to contain all that energy, so they explode. That doesn't innately have to do anything with their durability. As a matter of fact, in many cases, damage absorption doesn't inherently have to scale to durability as a whole, and you can kind of see this with, like, let's say the Predapath of Pain, where, like, you can definitely argue that the Predapath got taken out by a single frog Kumite punch from Naruto, but it's also able to take a massive Rasengan from Jiraiya that is likely more powerful than a simple nature energy punch shonen from Naruto. How do you feel about Garling pulling that shit he did? I mean, you don't really get to see. You don't really get to see, like, you don't really get to see what Garling really did. I mean, yeah, they did the thing, but that's fine. You know? It's like, it had to end somewhere, right? It had to end somewhere, right? Like, they had to go out a certain way, so like, oh, they died to him? Cool, I guess. I'm just kind of upset that we never got an explanation as to, like, how Whitebeard got those scars. Maybe we'll get a bit more of an explanation on that later on. They're restricting 18+ content in my country, so if you plan to scale Fairy Tail, I'll probably have the entire manga memorized by the end of the year. That's crazy, dude. Sorry to hear that. I don't like when they censor... I mean, 18+ content, I guess, is fine. When I was traveling around Europe, I did notice that you had to, especially like in France, you had to like send a picture of like your ID and stuff like that to like, look up certain 18 plus content because they needed to like double check that stuff. But like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy you have to do that. I don't agree with that. I'm in the camp that modern One Piece games that want to tell the story of One Piece should just start at Return to Sabaody so I can flesh out the stages PR level. I think that's fine, and it also expands the amount of like islands that you can go to like what? Let me think. Sabaody, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa. You can technically say Zoe, Whole Cake Island, Wano, Egghead, Elbap. That's like nine. That's like 9 islands right there. I feel like that's more than enough time. You know what I mean? Can't they use VPNs or something? I'm not sure. The game should just make filler stories like the One Piece game with the vampire guys. Mainly just the gameplay they botched. You know what? It's not even just that the gameplay that they botched. I just feel like it's a matter of like. I feel like it's more or less just a matter of older game development. Where if you look at, let's say, a game like One Piece Unlimited World Red, it's one of those cases of it just being a beat 'em up where when you fight the bosses, they just have armor. TOR is not too hard to US3. I don't know what any of that means, but anyway. Now then, step aside and let me pass. Hyosube Ichibe. You certainly do speak my name lightly. Don't come crying to me when your throat gets crushed. Cool. Cool. Tor like that onion browser. They're not censored. They're not censored. You should need a verification. But it's been a week since the law is in place and nothing has changed yet. Oh, well, that just sucks. Herald is so ass. I don't agree with that. The best fight in the manga? What's the best fight in the manga? Is a deep web browser I was talking about to bypass the censorship. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Man, oh man, they really did a number on this place. Oh, right. These are their buildings. I wonder if we drive the enemy out, will their buildings turn back into our buildings? And if they do, will they be all busted up or just like they were? I'd like them to just be as they were, wouldn't you? Oh, delete. Ukitake? I don't know. If they're destroyed, then we just have to repair them again. I thought you might say that. Seems you allowed the royal palace to be invaded. You noticed. I prepared the kamikake in anticipation of this. It certainly appears the kamikake was a success. For all of that, it seems you're taking a good amount of strain pretty well. You sound like a doctor. Well then, take care. I'll see you around. Wait, where are you going, Kyoraku? I'm taking a little trip to Central 46. Yeah. Man, what is the point of having Central 46? From here to here in this space, I will beat you. It's quite long. 3 paces in front of it, that's where you die, Hyosobe Ichibe. I thought I told you not to call my name so carelessly. Okay, Yukabaha gets pushed by Big Hand. Cool. He gets sent flying. Senri Tsutensho. It sends anything. It strikes flying 1,000 leagues, whether they like it or not. Cool. See? I told you, didn't I? Don't come crying to me when your throat gets crushed. Return another 1,000 leagues and reflect upon your actions. Boom! Smacks him down. Goes all the way down. I bestow upon myself voice. Sanct Bogan. Yeah. He shoots up his thing, shooting an arrow through your own body to force yourself back. You're one tough customer. Well, shoot, you leave me no choice. Guess I'll have to kill you. Yeah. This fight is probably one of the highlights where the choreography is mind-numbingly good. Arm thrust. Arm thrust. Jams fingers into mouth. Shoots himself back up. It's fine. I'm not impressed. Ninja Storm, I remember people liking it. Ninja Storm was fun, but like the difference between like Ninja Storm and one of these games is that like the characters in Ninja Storms, when you attack them, especially like the boss fights, they do take flinch damage. They can get stun locked while you're dealing damage. A game like One Piece Unlimited World Red, essentially Unlimited Red, essentially has it so like you have to essentially just break down the boss until you essentially like stagger them, and you just have to go in afterwards for a while. I'm trying to remember which one. Ichibei is a real Stromboli looking kind of guy. That's crazy. To act like Bleach World is deeper than it actually is. It really isn't. Like, I was watching a video earlier, actually. Well, not this one. Someone saying defending Bleach's most criticized moment. There was a video that I got recommended. Actually, wait, it's over here. Bleach is a perfect Nietzschean story, and it's talking about, like, a lot of the theming and that Kubo used for the series with, like, the concept of samsara and the cycle of rebirth and everything. And I'm just thinking about it through the entire time, and I'm like, this doesn't fix my issues with the story, with the writing. The writing is the issue, not the plot, not the themes. All that stuff is fine, but like having deep themes to something doesn't exactly... Having deep themes or callbacks or, what should I say, references to like religious texture, ancient mythology, so on and so forth, all these different kinds of like cultures, etc., doesn't really change the fact that if the writing in and of itself is bad, you can have all the good references you want, it doesn't make it any better, right? By the way, guys, can we get some thank yous, some W's for Jeff over here? Jeff, by the way, thank you so much. I know it's been difficult for you to read through this terribly written story, so here's for your troubles. Thank you so much. Hashtag Lightspeed verse. Not Lightspeed verse, that's crazy. I'll actually give you guys an example of this. So for those of you that didn't know, so I'll just give you guys an example with like this, right? Like this is Mega Starmie, right? This is regular Starmie, and this is Mega Starmie. This is a Mega Pokemon. This is the Mega Pokemon that we got, right? And the references for Starmie are the, Mega Starmie references, right? Now, the idea for like Mega Starmie is that like, it's essentially a reference to the 1956 Tokatsu science fiction film, think the Godzilla era with practical effects and kaijus. It was called Warnings from Space. That was directed by Koji Shima. You can see the flavor text in the PISA and the PLZA, the extraterrestrial influence and illusions. So like people use sort of this idea of like Starmie being a reference to Starman from like the Earthbound games, and the Tsukatsu, the giant star enemies that were gonna like take over the planet. And they say, well, listen, there's a massive cultural influence that came from Mega Starmie's design, yada yada yada, but here's the thing. I and a lot of people don't give two fiddly fucks and two tears in a bucket about what the reference is. You can have the greatest references of all time. Someone like Kubo could have references to Christianity, to like 5 different kinds of mythological references to the concept of samsara and reincarnation and rebirth and the cycle of rebirth. He can have all of these references thrown into the story. If the writing, and in Mega Starmie's case, the design are absolute dog shit, why the hell should I care about the references? The references really don't add anything at that point. That's kind of my point here. I don't care if Bleach has all of these crazy references to it or whatever. I don't care to look at them. I don't care about the references. Luffy's reference to Joy Boy and Nika, Joy Boy reference mythology. Like, Joy Boy does have a reference himself to, like, an actual, I think it was Caribbean folklore, yes, where the term Joy Boy was associated with a figure, yeah, in Caribbean folklore, who smiles at all the world's problems and cures despair through song and dance. You think I give a shit about Joy Boy and Nika and Gear 5 because of this? No, this is just a cool little tidbit. It's a fun little fact, but it doesn't make, it's not what makes Gear 5 great. It's not about the reference that makes the entire concept as a whole fantastic or wonderful. No, it's literally because it's Luffy, because the story of One Piece is written extremely well, and because he takes in all of these other references like Tom and Jerry, etc. Listen, Gear 5 might not have had the references from Tom and Jerry or etc. It's not the fact that it has the references from Tom and Jerry. It's not the fact that it has the Joy Boy Korean folklore reference. It's the fact that when that the entire story as a whole, the plot, the writing, everything encapsulates the concept of Nika and Joy Boy into its story in such a well thought out package. That's what makes it good. Having references does not make something good. The references might add on to it, but it does not innately justify or defend the concept as a whole. If the writing for a story is bad, I don't care what references it could have. In the same way that that Nika in Gear 5 is great, I don't care about the references. Cool. It was a cute little tidbit to find out that, oh, it was inspired by Caribbean folklore. I don't give a shit. The whole Joy Boy Caribbean folklore stuff could never have existed, and Oda could have thought up with the concept on his own completely. I wouldn't give two shits. It doesn't change it whatsoever for me. Tom and Jerry's overrated anyways? That's crazy. Yeah. If Kaguya is actually based on Japanese mythos goddess, that's completely fine. It doesn't make the fact that her introduction into the series was absolutely terrible and it was poorly executed. Don't let Japan have references to octopus tentacles. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. I agree. Tons of manhwa and multiple references and have every single theme that doesn't make them good. Hell no, there's tons of slop. I agree, yeah. I thought it was a reference to Patrick and Fishnets. It wasn't, but you can basically call it that, and I don't think anybody would, like, raise an eyebrow. I've been saying for years that Bleach has good themes with dogs like execution. People love its potential, not what it actually is. I agree. I was having a conversation with my friend about this earlier this morning, actually, when I woke up. He and I were talking about, like, Naruto and stuff like that. We were actually talking about... Actually, let me ask you guys a question. I might actually turn this into a video. Like, at this point, I might actually turn this into a video, because he actually got me thinking. Who wins in a fight between... By the way, the Raikage is his favorite character, right? Raikage versus Tsunade. Oh, what the fuck? Tsunade. Who do you guys think would win in a fight between them? I was just waking up, and even then, I can't really use it as an excuse, right? Yeah. But, like, even then, like, I can't really use it as an excuse. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, who would actually win between those two, right? Like, you kind of have to give Tsunade mitotic regeneration to, like, really deal massive damage to the Raikage. Otherwise, I don't think she's just blasting a hole through his chest. But at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if he just times her out, what is she really going to do? Because mitotic regeneration does prevent her from essentially dying unless he, like, chops her head off, which easier said than done, one could say. But, like, in terms of chakra quantity, you can maybe say Tsunade has a lot more because of the forehead seal, but at the same time, you also have to consider that, like, if she uses mitotic regeneration and she's constantly healing, it's literally stated that medical ninjutsu uses up a ton of chakra. I think it's a high diff fight. I don't think it's low diff. I really do think it's a high diff fight. Assuming equal stats, would Ichigo have win cons on Luffy or Naruto? No, he wouldn't. Luffy would get curb stomped. Ichigo has no form of precognition. Ichigo essentially has to rely on the simple fact that he has to outstat his opponents. The reason why Ichigo wins so many of his fights is because he simply outstats his opponent when he finally locks in. That's literally the only reason he ever wins. He does not have anything in his toolkit that even remotely makes up for the fact that Luffy can see into the future and Naruto can literally sense all things in the universe, whatever the fuck that means. Anything Ichigo would do, they would know it or at least sense it before he ever even does it. And if we're talking equal stats, he just never keeps up with them. He literally cannot land a hit on them then. We've seen cases in One Piece and even Naruto where being roughly of similar speeds but having that precognition makes a world of a difference, and Ichigo doesn't have any. Either way, I don't like assuming equal stats. But, I mean, if you want to go with, again, the whole, like, universal Bleach meta, Ichigo still probably loses to Luffy off of speed alone. He's not that fast. Ichigo really is not that fast. Kaguya is the woman that has been captured in the moon. Can Tsunade even react to him? She wouldn't even match his speed. Not necessarily. You can argue that Tsunade does have a relativistic to light speed reaction time based on the fact that when they got teleported through the what the fuck was the jutsu called? Ethereal transmission jutsu. She was able to kick Madara right out of that jutsu while being teleported at the speed of light. To be fair, I don't think that her combat speed is light speed or that, you know, she necessarily reacted, because it at least does seem like whenever something gets teleported, the object kind of loses all of its momentum. It's not like she carried all of the momentum of traveling the speed of light to hit Madara. It really wasn't the case, but, you know. Some will say A is faster and he could probably wear her out and win in a high defy. I agree. I do think A would win based on wearing her out, especially if she has to have mitotic regeneration up in order to either tank his hits, or not tank, but endure his hits, and just heal through some of the damage that he might cause. Ichibe and Yuhabaha together would give East Blue Base Arlong a pretty good fight. If I say so myself, that's funny as fuck, man. That's funny. Spiritual pressure, GG's. Yeah. Nella's a god. Agenda scaling can go both ways. Type shit. Like the last Stein video. I haven't checked it out yet. You can probably check it out later. Well, shoot. I tell you not to call my name, and you call it anyways. I strike you and tell you to reflect. You came back. You may have gotten older, but you've become an even peskier brat. If you won't listen, you leave me no choice. I'll have to kill you. Yeah. Blah, 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 Ichibe. Yeah. Just put the fries in the bag and get smoked already. We know you're gonna get... We know you're going to get out-haxed. It's okay, Ichibe. It's perfectly fine. Wait for me, says... What do we have here? What the hell are you doing outside of the rain? Ain't you supposed to be getting... ready? What are you talking about? I took care of the preparations while I was waiting for you all. For all of you. Yeah. Huh. And where's the old cat lady? If you mean Yorichi-sama, she went on ahead. Haha, now I got him. The dumbass answered right away when I said old cat lady. Okay, let's head on inside for now. Not so fast. Why'd you send him on ahead? The plan was for us to join with them and all go at once, right? The situation's changed, so what? Sending him up alone like that, what are you going to do if they die? You just sent Ichigo and Yoruichi up there, not caring if they die as long as they slow the bad guys down, didn't you? What would you guys do, though? First of all, Lisa, I still don't get why she does the schoolgirl uniform thing, but I don't like this haircut any more than I did the last one. The last one looked way better on her. That aside, what the fuck are you guys gonna do? Maybe he can do something. Maybe this guy, the Keto Master, can do something. You three, though, you guys are not doing anything. You're all trash. You're like three of the weaker Vizards, and your captains, the guys who had Bankai, and also... didn't holify for whatever reason. Still mad about that. They died. What the fuck are you three gonna do? No, you guys really don't do anything. Isn't like Gojo where she can just basically have infinite cursed energy. Her chakra's finite. Oh no, I know her chakra's finite, and I make this based off of the case that Tsunade herself does say. I'm not gonna bring it up. That Tsunade herself does say medical ninjutsu takes up a lot of chakra. That's why I go with her, man. I still can't believe that they had Bogard do absolutely nothing during God Valley. I swear all exists for us to burn and nothing else. Yeah. I hate these visored bums, except maybe Hachi. He's fine. Yeah, Hachi's fine. I think he's okay. Big Zist has already left. It can't be. I hadn't heard from her in so long. I worked so hard to bring all this stuff all the way here for her because I thought she needed it. I'm sorry, but I made your sister go on ahead for the good of the Serite. Please understand. Shiho and Yin Yushiro. What the fuck is this twink? What the fuck is this twink? Yorichi's got a little brother? I mean, yeah. Head of the House of Shioing, the Wardens of the Divine. Okay, I'm sure the things you so graciously brought will help our sister. Step inside, I just remembered. When we talk about stuff like that, I really hate your for the good of the Serite shit. I always hated that, yeah. Your expression has changed considerably, has it now? You seem quite pleased. I suppose deciding to kill me would bring about such a grotesque countenance. They did holify, by the way, in the manga and in the anime versus Gerard. Did they? I know that they holify versus Gerard, but what good does it do them when they don't do anything? What good does it do them when they don't do a single damn thing, though? Like, it was already too late to holify at that point. They're fighting against the strongest Stern Raiders. You know what I mean? Alright. We have therapy tomorrow. Nice. We already have this. And yet, despite the changes, despite your change, this is all you can do. You've knocked it away with your arm, I see. But it is not flesh, but my brush cuts but names. The names I cut. Yeah. Let me clarify something. Okay, so I have 11, 13. I need everything. Okay. Missing 15. Okay. 14, 13, 12. Yeah, okay. We're good. Genuinely, who is the strongest Naruto character that would lose to Don Krieg? I'm gonna say it, but he might beat OG series Hiruzen. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. Um, the strongest character that would lose to Don Krieg. Definitely Iruka. I feel like Iruka would lose to Don Krieg. I don't think Zabuza would lose to Don Krieg. Maybe some of the Sound Ninjas, they would probably lose to Don Krieg. Loki the Goat, Harold the Slave. Harold went through a lot, man. Harold is fine. He went through a lot. He let his best friend die. It's okay, man. By the leader of your hated Shinigami at only half of your strength, how does it feel? Does it appear to be in such a bad condition? Then he sends him flying. So tell me, you half man. Leader of the Quincy, bereft of half of his power. How does it feel to be smashed to bits? Now, how about Arlong, Eon? Oh, Arlong should be faster than Don Krieg, who's faster than... Sorry, Arlong should be faster than Don Krieg, who's able to fight Luffy, who can essentially crack a spear made out of metal. Not crack, shatter a spear made out of metal at hypersonic speeds, considering he was able to do it 5 times in the middle of an explosion. A good number of Naruto characters probably don't do that well. There is a case that Arlong is, if he's able to land as many hits on Luffy as he's able to, is probably faster. Especially if he's able to land more consistent hits on Luffy. Granted, I mean, with Arlong, it was more a case of like him already being on close range with Luffy and just biting down on him multiple times. There's maybe an argument, there's actually an easy argument one could make that like he can probably beat Gaara pre-Shukaku. There's probably a good argument one could make that he can actually beat Gaara pre-Shukaku. Since Gaara's sand only really has like the toughness of a couple at least at that point only has like the toughness of a couple of millimeter thick steel. It's like a couple of inch thick steel, right? Promise shit was nonsense by Kubo since they later on break it against Jirage, but didn't do so beforehand fighting Mask. I don't know, man. We'll see. They did die. Those guys did die. The Visored Captains, I'm not surprised to say this, but like they really just got straight up killed. Like they just didn't do anything, dude. Okay, Squad Zero rules over the Shinigami. Its leader cut my power in half for fear of it. Could there be any better feeling? Unfortunately for you, I can restore unto myself half of the power which you just stripped from me. Why is he able to do that? Why would Gaara outspeed him? What feats does Gaara have that allow him to outspeed Arlong? Gaara was outsped by Rock Lee, who, if you want to say they got 5 times faster after releasing the first gate, that would only make him at least it would be like, what, 5.5 times faster than the speed of sound, which is still slower than an explosion that Luffy was able to crack 5 times. Arlong solos Shikaku? I don't know about that. I don't know how Arlong beats the giant Tanuki. Wouldn't Dog Kree MH5 poison kill Hiruzen if he bombs the entire battlefield? I don't know if Hiruzen would let himself get hit with that, though. Like, I think Hiruzen would definitely be faster than that. I would argue Hiruzen's faster than that. He has the mud wall jutsu. He can just stop it with mud walls. If you cannot comprehend, then I shall enlighten you. No person can take from me that which is mine, not even this power of yours, Ichibe, Hyosube. If you were unaware before, then know here and now that all things in this world are mine for the taking. No one can take from me that which is mine, but it's not yours, though. The world isn't yours. You're just power tripping. Yulabaga is just a big power trip, dude. It's really just that. He really is a bomb dunk Krieg. I mean, if you want to give me like your line of scaling for it, I'm perfectly willing to go for it. I don't care for Hiruzen as a character, but I don't think that he's that weak. That he'd lose to Don Krieg, at least. I don't even think he would lose to Arlong, all things considered. I think his toolkit is way too. I think it's cool. I think his toolkit is way too good. Damn it all, you just don't understand when you're being shown some kind of kindness. After I went through all the trouble of having your power to preserve your reputation, what did you just say? If you were to be obliterated at full strength, did you lose all your eminence among the Quincy's? Still, I don't suppose making a damn bit of difference if you're dead. Hyapo Rankan. Okay. He makes a Blutven shield. Blutven Anhaban. It expands the protective barrier outside the body. Very interesting. Urahado, the third way. Tepu Satsu. Is it ever explained what any of these are? Is it ever explained what, like, Ichibe's abilities are? Give me 1 second. Ichibe Bleach. Let me look up what the fuck this shit is. I don't know what any of these are. Yeah. Doesn't he come back to life or something? Ichibe's head falls to the ground. Yuhabag knows Ichibe's dying in 3 steps. Dying in 3 steps soon afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Manipulate the true names. Metaphysical. Spirit appendage manifestation can manifest into the air. These limbs copy his movements and possess greater strength in proportion to their greater size. Yeah, I don't care about that. Wisdom, that means nothing to me. Is master of Keto, being able to use mid-level binding spells by simply stating the name without classification, number of incantations, followed by secret how to spell. The first one is such a spell be used against a combatant. The latter, used as without incantation, still powerful enough to shatter the barrier formed by Yuhaba. So these are Keto. These are Hado, right? But it's never explained that they're Hado. I just have to assume that they're Hado. That's terrible. That's terrible. He could have at least had some statement like, of all the Shinigami, I am the only one who can use Secret Hado or whatever. I think an interesting fight be pre-time skip Rock Lee versus Infinity Castle Akaza. How does Rock Lee win that? He doesn't win that fight now, does he? He doesn't win that fight because Akaza is immortal. Kuro is 600 speed of sound Eon. What makes him 600 times the speed of sound? He's literally a stationary fighter. He hardly ever moves in a fight until later on using his stand to move himself around. You gotta give it to Kubo though. When he wants to write overpowered characters, well, he gets it down to a T, especially Yuhabaka Awakens here. Yeah, but if he can't write a way to beat the characters without having a Deus Ex Machina or simply having some unexplained hexes, then it's not great. Gaara is deceptively fast. Not in part 1. Not in part 1. I do not believe that in the slightest bit. Gaara has next to no speed feats in part 1 as far as movement speed. And he really does rely a lot on his hand. You lay your hand on me. Blutven expands Blutven by eating away anything that comes in contact with my body, even if your body should it touch me. The left half of your body is mine. Hyosube Ichibe. You damn fool, do you think you could take the left half of my body? Yeah. And then he flexes, and then, oh man. You're a real piece of work. You trespass upon the royal palace, and even upon the body of the Squad Zero member under the direct command of the Spirit King. Miserable human, control your deviance. You're gonna get some divine retribution. Painted black. Ichimonji. Substituted when Lee blinked. He didn't blink. That's a gross miscalculation of what Lee did. Lee reeled in pain for a good moment, and Gaara saw that and simply substituted. But then again, that also isn't a great speed feat, because him getting kicked up into the air is not exactly quantifiable, and you can't exactly say that he's doing that at the speed of sound. I mean, if he was given more leeway and more time, he would have had a way to implement Yuhabaka's weakness somewhere at the start of the arc, but yeah, no, that's not on me. That's not my problem. That's on you as a writer. If you as a writer are being rushed to do something, you should at least focus on the things that are important for you to focus on before you finish up a story and leave so much, yes, literally so much, completely untapped. I got FF16 on sale. I'll be enjoying that in the future. I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you enjoy it. It is a really good game in my opinion. And the fact that Clive Rossfield has the same voice actor as Verso from Expedition 33, it's nice, man. It really is. I think it was my first introduction into that artist, that voice actor. I think Rock Lee should be fast enough to not even get tagged by using gates he has available. Only issue would be the destructive death compass needle and Akaza's battle spirit. I mean, if Akaza can just become stronger, but that's the thing, right? It's like, even if you want to argue that Rock Lee is fast enough, and he's like, what, supersonic, hypersonic at best in terms of speed, if you really, like, just give him everything. Like, the thing with, like, Akaza, though, is that, you know, whether or not you want to go with the light speed meta or not, you want to go with, like, the low-end meta that you and the others have been telling me about, it's like, how does Rock Lee win that, right? Like, genuinely speaking, just how does Rock Lee win that? Because it's like, you're basically just saying Rock Lee, pre-time skip, has to not only deal enough damage to Akaza that he has to push his regeneration to the breaking point where he can no longer do it anymore, but he has to do that within a span of, like, what? An hour? An hour, maybe? Considering that Rock Lee cannot handle the gates well enough that he can actually, you know, use them beyond a single time just for his body to then break down. I'm going to be real with you, Lapis. I don't know how Rock Lee even remotely stands a chance. This just isn't a fight that has a win condition for him at all. So he's not faster than Luffy at East Blue, man. So Don Creek solos the Sunni exams and solos Manba. I don't know what you're referring to. Manda, the giant snake, maybe? What, just for a moment, what's wrong? Can't tell if it's a brush or a blade, can you? Can ya? Yeah. Okay, he writes big words. They clash. What kind of blade is that? You can't cut anything merely by flinging ink around, so this blade cuts names in half, just as it did before, but you already know that I can simply use my power to restore any names or strength you've cut in half. That blade cannot defeat me, but instead, with this Huh? What's that now? What makes Yuhabaha's blade even important? No, he did not react to the explosion. The sand protected him. And not necessarily, because you're going under the assumption that because Gaara got older, he just automatically became so much faster and stronger. The guy has essentially relied on his sand, protecting him through everything that he's had to deal with, about as much as Naruto has had to rely on Kurama. If not more, technically, since Naruto didn't have to rely on Kurama for, like, the first 8 years of his life. First 12, but 8 out of those 12 years. So what is the name of your blade? It's like you're not aware, or maybe you are. That sword has no name. Let me look up Yuhabaha's sword. I need to. What the fuck is the point of this sword? They made a big deal about it like twice. Like, oh, wield your sword right now, Yuhabaha, and use the blah blah blah, the weapon, blah 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 blah. I don't care, man. Let me see. What the fuck this is? Equipment. Cross consisted of 5 points, circular medallion, stars, ribbons attached to the left. Okay, I don't care. Possessors, a round-shaped device, bankai. Yeah, I don't care. By the way, never used it to take, discarded the medallion when he threw it at Kiryu Hikifune's Cage of Life, so Uryu Ishida could use his antithesis to switch the medallion in Yuhabaha, allowing the Emperor to escape the cage. When the fuck did that happen? I read those chapters. That didn't happen. Was that anime only? That was 100% anime only then. Spirit weapon. Using his Quincy cross, he can gather spirited particles to transform them into weapons. Unlike the bows displayed by other Quincy's, his particular manifests into an ornate sword, reminiscent of a Dadao. Relatively long handle. Okay, I don't care about that. The name's erased by Ichibe. Thus, Yuhabaha is unable to speak it. The sword can also control anyone with Quincy blood that attempts to wield it, allowing Yuhabaha's Reiatsu to transfer into their body via volute veins and force them to act against their will. Have a good time, Swornum. Oh, it's in the anime? Well, that's alright. That's stupid. I think you mean Soru. Kuro is not relativistic because he's using Soru. Soru does not just automatically make you relativistic. Anything Ichimonji's ink covers loses its names. That which is nameless has no power. A nameless sword is a nameless cross. Do you think you can kill me with those? Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Would it be disingenuous of me to say that, like... Would it genuinely be disingenuous of me to say that, like, this is probably just a power that only works on Bleach? Because in Bleach, names have power? Is a Rage Baiter Deluxe Edition? Probably. Oh, I thought you were talking about, like, the actual Sukuna. I'm like, I could probably see Sukuna as a Rage Baiter, I guess. Not really. Actually, not really. He couldn't control his speed. No, he could control the speed. He couldn't see where he was going. There's a difference between not being able to control your speed and simply not being able to perceive where you're going because of it. Then I shall simply take your power. Not with some nameless thing, but with my own power. Sanct Altar. Sanct Altar. Yeah. I wasn't able to take his power. Don't look at me like that. You took my power all right, but the power you took will never belong to you. My power is black. Once I release Ichimonji, all the black in the world, be it from Shinigami, Quincy's, the living, or the dead. Akainu is the king of Rage Bait. He is. Becomes mine. Okay. Yuhabaha, or rather the one formerly known as Yuhabaha, it must pain you to lose your name to this pathetic wretch, but I shall give you a new name. Shinichi Shirafude Ichimonji. Using the most up-to-date terms, I suppose it'd be called a Bankai. In any case, it was the first evolved Zanpakuto, born long before the concept of Bankai existed in the world. This sword can carve a new name into anything that's been covered in Ichimonji's ink. There, how does it feel? He who was once Yuhabaha is now Kuruari. Your power has now become fragile and ephemeral, equivalent to a life of a black ant crawling on the ground. This far. Yes, this far. The gap between our powers stretches this far, and your destiny only reaches this far. Bear the weight of all the Shinigami's lives you snuffed out as you're crushed under my foot like a black ant. Yeah. Guys, wait for it. Hold on, His Majesty, to the Lord of Worms I bid farewell. By this far, I mean, I cannot believe my eyes can see this far in a closed state. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Haxes mean nothing. Here we go, guys. You guys ready for it? Haxes start to mean nothing. The guy who we thought was winning by revealing his powers now gets one shot. You, why aren't you dead? It can't be. The characters His Majesty's powers, the ability to see and know all that will occur. Also, no power that is known to His Majesty can defeat him. His letter is A, and the name of his power is... Oh, I downloaded that twice. Unfortunate. Nope. Downloads. Delete. The Almighty. So can somebody explain to me why this worked? Can somebody explain to me why this worked? How does knowing your opponent's abilities mean that you're automatically immune to them? No. Because blunt force damage doesn't work. Everybody uses blunt force damage unless they use a slashing or piercing attack. It's not the same thing. Names only have power in Bleach. They really don't have power in any other series. I don't have to keep the same energy because that's not how it works. Throughout the peacetime, His Majesty had been fighting with his eyes shut. He did not do this because he takes his enemies lightly, but the sealed Quincy Lord will, after 900 years, regain his pulse. Okay, I'm not reading that 3 times. His Majesty opened his eyes before the 9 years of power were over. He would have lost control of his power and taken from we, the Stern Ridders, the entirety of our powers. However, the eyes which His Majesty has kept closed for our sake are now open. That means the 9 years of powers have come to an end. This is the true power of His Majesty. This is our time. 1,000-year prayer to be answered has come at last. Okay, but like, how does seeing into the future, especially after your powers have only just awakened, Make it work. Let's see. I see all, so I can make your efforts worthless. Yeah, but he was already affected, so how did that... He was already affected by Ichimonji. His eyes don't open up until he's already covered in black, so how does that work? That doesn't make any sense. Why did he not die? Why has my power fallen away from him? Why? Am I going to be defeated? You wanted to know these things? Yes. Sure. Yes, I want to know these things. Is there a video at the end of the tunnel, or are you reading Bleach for the hell of it? There's going to be at least 2 videos at the end of the tunnel, maybe 3. Now that my eyes have opened, I can see all things clearly from this point into the far future. I can see all things clearly from this moment into the far future. And I can know all that I have beheld. Furthermore, all powers I have come to know turn to my side, becoming unable to harm me, much less kill me. That is my power, the Almighty. So it's not just the power to see into the future, it's the power to understand that if you comprehend a power, it just doesn't affect you. Yeah, Kubo had to Deus Ex this Machina motherfucker away. Kubo had to Deus Ex Machina this motherfucker away. On my grandmother, he had to. Getting all full of yourself because you shed the name Kuroari. I see nameless one, once known as Yuhabaha. How will you defeat me in that black form? You may have the ability to know, but have you forgotten that all that is black belongs to me? Yeah, it doesn't matter because he's just stronger than you. Gloom of dust, darkness of eternity, come to me, show me face and drink. Drink, and your life will fly away. Flowers bloom even on the path to the afterlife. We are the fish. Stain them pitch black and tear them into eighths. Burn them pitch black over pitch black flames, and we shall devour them. From discarded bones of purest white, we shall erect a tombstone and lay you to rest. So never again will you be reborn, so that you will not become our sacrifice. Futen Taisatsu Ryo. Wow, you really had to say all of that just for the next thing to happen? Yeah, you had to do all of that just for this? That's crazy. A host of tombstones to lay you to rest, constructed by stealing 100 of Soul Society's knights from 100 years in the future. It absorbs even the black which you wear, the blackly crush your flesh, your blood, your bones, your everything back into nothingness. Even reincarnation will be forbidden to you. Fall into pitch black hell. Yeah. As I told you, all is visible to me. Before my power, there is no room for things such as comprehension and countermeasures to exist. All that my eyes behold is powerless to me. Do you still think that I am nameless? My name is Yuhabaha, the one who will take everything from you. What an ugly motherfucker, by the way. Kubo, for all of Kubo's great designs, I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a very ugly design. That is a very ugly look. Yuhabaha is not a very nice thing to look at. I'm not gonna lie to you. Dead 3 paces in front of the line, just as I foresaw. Yeah. Zero Squad has fallen, and you shall be the next to fall. Spirit King. Yeah. I'm just gonna read it like that. I'm having more fun if I read it like that. Okay, and then they're out. Sorry, Ganju. I slipped right out of Santen. You slipped right out of Santen Kenshu. Not a problem. It's quiet. What's going on? Why is Chad up here? Why is Chad up here? What is he gonna do? From Squad Zero, the High Priest. See, they're the ones who trained me, Ruki and Renji. I'll try to heal him. You can, not when he's all blown to pieces. Ichigo, High Priest, my name. What is it? You call it. I don't know. I can hear your voice. Call my name. Ichigo, your name? Hyosube Ichibe? Ew, hey, thanks. What the hell? You thought we were dead? I was. All my power lies in my name. By having you call it, it took just a teensy little bit of your power and restored my body. That's pretty ridiculous, is it? With your power and mine, it makes perfect sense. Ichigo. Stop Yuhabaha. They defeated Squad Zero. I've gotten my body back, but it'll be too late if we wait for me to recover my power. There's no one else who can stop him now. I won't tell you to kill him, just stop him. The Spirit King is the key to the world. If the Spirit King dies, then the Cerete, the material world, and Hueco Mundo all will crumble and disappear. Sorry for having you to trust you with this mission. Protect the Spirit King, Ichigo. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I haven't been seeing. Having the same technique isn't the same as having the same everything. Weasel has Soru and his is slower than all of CP9. If you're saying that... Oh, yeah, I don't care about that. Is there a video at the end of the tunnel? Yeah, basically worthless. A video like Luffy versus Bleach is coming, right, Eon? Or how far Luffy... No, it's not. I don't know where to scale Bleach, man. Bleach scaling is a fucking nightmare. I just don't want to do it. I really, like, it might be disappointing to, like, some of you, especially since I know some people really did want me to scale all 3 series, but there's just no point in me doing it. Listen, man, I'm not gonna say that they're universal because it just doesn't make sense to me when these 3 fucking worlds, the material world, the human world, and all this stuff, they're just a planet. It's not the entire concept of the vast universe. It's just the Cerete, the human world, and Hueco Mundo, dude. They're not universe-sized worlds. They're not planets. And I don't even think that more than half of the cast even goes halfway to planetary, let alone even country level. I have nothing to base most of Bleach's scaling off of besides having to eyeball everything, man. Yeah, no, that's what I'm planning on. I'm planning on making a video just talking about why Bleach's scaling is a nightmare and why I just rather avoid it as a whole. It's just something that I'd rather just take out. I'd rather just not deal with the headache of it because I don't need... I already got Naruto people always coming to my stream and shit saying that I don't understand Naruto or whatever, saying that, like, my scaling for Naruto is disingenuous, especially not even in the streams, but just in my videos as a whole, saying, oh, you downplayed everything. I'm gonna get the same thing for Bleach because they're all gonna think that I'm downplaying Bleach just because I'm gonna say, listen, I have no big how big Las Noches is. Some people say it's the size of a small state, but why should I even give it that? What context of the story besides saying it takes 3 days to get there should give me a reason as to why I should say, yeah, this is the size of a small state, because that is still a massive assumption I have to make that I just don't agree with. I don't like making... This is why I also say I don't like making content, or I don't like making videos on series that go into, like, the outer virtual conceptual levels of bullshit, because when you go into series like that, you essentially just have to accept whatever bullshit the author throws at you. And listen, I've always said, fiction is stupid. You can do whatever the fuck you want with fiction. You can have somebody say, the guy's room is appears to be nothing more than like 50 square meters, but in reality, once you step inside the room, or from the outside is only 50 square meters, it's actually the size of an entire universe in the inside. Like, I don't want to do that shit, man. It's a lot. I just don't feel like doing it, man. Are there any series you have an issue with inconsistent... Are there any series you like that have this issue with inconsistent scaling? Not really. Not really. I don't scale series that I don't feel like I have a proper understanding of in the first place. You can probably say that, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure scaling is kind of inconsistent, but you can also always just argue that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, at least when it comes to it, is mostly based off of the notion that, like, it's mostly hacks-based and less power-based. You know what I mean? Like, you can get... There's another reason why the 3-day walk is back the one saying this is kid form, so how fast does a child walk in sand? They never think of that. Yeah. There's, like, a lot of things that I just have to sit there and say, well, it's this because I have nothing else to go off of. And I already do that for Naruto, and I already got a lot of flack for it. I'm not going to do it for a series that has a fan base that glazes the series more than I glaze my King Sukuna. Because, like, I glaze Sukuna as a bit. All things considered, like, jokes aside, I really do just glaze Sukuna as a bit. He is my favorite villain of all time so far. And I can very much change that in the future. But, like, I don't actually mean it when I say that, like, Sukuna's solo is all fiction or whatever. There are people out there who genuinely just believe that, like, Bleach can, like, stand up to the tears of Dragon Ball, but it's like, with Dragon Ball, there's a very clear feat of 2 guys using the force of their punches that are about to crumble a macrocosm. Not even just a universe, a macrocosm. With Bleach, it's like, if the Soul King dies, all 3 worlds crumble in and of themselves. If an Elf Hollows dies, all 3 worlds crumble in and of themselves. If Yukabok steals the Soul King's power, all 3 worlds are still going to crumble in and of themselves. So it's like, how can I really call that universal then, man? I can make, though, how far Sukuna goes into One Piece. That's a fine video for me to make. It's not really that I care about right now. I put an end to this interminable humiliation. Actually, it is likely that you were able to see the events of this day as well. Farewell, Spirit King, father of mine, who gazed out upon the future. Captain Hiroko, the hell? You lot just get here too? Yeah, but looks like you're about to keel over any minute. Are you alright? Shut it, moron. As if these scrapes, of course he's fine. The hell? You're here too, Omaida? You dumbass, of course I'm here. Captain Hiroko caught the enemy in his Onpog toe power right at the last second. Thanks to him, the attack veered off course and we were saved. If anyone says anything bad about him, I will definitely make him pay. This coming from the guy who was talking all kinds of shit about this outsider this and outsiders that when Captain Hiroko and the others joined back up. And why'd you bring your sister out here? Dumbass, she finally just fell asleep. Quit your bitching. What if she wakes up? Yeah. Your voice is louder. Why did you hit him? The guy literally helped you not get sent flying when you shot your Bankai after your body was completely mangled. And you still fucking... Yeah, I hate Soifone. Honestly, I might just make a video on why I hate. Is for the stake in the bleachers. The 3 realms will get destroyed. The stakes of the history. The stakes of the story, yeah. Thanks for the efforts of Vice Captain Hinamori. The girl and I finally just recovered from the wounds inflicted to us by our enemies. Abarai-kun, Kuchiki-kun, most likely he felt he couldn't leave her by herself in the midst of a battlefield. Please allow him that. Yes, sir. Soifone has really cooled off. Fool, she's always been a kind person. No, the fuck she has not been. No, the fuck she has not been, and the fact that you say that is a fucking lie, Rukia. Do not lie to me. This bitch has never once been kind, but prior to this. Do not fucking lie to me. As a matter of fact, I want to punch Rukia's fucking face in so bad right now. I am a pacifist, I say that, but I really want to fucking dig her face entirely into my fist. I'm talking about Luffy punching Kaido and his hand popping out the other side. That's how hard I want to punch this bitch right now. No point in standing around here chit-chatting. Let's get inside. Is everyone all ready? Here? Not sure. All captains and vice captains assemble, even if it means abandoning your current position. It's pretty urgent surroundings, so everybody, yeah. Standard kindness is for Byakuya. Yeah. Yeah, she really, her standard for kindness is really just Byakuya. The guy who essentially basically told her, don't be a fucking Shinigami this entire time. My apologies for not being in contact. I am Shihoin Yushiro. My humble thanks for always taking care of my sister. Yoroichi-sama's little brother. He's gotten so big. Yoroichi, don't leave the station. I'll give you some spending time. There's hardly anybody here. What the hell's going on? Kisuke Squad wishes to act, Squad 7 wishes to act independently due to the injury sustained by Captain Komamura. They refused to have a medic unit dispatched to them. According to the information from Captain Kuchiki, the captains of Squads 3 and 9 are coordinating with the efforts with Squad 12. Knowing Captain Kurotsuchi, they'll probably rendezvous with us at some point, considering that he'd most likely suffer just as much as everyone else if the Soul Society were to vanish. The Squad 11 captain and 9 captain in Squad 9 vice captain, as well as Madarame-san and Ayasegawa-san of Squad 11 are all undergoing emergency treatment in the next room. 3 of them weren't too worse for wear, but Captain Zaraki was heavily injured. The Squad 1 captain was needed at Central 46 Chambers. That leaves only Squad 10's captain and vice captain that we haven't heard from anything. We're all beat to hell. So, what the fuck happened to Rangiku? So, just what are you planning to start by gathering up this motley crew? We're going to ram our way into the Royal Spirit Palace. Ram our way through all the captain class with all of the captain class? You can't... You really do that? I can, or I should be able to. I have a Tenshi Heiso that Yushiro-san brought me, the platform Captain Kurotsuchi made, and last but not least, the enormous combined spiritual power of the captain class. Sorry, humans, I'm so sorry. You all can't defeat Yuhabaha. Yeah, no shit, they can't. For peace is always that, right, Yuhabaha? Yeah. Looks like their Dunkisuke tertiary treatment procedures are complete. Be sure to give everyone big thanks. Ukitake, the hell are you doing? Should you be the one getting treated? What are you talking about? I can't help with treatment if I'm in good health. I've been dealing with illness for a long time, so I know my way around medical procedures pretty well. In any case, everyone other than Captain Zaraki has recovered enough that they can move around, and that's all because of fights Captain Kotetsu and third seat Yamada. Oh no, not at all, thanks. If we hadn't been your precise instructions, Captain Ukitake, I'm just glad everyone's healed up. Yes, sir, yep, you dumbass. Who's the only one saying that he couldn't move around? Captain Zaraki, up and about already? He's amazing. Where's Yachiru? Everyone in Squad 11's looking for her. Just please relax and wait here. Don't do that. Please just wait here like, what the hell is this? Sorry to be so heavy-handed, but it would cause problems if you were to leave now. Please just accept this. Son of a bitch. Okay. Really? I already downloaded this? Okay, cool. Out of the way. Please stop. Now this is not the time for something like this. Entrusting this to your many squad members will be much faster than you searching for her, but your squad members cannot fulfill your duty. Right now you must go ahead as needed. Do you disagree, Captain Zaraki? Nope. Seems it'd definitely be faster. Leave it to my boys. Well then, shall we begin before Captain Zaraki changes his mind? This way, everyone, please. Yeah. I'm going to pass out some orbs. Please stand inside the circle. Fill your orbs with reishi and open the roof, and you'll get a little wet, but please give me a pass on that one. Yeah. The Infernal High Priest. Ichigo, you pathetic insect, soon to be crushed upon the gears of fate. Burying you with my own hands is the least I could do. And I'm still surprised as to why you don't do it, you Habaha. Why don't you just kill Ichigo? Wait, what the fuck? The fuck? Why do I keep... It says I keep downloading the same image twice. Is it just one massive page? Ah, it's one massive page. That's why. It's a full spread. You're ready, Shinigami? Hiyori, what the hell are you doing, huh, dumbass? Don't be saying dumb shit like that. We shouldn't be here now because you became Urahara's right-hand man and pushed all the shitty jobs onto us. Okay, this is just meaningless. Seems you're going to be ignored. Suifeng. Just what part of me resembles a kappa? It looks like a liquid, but it doesn't feel wet. The substance that was occurring at the rift between the Soul Society and the Dangai, and the material world, it's going to be the energy. It's going to be the energy source for our transfer to the Royal King's Palace. Earlier, Yoruichi readied a small amount of energy of emergency bases, but I was having Hiyori's group further refine the bulk of it. We're going to blend this with the Captain's Reiatsu. Okay. There are some Shihaku shows on the shelves in the right bottom of the section. Please change into them and join us. What? Got it. Hey, I didn't even say nothing yet. Let me go. Quit your bitching. Rose and Kensei are all risking their lives for this. Are you going to look at them if you just go up and go home right now? Yeah, always making a big deal out of shit. Dude, these characters make such a big deal out of everything, dude. What are we doing this? What are we doing with this? We're just going to put our Reiatsu into it and fly off? Not quite. We're going to make... What we're going to make now is a gate. A gate that connects this location to the Royal Spirit Palace. One Piece Planet is an infinite-sized universe. Yeah. If the Bleach verse is one, I might as well say the same for the One Piece verse, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. This method only works because Kurosaki-san has broken through the defense barrier. There's most likely no way for us to return. Unbelievable bastard, you're telling us this now? Sorry, but don't be upset. That's not what I'm upset. You were thinking we'd probably get scared and back off. You'd look down on us. That infuriates me, Urahara. If you truly were once part of the Gote 13, you should know not to underestimate us. No. He doesn't have to underestimate you. I do. I have to underestimate you because you motherfuckers have barely done jack shit. The only person here I don't have to underestimate at this point is Renji, Kenpachi, and that's basically it. Because everybody else sucks, dude. Looking down on us, burden of protection. We can make it back. We don't make it back. I don't give a shit about any of that. All I want is one thing, and I just want to kick the shit out of those bastards. Quit lollygagging around. Let's get a move on. Yes, let's get moving. These guys have objectively speaking, have done nothing. Payday for me? Hey, Drake, thank you for the 5, man. So you have to share? Oh, I also say avoid power scaling bleach. You don't like it, so don't force yourself to do it. Work on what you enjoy. I agree with that. I've also been told by that by my friends as well. You know what I mean? I'll be fine. I like to argue everything until the star level, maybe solar system. After that, it gets annoying, especially with boundless characters. Doom Guy versus Wukong is a headache. Yeah, that in and of itself, I'm not even going to try to, like, poke with a stick. I could probably do it, actually. Could probably do Doom Guy versus Wukong. Why not, right? I'm here to stop you. Yuhabaha, I'm here to stop you. Yes, all of this is... I have foreseen... Guys, can we get some W's for Drake, by the way? I knew that you would likely come to prevent me from killing the Spirit King. Foreseen, what do you mean? Kurosaki, that man, his eyes. Yeah, what happened to your eyes? What is that? What you're seeing is the eyes of the all-seeing. They are evidence of a true Quincy. Before coming, you've encountered the High Priest, revived him from his bone-apart state, and then you talked you into coming here. All of this I have foreseen. Your appearance is here as well as you being too late. The Spirit King is dead. There is no longer anything you can do. I mean, to be fair, jamming a sword through a guy that showed no reaction and saying that he's dead is kind of not really anything. Ichigo Kurosaki, going to remove the sword and save the Soul King? Do it. You being who you are, you should be able to do so. Remove the sword and destroy the Soul Society with your own hands. What is this? What's happening to the sword? Ah, yes. I have foreseen this, Ichigo. The Quincy blood within you will not allow the Spirit King to exist. Now then, Ichigo, let us watch together the end of the Soul Society. That's so stupid. Ichigo goes for the sword, and Yuhabaha just so happens to be able to manipulate the sword to have Ichigo cut down the Soul King. You know what would have been great foreshadowing? This. Ichigo being who he is, having the power. The Quincy blood within you will not allow the Spirit King to exist. Yeah. It would have been probably something really cool. What a twist. Yeah, it would have been probably something really cool to see, like, Yuhabaha explained to Ichigo, like, oh yeah, the blood that exists within you doesn't allow the Soul King to exist. And then later on, when Ichigo uses the Horn of Salvation, he says something along the lines of, the hollow blood within me also cannot allow you to exist, or some shit. I think that would have been way better. This is irrelevant. I don't care about Ichigo's sisters. Sorry, Chen, the finest console didn't get wet. We'll wipe it out, sorry, as it's still shaking. I'll take the fucking thing just because it says it's shaking. Whatever. This is kinda long for an earthquake. Yeah. Oh, it's still holding itself up. I told you it is too late. Because it is your very hand that delivers the Spirit King's blow. Why? Why did I kill them? Why won't the sword leave my hand? My shrift is A, the Almighty. I can see the entirety of the future. I can strip away or bestow any power. My Reiatsu dwells within my sword, and I can bestow it upon you as well. My power flowed into you and called out your blood. You cannot allow this. You cannot allow this. If Quincy blood flows through your veins, then you must cut down the Spirit King. You still have a reason to fight against me, despite the fact the Soul Society is already ceasing to exist. The roof's breaking up. The enemy's attack. No, it's not. There's no Quincy Reiatsu anywhere near. What's happening? This means the Spirit King is dead. Yeah. What the hell is Squad Zero doing? And what happened to Ichigo? I don't even want to think about it, but resembles an assumption. It would be that Squad Zero was wiped out and Kurosaki didn't make it in time, but what's certain thing is, we stand right now, the Soul Society, Huekomuni, and the material world would cease to exist. The Spirit King was created to stabilize Soul Society, which is made unstable by the huge number of souls flowing in and out of it. So yeah, no, the Spirit King doesn't have the power to stop the world from fucking crumbling in on itself. It's just, he is, again, the linchpin that keeps it all sort of tied to each other. What the fuck? Now that hope has been lost, the Soul Society, everything connected to it, the Dangai, Huekomun, the material world will crumble away. Ichigo, it is your hand that has done it. You sure do talk a lot. Fortunately, it leaves you wide open. Touch them and they'd shred you to ribbons, so stay... There, use your power to restore the Spirit King to normal. Yeah. Away. Ching. How ridiculous. Do you think the power of mere human could revive the Spirit King? Impossible. The Spirit King can never be returned to life. By the way, she had a massive glow up because what the fuck was this haircut? Whoever the fuck did her hair for her did not do her a good job. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Yeah, these guys are whatever. Airbag unharmed. Okay. Orihime's healing technique is surround something to return it to its former complete state. It rejects, reverses, and reconstructs phenomena that occurred, even phenomena that Orihime hasn't witnessed. The incantation, okay, I don't care about the incantation. The shield placed inside repels the damage in an area in order they return to the subject, recovered to the shield before taking damage. Orihime fully restored Grimjow's arm. Sosuke describes this as a rejection of events. Her ability is to limit, reject, and negate any kind of event that has happened to her target. Iemura comments that the technique's healing speed is potentially faster than Itane Kotetsu's and his own. Far more powerful than temporal regression and spatial regression. It is a power that trespasses into God's territory. Originally wasn't able to restore a destroyed Tsubaki, but Hachigen states that since she has the power very close to him, she should be able to restore it on her own, even without shattered fragments. Later, she can fully resurrect the dead, while Orihime can quickly heal and takes a long time for her parents, large time to replenish the patient's Reiatsu. Large amounts of foreign spiritual pressure around a wound makes it power to reject ineffective. Let me ask you guys a question. What's the point of saying that it's a power that trespasses into God's territory if then Yukabara says the powers of a mere human cannot revive the Soul King? That doesn't make any sense. What's the point then of the line? Like, was Aizen just lying? Was Aizen just doing his Aizen thing and just completely overinflating whatever the fuck he's talking about? Yeah, alright. Dude, this is so bad, man. That just feels inconsistent. That, in my opinion, feels very inconsistent. God damn it, I did it again. That feels very inconsistent. Because he said so. Yeah, it makes no sense. The Spirit Thing's dead. The Soul Society and Material World are going to disappear. What are we going to do? Is there something we can do? Impossible. No matter what techniques, the Spirit King can no longer be returned to life. Okay. That's weird. Nobody's sending any earthquake warnings. Maybe it's just a little one. Yeah, but lasting really long, don't you think? What? It's strange nobody's reporting it. What's happening? Is this His Majesty's will? Does His Majesty intend to destroy us along with the Soul Society? Soul Society, the Material World, Heiko Mundo, it's all gonna disappear. Yeah. It's almost as if you morons decided to follow that dickhead. What are we going to do? Is there anything we can do? Captain Ukitake, what is that? I shall take the place of the Spirit King. Can you do that? I'll explain later. Captain Ukitake, what is this? Mimi Hagi-sama. Mimi Hagi-sama, unseal the power of your eye. Turn your gaze from my viscera and unseal the power of your eye buried within. Mimi Hagi-sama, unseal the power of your eye. Turn your gaze into viscera. Alright, whatever. Okay. Reading off of Bleach Fandom Wiki, I don't see anything. What's wrong with me reading off of this? This literally gives me sources as to where they're getting their statements from. It's not like they're just making stuff up. If you're gonna call me out for anything, you might as well do something a lot more interesting. So how was Ichibe versus Yukabara? It was trash. It was trash because all Yukabara had to do was just out-hack Ichibe. It wasn't anything interesting. What's so interesting about having Yukabara say every power that I witness? What's so interesting about having Yukabara say every power that I witness is now ineffective against me? I can see all the futures, I can do all the stuff, blah, 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 yeah. It's consistently made clear that the Almighty's ability is to see and alter events in the future, but he activated it, or he awakened it after he was already covered in black and had already lost his powers. So, like, how did that make any sense? You didn't even catch the question? It's just not great, man. My thing was that, like, yeah, it's fine. I don't think the fight was anything impressive. Like, oh man, he sends big hand, big arm thrust, big arm thrust. Here is some abilities that I had to look up because they didn't look like Kido or Hado, just to find out that they were secret Hado. Yeah. Then he covers Yukabaka in black, then says, all things in this world that are black belong to me. And then Yukabaka just overpowers. I don't know, man. I don't think of it as cool. By the way, how was the pizza? You said it was good? I'm happy to hear it. I'm a fan of pizza. It was one of the few, like, quote-unquote greasy foods that I can still eat. Yeah, it's just aura farming. It's just aura farming. And there's kind of nothing else about it. Nothing else really matters. Mimihagi-sama, please save this child. Please save him. When I was 3, I suffered from a terrible illness of the lungs. This white hair is an after effect of that. I believe some of you here may already know, but I told you I should have died when I was 3. When I was 3. Have you heard of something known as Mimihagi-sama? Just the name, a local deity spoken of the outskirts of East Rukongai. A misshapen, one-eyed local deity spoken of in Sakahone in the 76th district of the East Rukongai. They say it bestows blessings upon those who offer it anything aside from an eye, since it already possesses its own. They also say that this deity fell from the heavens in ancient times and has enshrined within it the right arm of the Spirit King. My grandmother was a deeply superstitious woman, so when the doctor gave up on me, she immediately carried me to the shrine of Mimihagi-sama and performed the rite to offer my lungs to it. Thanks to that, I survived and was able to work as a Shinigami for the good of the Serite. Calm yourself. Mimihagi-sama's power has been consuming my lungs. The ritual to spread that power to the rest of my body's organs, called kamikake. All of my internal organs now belong to Mimihagi-sama. Through that offering, I have become a vessel for Mimihagi-sama. Yeah. I am now the right hand of the Spirit King. What an interesting little tidbit that was explained right when the plot really needed it to be convenient. Kubo doesn't really explain how Yukabaka's Almighty rewrote Ichibei's black power. What future did he possibly see that made him override it? He never explains it. It also, it just doesn't make any sense. He was also already affected by it, so how can he just not it? Definitely feels like a playground fight. I'm immune to everything type beat. It is. Ichibei's abilities were pretty creative, and they explain the whole calling names and incantations. Yeah, that's fine. That to me is completely fine. I don't see it as anything overly interesting, all things considered. It's like, yeah, names are a power in the Soul Society. Names are a power in Bleach. The Zanpakuto was made by another guy. Turning Spirit Reiatsu into food by creating life energy, okay, sure. Finding interesting medical techniques that can allow people to heal themselves by swapping blood in and out, that's also fine. Being able to make the robes, the proper robes necessary off of the Oken and stuff like that. Again, all those things are fine. All those things are perfectly fine. But again, I come back to the issue of, but what did it matter in the end if all of you just straight up got taken out? Like, I'm here supposed to believe the Squad Zero's strong, and yet they just straight up got out-haxed. Captain Ukitake, did you perform the Kamikake ritual because you anticipated this from the very beginning? That's right. From the time I first learned how I survived, I've been thinking that this day would eventually come. My life has been spared once already. Using it to protect is my most earnest desire. Oh! It's really shaking. Can you feel it down here? The end of the Soul Society is drawing near, so can you hear me? You can hear me, right? The innocent can only come this far in. We cannot go deeper into the darkness, but knowing you, I'm sure you can hear my voice from here, yeah? Answer me, Sosuke Aizen. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know how Yukabaka got access to the left hand of the Soul King. I don't know how he got access to the whatever the fuck Gerard the Valkyrie is supposed to be. I don't know, man. Break the glass to release Aizen, hacks the hacks. Yeah, that's all you really need to do, man. That shaking, it stopped. What is the meaning of this? What is this? What is that? Oh no. I see an event that went unseen by my eyes. You must be the Spirit King himself. Why? Yeah. Why would the right arm of the Spirit King himself interfere? After guarding the Soul Society all this time, you now feel some kind of affection towards it? Answer me, Spirit King. Man, it's crazy to see that I had to wait 617 chapters to see Ukitake, a captain of the Soul Society, do something. And he's also going to die because of it. I just love this being the payoff for me sticking around for these characters. Ichibei, we're trying to use that power on another character outside of Bleach Universe, not relying on the system like, say, the Titans and Warcraft. I doubt it would have effect. You know what's crazy, Thor? You know what's crazy? I said that before. I think that, like, Ichibei's ability to manipulate names is something that only really matters within Bleach, because the power of over names is something that really only ever matters in so many little verses, bruh. Well, Rico, here's the thing. I'm not watching the anime. I'm reading the manga. And if it doesn't explain it in the manga, that's just another issue that I have with it, man. The anime can fix it, and whenever I look through the anime, I will be talking about some of the issues that it fixed, but it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, no. One of that Sukuna-ish dude, he came here and he was like, if you believe that, like, for whatever reason, his ability to manipulate names and taking them away from others, if it doesn't have any effect on people outside of the verse, then blunt force damage from other verses can hurt Luffy. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Names are a fundamental source from Bleach. Names are a fundamental power source of Bleach. Everything that has a name matters. Is also the brain of the Soul King in the light novels? Yeah, fuck no. I'm not doing that. It does not appear that this has made Ukitake a complete replacement for the Spirit King. The stability probably only lasts as long as his life does. How long will that be? Hey, Captain, it's a fact. Isn't that right, Urahara? Did I download this? I did. I don't know. This is my first time seeing or even hearing of the very idea of Kamikake. I have absolutely no idea how long it will last, but I am certain that it must find a way to restore the stability of the Soul Society, while Ukitake is still serving as a replacement for the Spirit King. Let's get a move on and make the gateway for the Spirit Particles all right. Not even the slightest reaction. You were never one to converse via Reiatsu, or is that down here? You and all your greatness cannot even do that. These are keys to release your soul, your seals. I have been given permission to use only 3 of them. The first one is to free your mouth. What happened? Well, the gate was almost finished, but now it's disappearing. We don't have enough Reiatsu. What? Captain Ukitake was able to continue his duties by supporting his ailing body with Reiatsu. Even by Captain standards, he had an exceptional amount of it. Without him, we no longer have enough Reiatsu to create the gate. As things are now... What do you mean as things are now? They're not going to stay like this. Yadomaru-sama. Alright, I got my Shihaku show on. You're going to give us some orbs, Kisuke? Having received your summons, I thought I'd have a look. But here you are, just doing whatever you like in someone else's laboratory, it seems. Captain Kurotsuchi, I see. Amassing everyone's Reiatsu in order to open a gate. Don't you know anything? If an enormous amount of Reiatsu, then you should ready a Reiatsu amplifier, don't you think? If you've got one, you should have let us know, and I haven't predicted that things would turn out as they have. It's working. It's going to do it. Now then, you should be able to answer me with your mouth, not Reiatsu. Normally, a person probably wouldn't be able to talk after having their mouth sealed for 2 years, but that doesn't apply to you, does it? That's right. Impossible. I've only undone the seal on his mouth. How did he undo the rest of his seals? What's wrong? Don't you still have 2 more keys you can use? Yeah. The powers over names versus a Glock. Your pick. Yeah, I'll always pick the Glock. We're judging the Bleach manga, and if the anime's 10 years later is needed fixed, plus years of light novels to fix bad writing, it seems that the series has bad writing. Yeah. Supposedly the brain of the Soul King, then why is he so brain dead in his imagination and intelligence? That's what I'm thinking, man. I don't want this to sound bad, but each time a Bleach character uses a long-ass name, I have to think about a scenery from a scary movie where they speak to pretend Japanese. Oh, that's funny as fuck. I think I know the scene you're talking about. Just wait for Lilibaro's defeat nonsense. I know. Will you continue Luffy vs. Naruto preparation for 10K? 10K is coming soon. It's been taking a long time, man, and I'm not gonna wait like another month and a half just for me to go up another 5 subscribers. I haven't been going up in subscribers that much, so I'm just gonna wait it out until I get to the 10K. I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm just gonna keep pushing out content. I'm gonna do the Bleach review first, so that's why today and probably tomorrow I'll probably read through the entirety of Bleach. I'll probably finish out the entirety of Bleach tomorrow. We're going to be here for a couple more hours because whether you guys like it or not, whether you guys are bored and not entertained, I'm going to read through Bleach until I finish it. And hopefully I can finish it tomorrow, man. There is a theory that Askin was promoted to Royal Guard with the death of Gremmy. I don't think Gremmy was ever Royal Guard material, right? And that makes 3. So how does it feel to have your left eye and ankle sealed? Cold released. I see. It would appear you haven't changed a bit. I guess that's a compliment. Thanks. Want to get out of here? I don't recall saying anything to that effect. Would a man who doesn't want out tell me to use the last 2 keys? Would you go so far as to embed a key in your body and come to see someone whom you didn't intend to release? Damn, so you figured it out. You got it. I embedded the key to Mukin in my heart. Was a condition of my being allowed to enter the release of your 3 bindings. I see, meaning if you were to be killed, then the gate of the Mukin would forever be closed. So they thought I would even go as far as killing you in order to get my hands on the key. I swear those bastards in Central 46. Now, this is all probably because they are thinking about what the good of the Soul Society thing. That's understandable, isn't it? Now then, let's get down to business. Would you have a seat on this and let us take you up? I bet after such a long time you'd like to breathe the air of the Soul Society. Pardon me, I must bind you before you are seated. Now hold on just now. Such insufferable carelessness. The bindings cannot eliminate my Rayat to only confine it to a space around me. I shouldn't have to tell you what would happen should you touch me. Kyorako, do you think by sitting on that chair and being taken out of here, I will use my powers for the good of the Soul Society? Nobody said a damn thing about fighting for the Soul Society. All I'm thinking is our interests are not so very different after all. You are an interesting man indeed. Indeed. Would I like to breathe the air? You say? Okay. For the good of the Soul Society. Like, it's so close to falling apart and they have to play spirit politics still. It's not even just for like the whole for the good of the Soul Society thing. The good for the good of the Soul Society is a phrase that pisses me off so much because again it goes back to the idea of like what the fuck were the visored captains doing then? Why didn't they holify? Why didn't they holify then? If it's all for the good of the Soul Society, oh no, but I guess the good of our promise to Yamamoto was worth more, right? And I guess it was for the good of the Soul Society that Yamayuri Kurotsuchi just wiped out a bunch of souls, dude. Like, they just get away with so much they get away with so much, and then they justify it by saying it's for the good of the Soul Society. Like, bro, fuck all that, man. This is ass. You're not the good guys. I've been saying this for a week now. You're not the good guys. You're just the guys maintaining the fucking status quo. You mean the heir of the very Soul Society that is to be miserably crushed by Yukabaha? Yeah. Okay, I never thought that you yourself would interfere. I do not understand. Does this mean that the Spirit King's will no longer dwells within his severed arms? In that case, I will raise both you and your arm from existence. Grab, stand aside, Ichigo. Nice job stopping him, Ichigo. Judging by what he's saying, the Black Aberration is the Spirit King's arm. I've seems to have brought stability to the Soul Society by attaching itself to the Spirit King's corpse. So that does mean that it will not stay in this form as the... It will stay in this form as the new Spirit King. Ichigo, why do you stop me? You are the one who cut down the Spirit King. The Quincy blood within you should not abide to the Spirit King's existence. What reason could you have for standing in my way? I came here to stop you. To stop you and protect the Soul Society, the Material World, and Hueco Mundo. All of them. Protect them all. Such arrogance. Do you believe you're the only one capable of that? Even if somebody else could, that wouldn't mean I could just run away and do nothing. Getsuga Tensho? Oh, it did nothing. I didn't know about this Getsuga Tensho. They literally used the Hollow's powers and got one tapped by one of Yukaba's men. Yeah. When did they use their Hollow powers? Because I didn't see it earlier. And if they're using it later, that's already too damn late. They already got killed. I don't give a shit. And you're talking about other visors, not the visored captains that I saw get murderized. Can someone spoil why Uryu worked for Yuhabaka? Because he saw because he heard about Gin Ichimaru and he was like, man, Gin Ichimaru was so cool. I should do the same thing. I should totally let the bad guy reach the point of reaching omnipotence and overpowered bullshit, blah, 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 just for me to not be able to do anything about it because they're too overpowered now. Yeah, that's why. Also, guys, another Getsuga Tensho that did absolutely nothing. Man, I can't believe I forgot to talk about that. So what? Yuhabaka, I heard that your blood runs in my veins. That won't make me do whatever you want. You won't do as I will? How laughable. Whether or not you do as I will is for my eyes to decide. Ichigo, never once have I thought of bending you to my will. Do you understand why? Because there's no need for me to do so. Your will is completely intertwined with mine. What I'm saying is that all this time you have been fighting for me. Your battles you fought when you awakened your Shinigami served to augment your power. The augmented power, it said, defeat Sosuke Aizen, and then you regained the power and you lost in order to dispatch the Soul King before my very eyes. You're speaking nonsense. Don't allow him to confuse you. None of it matters. Without a single thought of my own, my eyes have continuously shown me the image of you acting on my behalf. Regardless of what you think of all of your powers, you have been arranged for my benefit, and it is all because the same blood courses through our veins. What a way of spinning things. What a way of spinning things to make it sound like Ichigo was doing things for your sake. What a mega maniacal asshole. I'd be like, no, the reason why I stabbed the Soul King was because when I grabbed the blade and I slashed him, that was because you manipulated my hand. Everything else I did was not for you, bro. It really was not. Yeah, it was me all along. It was me all along, Barry. When you came to your first girlfriend, I was the one who gave you that hand job. You came to me, Barry. You lost your virginity to me, Barry. Yeah, Yuhabaka. You're not the Reverse Flash, buddy. You're not that guy. You're just talking out of your ass. Yeah. Quincy, blood or not, I'm gonna stop you. Is that all you can say, Ichigo? I'm gonna stop you, I'm gonna stop you, I'm gonna stop you? To stop you. I came here to stop you. To stop you, Yuhabaka. I came here to stop you. I'm here to stop you, Yuhabaka. I'm here to stop you, Yuhabaka. I'm here to stop you, Yuhabaka. Yeah, Ichigo. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he mentioned that he was going to stop Yuhabaka. As a matter of fact, I don't even know why he didn't tell Yuhabaka he was going to stop him. If it were me, I would have said, I'm going to stop you, Yuhabaka. Because, if I say I'm going to stop someone, I'm going to go out of my way to do it, right? Denjiro was a better double agent than Wano. He actually accomplished aiding the rebelling samurai. It's unrelated, but I was reading the fairy tale manga to see if anything changes in terms of scaling, and it's insane how impressive feats in the anime has added. I don't know how Agnologia versus Kaido is. A discussion aside from the space between time bullshit, even then, the power of dimensions between time only amounts to lasers and crystals. Isn't that a character assassination of Uryu? I mean, that is so moronic. I can't believe that this was his motives. Yeah. You pulled the Kermit the Frog's voice there, Eon. I know. Yeah, I can totally... Wait. Yeah, I can... Wait. Yeah, I can... No, wait. Yeah, I can... Wait, how the fuck do I do Kermit the Frog's voice again? Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I can totally do that. I can totally talk like Kermit the Frog. Can you even use the word kill towards a man who killed your mother? Such weakness, Ichigo. Yeah. I don't know, man. I can pull it off sometimes, but I don't think I can do it, at will. Ishida, what are you doing? Damn it, the Spirit King. Ching, 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 bling. When did the Spirit King's thing get cracked? Shit, Ishida, what the hell are you doing? Not so. Oh, you got blasted away. No, Ichigo. Hello, everyone. Hello. I've been watching too much Smiling Friends too. Hello, everyone, hello. Gotcha. Once your body's been hit by the first set of orbs, the second set will dissolve you into nothing. Parnjas. Can somebody tell me? Can somebody tell me if like that's actually German? Kermit the Frog. I'm the better villain. I'm the better villain. Yukabaha and Aizen. I am the transcendent being the Soul King kisses the feet of. Yeah. Oh, hello there, Miss Piggy. Yeah. Wasn't that just Gin's plot recycled? Kind of. Maybe. Don't worry about it. Not gonna lie. Story and fights being shit aside, I love Yuhabaha's design and power. Just hits all the right spots for me. Give him to JoJo author and he's legit a top 5 villain. Oh, you can 100% give Yuhabaha's like ability. I promise you, if Araki took Yuhabaha, like the entire concept of it, and turned him into a character with a stand, he would unironically be not only one of the most interesting villains in the series, but he could possibly develop an actual countermeasure based on, you know, Broken Hack's abilities that could actually beat fucking Yuhabaha without it having to be some random Deus Ex Machina arrow where it was like, oh, I couldn't foresee this. Why couldn't I foresee this, guys? I don't know, but this is weird. Isn't it fucking strange? Kermit, is this your Bankai, Ichigo? I am unimpressed with you. Yeah, type shit. Uryu, I was planning to stop you from the start. I was planning on stopping you from the start. Also, Uryu helps him reach godhood for no reason. I could help with the German word because I just happen to be German. I appreciate that, Memento. I really do appreciate that. Let me know if there's anything here that isn't actually German, because I'm starting to think that Kubo just made shit up and made it try to sound German. By the way, I remember watching, well, it was mostly from like watching Yugi-tubers, like Yu-Gi-Oh content creators and stuff, but Joshua Schmidt, one of the old, I think it's one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champions. I'm not gonna lie, I think he did like a quick one of his like videos on a second channel talking about like some German words and like Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff like that. It was pretty interesting. One of them is like actually let me show you. There's a Ultimate Athlete UA Perfect Ace German. Yeah, the UA Perfect Ace in German. Yeah, so this is a card called, this is basically from an archetype where they have, like, ultimate athletes, where they all have a, the entire theme around them is that, like, they all are, like, the perfect athletes for, like, different sports, and obviously, Perfect Ace would be for, like, baseball. He's the pitcher, and and in German, it just so happened to be pronounced as perfect ass. That's so funny to me. They literally just have ass in a Yu-Gi-Oh text. That's so funny. I know it's supposed to be German, but still. Oh no! I'm gonna steal the powers, Kurosaki. I asked you, what the hell do you think you're doing, Ishida? I don't know, man. Probably because it took him a long time to forge it. I mean, didn't you see, like, the cool-ass design that the arrow had? The intricate ornamental work around the arrow? Something like that can only be made by a true artisan. And I guess because he's a doctor, he's not a real artisan, so he had to, like, you know, take his time to, like, really make it work. He probably had some, like, YouTube tutorial. You know what? I'm willing to bet that the way that Uryu's dad made the arrow was by, like, how to make steel arrowheads. How to make a metal arrowhead. He was probably YouTubing the fuck out of it, and he just kind of did a DIY arrowheads by using, like, a cauldron or whatever. I'm pretty sure this is what his father did. He just Googled the fuck out of it, man. Anyway, back on this. Now you have a little bit of Smeagol and Golem's voice there alongside Kermit the Frog. I feel like I have really good impersonations when I can get it going. Hi, my name is Stitch. I can also do Stitch. Stitch is one of my favorite voices to do. But anyway, Ishida-kun, Ishida, stay where you are, all of you. If any of you even make the slightest move from that spot, I'll shoot. And then he takes a step. I said I'd shoot. Knock it off with the bullshit. Don't you know why we're here? I was listening. You came here. I was listening. You came here to stop Majesty, correct? I told you I would not allow that. Don't you know, if we don't stop him, everything's going to cease to exist. The Soul Society, the material world, Quaco Mundo, all of it. Do you think I'd be here without knowing that? You know, you never know why we're here and why we're fighting, so why are you over there? Can't you figure it out? It's because I'm a Quincy. That's his reasoning. Guys, the reason why I did all of this, the reason why I allowed him to attain godhood was because I am a Quincy. Stitch and Smeagol have pretty similar voices. They do have pretty similar voices. I feel like mine's is closer to Stitch when like it's like face to face. Okay. Well, most German in Bleach is okay, and I appreciate the inclusion, but sometimes it's weird. Like, the Schrift A is weird thing to say because Schrift means writing. My writing is A weird. Okay. I see where you're coming from. From a grammatical standpoint, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, that makes sense. To be fair, I feel is German like a very difficult language to learn in terms of like how its grammar works compared to other languages? Because I know that like as someone who does also speak fluent Spanish, the stuff that he did for like the Arrancar isn't necessarily incorrect, at least for some of the stuff. But I think like there was like one or two examples where I'm like, this doesn't really feel like Spanish. Uryu is so stupid. This is the worst double agent plot I've ever seen in an anime or manga story. I agree. To be fair, he was confident he could take on the Hollows, and he wasn't expecting so many Hollows to come. He wasn't normal, so there was an Aizen behind him. Gear 5 just launched a rare glove with the Baseball League. Really? Gear 5 baseball glove. No way. No way. That looks so that looks like it's ass. There's only so much you can do with the... Alright, I don't know, man. I probably would have just made it, like, all white with, like, purple hues on it or whatever. This stuff looks terrible. Holy shit, this looks bad. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Luffy's hat? Sash? No, that's supposed to be the gum fruit right there. And I guess it's supposed to be, like, a portion of, like, Luffy's hat? That's terrible. That's actually terrible. Who the fuck designed that? You should fire them. They should get fired. Only 156 would be in rotation? Fuck it, let me get one. Shit. Let me have that as something that I can later sell for millions of dollars. Bad merchandising. That is what it is. It is. We are so winning with One Piece. Suck it series I don't like. Type shit. Something funny about the arrow is that it has so many details. I don't know why, but the image of Ryu's father engraving details on the arrow while people are dying in a war cracked me up. That's what I'm saying, bro. He just pulled up a DIY, and then he said, alright, now how do I get it to look like this? I just imagine him, like, sticking it... I just imagine him sticking it in, like, a, not a cauldron. What's it called? A crucible. I imagine him like sticking the arrowhead into a crucible, heating it up like crazy, and then with like some really precise doctor tools, with like a one of those like surgical knives, he's like slowly creating like the little ornamental designs around it, just engraving it all over the place, making it look nice and stuff, sticking it in the water, sticking in water, have it cool off, then taking it back out, heating it up again, like just doing all this shit. I'm just like, bruh, that sounds like it's a lot of work. I've sat there and actually watched a lot of like crucible, different like weapons being made through like metal forging, and I'm just like, man, you have to just get a lot of shit in order to make this even work as a hobby. That's like one of those hobbies you really have to like invest into, and you really have to like it just has to like click with you. What's this? All this talk about coming here to stop His Majesty had me thinking some kind of great army had shown up, but it's just a bunch of scrubs. Your intervention is unnecessary. Shoot Staffel. Protective Squadron, Royal Guard. They're the same name as Hitler's. Oh, Jesus Christ. I knew it! This is just... Yuhabaka is quite literally just Nazi Jesus. Has Ichigo ever laid the final blow on any of his major villains? Not Aizen. He did it on Yuhabaka. He's only had 2 major villains. Yuhabaho is one of them, and that was really it. If Uryu's dad was smart, he would have prepared multiple arrows before the war. I don't know, man. I think they only needed the one, to be fair. An hour and a half before I can get a proper lunch? That sucks, dude. What bugs me is how did the Ryukin even know that a certain amount of the arrowhead would negate Yukabaga's powers, much less that the guy who absorbed more power from the Soul King? What test did he run to verify that? It was more so, are you into So Bad It's Good movies? Depends on which one you're talking about, because I've seen Halloween 1978, and that movie was just not even so bad it's good, it's just terrible. One such of these need only be sent down. Can't Ichigo fly? Can't Ichigo fly? I know what you're gonna say. He probably wouldn't have survived the fall even if he had. There wouldn't be any way for him to get back up here. But if you kill him before he falls, what kind of conjecture becomes unnecessary? Yes, that is exactly the kind of thing that benefits His Majesty. That is so stupid. That is so stupid. Also, can't they fly? Can't Ichigo fly like Sharknado? I've never seen Sharknado. I had an ex-friend who, whose family would watch all the Sharknado movies back to back. I never got a chance to watch one, though, with them. Well said, newcomer. You have my approval. Right arm of spirit particles. You would ingest me, your child? The falling killing Ichigo was believable. Interesting. Yeah. Instead of blasting the guy that could potentially hold a problem for His Majesty, you said, no, let's just let him fall down. He's totally conscious and the guy has the power to fly, but yeah, no, let's just let him fall down. He's gonna die from here. I don't get it, man. Why are they able to step on the air and then not able to step in the air? What is that the case of? You can see the future, you cannot see the difference in our power. I am now far stronger than you. Right arm, I shall take your power for myself. Right arm, I shall take your power for myself. Kinda asked that these guys expect Ichigo to die from a fall like this, even if he reaches terminal velocity, shouldn't expect enough force to die. Just terminal velocity, he shouldn't experience enough force on impact to die. Yeah? Possibly. I don't know. What the hell? The shaking start up again? What's happening? I've made my own decision. I shall take all that belongs to the Spirit King and seal up the Serite once and for all. I shall take the Spirit King and ingest him until I have utterly consumed him so that none may interfere. Captain Ukitake. Captain Ukitake, what's this? The King arms disappearing. It appears as though it's being absorbed. Yeah. The Soul King, Yukabaka, and Ichigo represent the opposite of the Christianity Trinity. So they represent the opposite of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Who's the Holy Spirit in this case? Who's the Father and who's the Son? The Soul King's the Father, Yukabaka's the Son. Why is Ichigo the Holy Spirit? That doesn't make any sense. Ichigo's not holy. He's not a spirit, he's actually a human. I feel like people make like these false comparisons and then say, oh man, yo, Kubo, fucking genius, man. Yo, Kubo, like, dude, what if Yukabaka is actually a representation of like the opposite of the Christian Trinity? What exactly makes Ichigo the Holy Spirit? Maybe a goofy voice would fit this reading as well. Gorge! Now listen here, Maxie. The Spirit King's right arm is disappearing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Yukabaka's not the Holy Spirit, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that like Yukabaka's the Father when he's the son of the Soul King. Like, that doesn't make any sense at that point. At that point, we're just throwing shit around. Holy shit, we have Yukabaka on stream! Holy shit! It's people wishing really hard for Bleach to his deep. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's being sealed off. Your Majesty, you stumbled. Are you all right? Chi. What the hell is this? Calm yourself. This is the flood of the Spirit King's powers having been released from the seal the Shinigami placed upon it. The Spirit King's power became an uncontainable torrent that flowed through His Majesty's body. It will not harm any of you, for the Spirit King's enemy are the Shinigami. Why are they the enemies? Why are they the enemies? Can you explain to me why they're the enemies? What makes them the enemies? It's so dark, almost like it's night. What the hell happened? Don't know, don't care. This is clearly Quincy's doing. Look, part of the Shakomaku is missing. It's likely that the Sere walls collapsed and created a hole. Before the Spirit King's right arm was using it to get to the Spirit Palace, but as the situation stands now, it becomes a target of opportunity for the enemy. Captain, where are you going? Where am I going? I don't intend to sit idly by and watch. I'm going to destroy the damn canopy, obviously. Bankai, Jakuho, Raikobin. What the hell are these things? Ooh. Yeah, look at it. Look at Soifeng not doing. Well, that's not my problem. I don't care what Can't Be Your Old World does. That far as I'm concerned, it is a dog shit novel that means nothing to me or anybody. Because guess what? It should have been in the story. Shut up. Why does she hit him, man? Alright, you know what? Fuck. He just saved your life again, and now you're punching him in the face. Yo, I'm going to kill. It's not a copy 1-to-1. It's like more like the anti-Trinity, a bad copy. What makes it an anti-Trinity, though? What makes it an anti-Trinity? Knight of the Old Republic is more deep than this. Can't Fear World is actually a lot better than Bleach, partially because it isn't written by Kubo. Hey, that's fine, man. That's fine. You know what? Listen. If the people who have read like all jokes aside, if the people who have read Can't Fear Your Own World say, or any of the other novels say, it is like legitimately like great writing and it's so in depth and it really just solves a lot of Bleach's problems, that's fine. Honestly, I love that for ya. I'm not experiencing that. You should have a counter for every time that requires a secondary source to be understand. I really should. As a matter of fact, whenever I'm going to be writing through the Bleach, whenever I write through, like, the Bleach script, I'm so down for, like, as I'm going through, like, a lot of my points and stuff like that, going through, like, every single arc, I'm down for, like, people to help me call out every single thing that the Can't Fear Your Own World does. That, like, covers something that should have been taken in the story. They just keep coming. Damn it, at this rate, we'll never get a chance to destroy the canopy. How very comical. Why are you clearing away small groups with your swords? Impossible. You can simply crush them all at once with Reiatsu. Okay, they're being crushed. It can't be you, Aizen. It has been some time, Rukia Kuchiki. Well, I say that, but I don't recall having spoken with you since the time I took our leave from the Guardian squads. First of all, congratulations on your promotion of Vice Captain. Nothing pleases me more than to see your deeds in the battlefield be recognized. You should be imprisoned in the Muken. Why are you here? My sentence has been commuted. Ridiculous. Who in the world? I would. Captain Kyoraku? You're probably going to ask me why, and I'll head and I determined that his power is necessary. But, Captain, what are you... Okay, I don't care about any of this. You're convinced to accept the lying bastard. How shameless you're all taking about this. What you're talking about is pride, right? Now, let's talk about being guardians. You can't protect the world with pride and use evil to defeat evil. I don't think that's evil at all. You can't protect the world with pride. And using evil to defeat evil, I don't think that's evil at all. It appears the debate is over. So would you mind releasing the bindings on my arms and letting me out of this chair? No can do. Why not? I told you. I've only been permitted to use 3 keys. The mouth, left eye, and ankles. I'm not allowed to release any of other bindings. So you're telling me to deal with these things while sitting here? Something which you don't appear to be incapable of. You underestimate me. I have no such power as I am now. I'm not talking about if you've got the power. I'm talking about... what I'm talking about is you don't seem like you're just gonna sit there and watch yourself be chewed up by these eyeball monsters. There's so many of them. Damn, you're a vexing man. I'm honored. Run. Fall back to the lab. Hado number 90, Kuro Hitsugi. Sakura and Sarada would get absolutely fucking curb stomped. There's nothing they can do. They do not keep up with them in terms of speed. Yamato, and Sarada especially, if she gets hit in the head once by either Big Mom or Yamato, she's literally going to have her skull split in 2. They do not have great durability feats. What is Sakura going to do? She does not have a strength feat that even remotely puts her on the same plane as a Yonko. She really doesn't. Sakura doesn't even have a continental feat. She's not going to stand up against a Yonko who's beyond continental. Has Yuhabaka as a member of the Anti-Trinity took 99 years to come back, which is the number of the beast or Antichrist. No, the number of the beast or the Antichrist is 666. Saying 999 being flipped upside down also means that now he's also the flip of that. Like, no way, man. No, how does she win? She doesn't even get her Mangekyo Sharingan out before she gets blitzed in one shot. It's not close. It's really not close. You do know, Kyoraku, that the act of releasing Aizen is an insult to us all. And no one gives a shit if you're insulted, you fucking dumbass. You guys are gonna get fucking slaughtered. You were the one who said rules must be broken in order for in the middle of a time of war, and you're sitting here saying, "Oh man, this is so crazy, dude. Why aren't you trusting us? I mean, we just came back from Squad Zero. You were getting destroyed. You were getting absolutely destroyed. You guys barely staved off an invasion." Fucking dumbasses, dude. I swear to God. Bleach is almost half the roster in Bleach has... At least over half of the roster in Bleach... 9? I don't think 9 is a holy number. I think 7 is a holy number. Over half of the roster in Bleach has more fucking pride than Vegeta, bruh. Beat the hell out of me all you want. We're assuming we're able to defend the Serite, that is. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this was a second page. Cool. He got stronger while he was imprisoned in Muken. Damn monster. Well. This is quite a chair. It's direct. Hirokatsugi must be fashioned. The same work than the crucifix and the Muken. You son of a bitch. That's why you deliberately targeted yourself. There's no time for chit chat. This is this much power from a chantless Hirokatsugi. He may have become more powerful in a time since his battle with Kurosaki-san. We're gonna destroy that canopy now. While those eyeball monsters are gone, there is no need. My gravity of my Kurokitsugi fractured the canopy. Such is the density of the spirit particles. The remainder will destroy themselves with a blast from my Reiatsu. Eyes in the gateway. The Reiatsu we've gathered from the gateway is dispersing the gateway. There's no need for that. It is likely there is a hole in the spirit palace's protective barrier. If you need the spirit palace, then I'll shoot it out of the sky for you. He shoots it up. Shoot down the Spirit King Palace. No, wait, can he really? Okay. Releasing a lot of Reiatsu. Not gonna happen. You said it yourself. Those restraints can't eliminate your Reiatsu. Then you can only confine it to your vicinity. But that confining force is unbelievably powerful. That is the sum of the Soul Society's technological prowess. We can't have you making a mockery of it. Isn't that right, Captain Kurotsuchi? Hold on a second. Hold on a segundo, por favor. Hold on a damn segundo, por favor. Okay. This guy got wiped out. Okay. You guys remember this guy? You guys remember the ugly black dude with like the weird hair, the goggles, and the miscolored teeth? Why is he still around? I thought he got off Schwaland. How far does Gear 5 Diddy get into the 7 Deadly Sins? Gear 5 Diddy is a greater force than that of Meliodas when it comes to touching people in inappropriate places. And in all honesty, with Meliodas having the powers of the Demon King and not even remotely coming into half of the power that someone like Gear 5 Diddy has, I honestly think that like there is even a case where Gear 5 Diddy could take down the King of Chaos, Arthur. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. Ohirume. Let's see. Ohirume allows Sarada to create a maximum of 4 black spheres, each of which has a diameter ranging of about 5 to 525, 250 centimeters. These spheres have a gravitational pull disproportionate to their mass, allowing them to generate a powerful gravity, which Sarada can freely control to attract matter, including weapons, jutsu, and living beings. By altering the gravitational force, she can pin enemies against the sphere and crush them, or even detonate the spheres to produce an explosion. Only targets directly targeted by Sarada's gaze, she's not fast enough to keep up with them visually, are affected by the gravitational force. Though if the target is a living being, then she is susceptible to the gravitational pull as well. Yup, so she would probably have to crush herself under the mass of her own gravity in order to just hit somebody like Big Mom. To combat this drawback, you can only control each of these 4 spheres to balance the gravity applied to her, allowing her to levitate. By moving in sync with the sphere, she can also fly at high speed, similar to the Otsutsuki. A major drawback is that it consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, and like other Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, causes eyesight deterioration and eventual blindness. Amplifying the gravitational force places strain on Sarada, causing her used eye to bleed. The first time she used the technique, fell unconscious from the exertion. She's not beating up from this. She's really not. How do you feel, Aizen, coming back? Hope he finally grew to you? No, he did not. I don't care for Aizen as a character. He does nothing for me. Aizen does absolutely nothing for me. He really doesn't. Nothing that he does I find even remotely interesting or cool. He just has a lot of Reiatsu. That's the only thing he's ever really had. Aizen is 2 things. Big Reiatsu, perfect hypnosis. He did one of those 2 things. There is nothing about that is even remotely interesting to me. A Shinigami's Reiatsu will gush forth in perpetuity so long as their heart is beating. You cannot stop the Reiatsu flow without stopping the heart. The criminals of Muken are all, for one reason or another, incapable of being terminated. There is simply no executioner in the Soul Society capable of stopping their hearts. That is why, in creating those restraints, we did not pour even an ounce of our efforts into eliminating Reiatsu from the start. All our technological capabilities were spent restraining the Reiatsu along with your body, and the extent of the restraint is at my discretion. Did you think you were able to use your power as you wished because it was beyond my technology? That's very naive, Sosuke Aizen. Regardless of whether you are capable of shooting down the Spirit King Palace or not, doing such a thing while wearing bindings that I created would have implications for my reputation. I see. So you've been controlling the level of restraint with that device. In that case, why don't you try setting it to maximum? Your technology versus my power. Let's see which one. Shing! I'll check out that video. Oh, I've had a ton of time to scope your Reiatsu, yeah. I don't know if it's something to do with that black suit or what, but your Reiatsu's full of hella holes. If I can accurately determine the layout of your Reiatsu, then I can widen the holes and leave you as naked as a newborn baby, versus an opponent that can't move. Even it's easier to tearing those legs apart off like a chicken. Yeah. Still conscious? This guy's a real beast. One second. I'm just doing something real quick. Listen, a bottle of baby oil versus the Demon King. All I'm saying is, you guys have never seen someone zip around at the speed of sound because they were covered in oil. I don't think you guys have ever seen that. I don't think you guys have ever witnessed Greased Up Deaf Man from Family Guy. But anyway, back to mid. Still conscious, what it be? I'll just completely paralyze your Reiatsu and make it so you can't move. The underbelly? What the fuck does the underbelly even mean? How would your opinion of Bleach change if Aizen was replaced with Gear 5 Diddy? I don't think it would be. I don't think that Gear 5 Diddy would have... I don't think Gear 5 Diddy would have enough, or at least he wouldn't be able to do enough to be able to change the concept that is Bleach's terrible writing. His mom and dad really looked down on him and decided to call their son na. That's bad. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Fire Fist Ace versus Boa Hancock. I'd probably give it to Boa. Bad time for the bad guys to show up. How's the gate? No good. The recent activity completely shattered the Rialto. We'll have to start over from step 1. Damn. Things really got messy. Really messy. Yeah. Shopkeeper Urahara. Stay in here there and concentrate on making the gate. I'll take care of things up here. Alright, it's all yours. Oh, zombies. I'm surprised to see you're still alive, zombie girl. I suppose that means the zombie controller is herself a zombie. Yeah. Hey, Quincy's, we all feel the same way about knocking down the Spirit King Palace thing. It doesn't mean that... I don't suppose that means you all came here to give us a hand. Not a chance in hell. What it means is that we can't have him knocking down the Spirit Palace with his majesty inside. No, we can never do that. I guess that means you're gonna have to fight. You think you can fight? I've already scoped out all of you. I can use my morphine pattern to paralyze each and every one of you. Ooh, Basby, you son of a... What's all this about? We'll give you a hand. The Vanderreich exists in the shadow of the Serite. You're not the only ones who can't let the Spirit King drop out of the sky and wreck the place. So you're going to cooperate with us? You're telling us to believe that? I'm not telling you to believe anything. I'm just saying we're doing it for free either. I'm talking about making an exchange. We're gonna help you make the gate to the Spirit Palace, and in return, you're gonna take us with you. Yuhabaha tossed us out like trash, so we're gonna go kill him dead. I see. I think this is probably... What do you scale Meliodas at? I don't scale him at all because I don't know how strong he is. Probably planetary. Probably planetary. I don't know. That we're going to destroy the world, right? That probably makes him planetary. Are you able to move already? I really wouldn't be able to call... I wouldn't really call this able to move. If you're going to kill me now, would be the time. Are you kidding me? If something like that could kill you, we'd have done it a long time ago. Man, taking an attack like that with your Reiatsu in a suppressed state and all it did was make you unable to move for 5 minutes or so, kind of makes you feel bad for the Quincy down there. Number before I've ever been rendered unable to move for 5 minutes. There's no real reason to feel sorry for him. Indeed, if you're still not feeling 100%, then how about you just chill out here for a while until the gate is finished, that is. Eon, do you think current Gear 5 Luffy is strong enough to go up against King of Hell Zoro? I mean, Zoro kind of has the best feat against Elders and Egghead. I don't agree with that. I think Luffy's feats against the Elders are way better than Zoro. What did Zoro do? Blocked one away? He clashed with one and knocked him away, I guess? Not really. He got blown away himself. Zoro's not stronger than Luffy. If you really think Zoro's stronger than Luffy or even remotely close to him, I really would ask you to look at Gear 5 Luffy again and probably readdress that. You're allowed to believe it, though. It's fine, but I don't think anyone would agree with the concept that... Gear 5 Luffy isn't strong enough to completely curb stomp Zoro, if I had to be honest. Aster Ashvalan never made any sense. It targets all Quincy's, but Kurosaki sisters are not a target. They're mixed Quincy's as well. Yep. I guess it has a limited range or something, man. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's up in the Soul King's palace. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. The Zombie Boy is the worst character in the entire Bleach series. Why is he the worst character in the entire Bleach series? Yeah, they keep saying Uryu is special because he survived despite not being a pureblood Quincy, but the Kurosaki wasn't affected. Weird. Yeah. Let's get Zoro to Admiral level first. Make the Elders block his attack, though. Okay, and Luffy sent one of them flying. He made an Elder block his attack. Cool. Luffy quite literally dealt with an Elder and an Admiral at the same time. As a matter of fact, Luffy basically caused Saturn to bring out all the other guys. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. That's not a good enough reason. The Shinigami and the Quincy joining forces to defend this old side together. It just so happened that they all ended following you and aspiring to defeat the same foe. Damn it. To think that the one who stopped me would set foot in the Spirit Palace before I did. You are truly an intolerable man. Fuck. Kurosaki Ichigo. Was this really necessary? No. Instead of giving us, some good writing, instead of filling out certain pieces of plot so that we can, make the series make more sense. Instead of having a single panel worth of dialogue that could have helped promote the story, Kubo just so happens to be like me for real, right? This was... No, you guys don't get it. This was entirely integral to the story. The entire concept of the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War could not have gone on without this specific panel, man. I mean, listen, I'm not here to tell you whether or not Giselle is a good character or not. I don't think that Giselle is all that great of a character, but the fact is that, she's a bit of a bitch, if I'm gonna be honest with you, too, but all the Bambis are. I view it as less of a case of, I really do view it less of a case of, her just being a poorly written character or a bad written character that Kubo just keeps bringing back, and more so just... she's kind of inconsequential. She turned some of the fucking captains into zombies just for Kurotsuchi to turn them back into zombies. Still got Zara winning with her recent fight against Ryu. Okay, what does this... How the hell does her scaling even remotely compare to guys that are many upon many times faster than her and Sakura? I don't understand how you could say she can win against Big Mom, who can literally send out a shockwave that blasts straight through everything it hits. Oh, but she's gonna manipulate that with gravity, yeah, and then she's gonna get speed blitzed and slashed straight through. Sarada cannot take a hit. Oh, he had time to draw this, but he couldn't just type some stuff up? Yeah, no. Yeah. No, that's a bullshit excuse, Sukuna. No, that's a bullshit excuse. Listen, I don't give a shit about anime having fan service. I don't give a shit about manga having fan service. Fan service is completely fine, as long as it doesn't get to a certain point. But what I'm saying is, when you have a series this flawed, with so many things that needed supplementary sources to completely make sense... Yeah, I'm happy that he threw in Yoruichi upskirt shot for that. No, this is bullshit. And this is the thing that really pisses me off about Bleach fans as a whole. And I usually never try, and I think I've made it very clear for over a year now that I don't like grouping people into a single conglomerate. I don't like doing that. I don't like saying Bleach fans. I don't like saying Naruto fans. I don't like saying One Piece fans. I don't like saying that because it completely removes any kind of... It completely removes the concept that, people have different reasons for liking something, and it completely generalizes an entire group of people. But the thing that really pisses me off about Bleach fans is that they look at something like this, see a justifiable complaint. Again, I don't give a shit about the fan service. The fan service is fine. He's just like me for real. But, again, was this necessary when you could have added a line of text that helped simplify or explain something that wasn't properly explained before? No, I have to go to an entire novel that isn't the source material in order to have some of these questions answered. But Kubo had time to draw this. Yeah, no, this man had his priorities elsewhere. He was drawing with one hand. Wait, something's coming back to me. He grabbed it, crushed it, then she saves him. Sorry about that, Ichigo. No problem. How about you, Ganju? Dude, it's too dark right now. People are getting off the... It's too dark? This shit is not dark. I've seen more dark shit off of One Piece. Maybe gory. Maybe you want to use the word gory, but it's not dark. The 1,000-Year Blood War is not that dark. What about the 1,000-Year Blood War is dark? A couple of people die and they get turned into zombies? Oh, fantastic. I've seen that already happen with Gecko Moria. As a matter of fact, I saw a man in that very arc turn his wife into a zombie and then stick a brain into her because he couldn't handle her not dying. I've seen darker things in Naruto and Bleach than anything I've seen in the 1,000-Year Blood War. Again, Bleach fans like to defend every little action by saying, oh, bro, it's just very dark. Oh, bro, Kubo just writes things in a very dark place. No, man, no, it's just excuses. It's just dog shit excuses. I'm sorry. Okay, Yamamoto got sliced in half. Fantastic. Good for him. Wow, I don't care. So what? What about him getting sliced in half is dark? Cool. Shizui had to take out his own eye and give it to his friend. Kind of reminds me of the character from Pokemon ZA that has a full modeled feet while their buildings are just made of 2 or 3 polygons. Yep. Yeah. Asnot really had the darkest thing that happened in Bleach, and even then it was creepy. No. No, the excuses. I'm gonna be honest, I think Kubo ad-libbed the entire thing. He might as well have been consulting a magic 8-ball to figure out what happens next. I agree, man. Everybody, sit time, I'll pull you up here. Ooh, wow, I really thought I was done for. I've been hiding in Ichigo's shirt and all, but if I miss a chance to pop out, I may never show up again. It was all Kone's fault. Half of it was mine. Where did that little bastard go? He doesn't have a thing. He gets away with the worst possible time. Where is she? She's gonna... No way, he's hiding me in his shirt again. Yeah, cut it out, damn it. Do bad shit to me and you'll get your ass kicked. And I'll kick your ass in muscle mode. God, not the eyes. My eyes are defenseless. What is this even about? And now then, shall we launch our counterattack? Thanks, Inoue. Okay. It seems to be alright. We're in a bit of a hurry as things are now. We have no idea when this floating Trade Town will collapse. That means just one thing. We just gotta start by figuring out how we're gonna get back up there. Can't you fly? It's a pretty good distance from here. I might be able to manage making some Reiatsu footholds, but if Chad and the other Inoue, Santa, and Keshu get shot on the way, then it's gonna be hard for them to move. We don't have to worry about that. Open up. Yeah. Man. This writing is so ass. Yeah, Whitebeard having part of his face being blasted off. Yeah, that's not dark, right? Yamamoto being split in half. Yeah, okay. Yo, long time no see, Kurosaki. Oh, wow, it's Grimmjow. He's back. How interesting. The guy who got slashed through the chest by Ichigo. Wow, so interesting, so cool. How many years it's been? Looks like the wounds you got fighting me are all healed up. Damn right. You look like you're doing pretty well yourself. What did you think? I was dead? Wow. Like I could die without killing you first. I've been wanting to settle things with you. Yeah. You... Ichigo... Nell, I missed you so much, Ichigo. Urahara made me a bracelet that lets me go back and forth between kid and adult form. Now I can finally be of some real use to you, but you know, as long as I have this, I probably won't go back as a kid. Inoue, I know you're probably thinking that damn Urahara's always making things nobody wants or needs, but that's not the case. He's just working hard. No, that's not at all, Sadoku. Not at all. I wasn't thinking like that at all. What the hell are you doing, you bitch? You're in the way. That's my line. If you're gonna pick fights in the middle of the battlefield, just stay in Hueco Mundo. I'm Tress. I don't recall having to take orders from you, Sace. What a bunch of bullshit. You think those numbers mean anything now that Aizen's gone? Want to give it a go? You and me, let's find out who's stronger. Didn't Grimmjow also get stronger between the 1,000-Year Blood War? People really say the 1,000-Year Blood War is dark when One Piece legit had humans selling, slavery, and law, hiding in the dead bodies in order to survive, Dofi getting tortured, Whitebeard getting half of his face blasted off. Naruki, I appreciate it, but no need to spam it, man. Did you know that lobsters are blue and green blood because they have copper instead of iron in their hemoglobin? I did not know that. That's an interesting fun fact. So that's a message. You're close to the famous Ichigo rug panel. What's the Ichigo rug panel? What do you think about the Squad Zero fights? They're boring. They're really boring. Hold it, Grimmjow. No, now we're going, guys. What's wrong? The place is full of morons. You guys, everyone just calls each other a fucking idiot, man. What is this writing? Everyone just calls themselves, oh, hey, idiot. Oh, hey, dumbass. Oh, hey, stupid. Oh, hey, moron. Or hey, nincompoop. Or hey, ignoramus. Like, no, you're fine, dude. The rug pull panel. I got you. Anyway, they're gonna find us, so how about you guys hurry up and get in here? I'll tell you all about it later. What the hell is that box? So just hurry up and get here inside already. Riruka, I'm here too. And I think I can tell just by looking at it, but this is my ability, so for now, come inside. Open, lock. Now then, what part do you want me to explain, Ichigo? All of it. By the way, can I just say, the concept of bringing back old enemies as allies, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to be like 100% real. I'm kind of mad 6 isn't for this. The concept of bringing back old enemies as allies to help you win the final battle, Yeah, Black Clover did it way fucking better. Black Clover did it way fucking better. If we're talking about bringing back older enemies in order to have them help out in the final battle, Black Clover did that shit 100 billion trillion times better. What I find hilarious is that RTTV reacted to both Bleach, TYB, and Grimjaw's Return. They all agreed Lucci's stronger animation all really sells. Probably. Askin will demolish the plot armor of the team. Copies Bleach and is a bootleg? No. Yeah, sure. You can believe that. You have every right to believe that. Why does it feel like you're gonna only tell me about one part of this? It's I would argue mostly Naruto, but it's regardless. A series copying another series or a series taking certain tropes from another series does not mean that it is innately worse because it took inspiration, by the way. If you have that, then you genuinely need to look at yourself and look at how you take in media and say, am I being genuinely fair to the second series that does these concepts and does them better? Because the people who think, oh, Bleach, One Piece, Naruto can't be surpassed by any of modern day shonen or any new generation shonen are objectively wrong. And I mean this in the most objective sense possible. Think just because a series is considered part of the big three, or just because a series is considered great at the time that it comes out in, does not mean it is going to be fantastic 10 or 15 years later. Look at Bleach as an example. The fact that Bleach did the captain concept first, and Black Clover decided to adopt that concept and decided to have the main protagonist use swords and all this other crap, doesn't matter at all. If you're talking about the writing of the story and of the characters and the execution, Black Clover blows it out of the water in the same way I think it blows Naruto out of the water. As a matter of fact, I might do Black Clover next. Well, maybe not next, but soon enough. The thing is that, like, a series like Black Clover consistently fills a lot of the holes that I have with a lot of these series where I mentioned it before. It makes you want to care about the characters because they do things and they don't feel completely useless. And when the characters enact or do something, they don't just get immediately torn down right after they get their big power-up, unlike Bleach and Naruto and all this other crap. And I don't think Black Clover necessarily is going to require an entire series of novels in order to explain half of the stuff in the story, because the author couldn't find a way to make it all either make sense or couldn't find a way to put the information into the story in and of itself. All I'm saying is you really, like, if any of you, and this even pertains to me, if at any point anyone genuinely believes that a story cannot be surpassed by its successors, then you genuinely are just hard stuck on the fact that you cannot look at something critically and say, yeah, no, this is good, but this thing that decided to take this concept and put it with a twist is better. I feel like you're not properly cut out to, like, critique things. Because, like, personally, I'll say this. I think One Piece is peak. And I don't think that any of the new gen shonens have been able to surpass One Piece in either world building or character writing. But at the same time, I do think that they're at least very comparable to it in terms of character writing. I do think it's very comparable, very relative, especially with the way that, again, they brought in old characters like in Black Clover, or in ways where they have allowed characters to have some level of use, like in JJK, especially within, like, the last arc. I think that there will eventually come a time where a series does come out that it will surpass even a series like One Piece and might even be able to cover some of the issues that One Piece had, like, let's say, pacing, for example. Or even if you want to say, like, maybe some bad character designs, because I know that One Piece designs don't always hit with everybody. But the point is, if you're going to sit here and say, oh yeah, no, it's just a copy and it's never going to be as good as Bleach, I'm going to be real with you, you're just thinking, you just have Bleach, you're just glazing Bleach way too much at that point. Like, in all honesty. And it's fine if you want to glaze it, but don't come in here and saying, oh yeah, no, it's just a bad copy, it just does it worse. It really doesn't. It really fucking doesn't, dude. A series can easily be surpassed. Any series could easily be surpassed, including One Piece. And I say that as one of its biggest fans. This is why I also said before, Sukuna is currently my favorite villain of all time. That does not mean somebody else won't come around maybe a decade from now and I'll be like, holy shit, I might like this guy more than Sukuna. It's all about perspective, and you really need to open up your horizons and sometimes say, this is good and I love this, but it's also not great. I can call out a lot of the things that I have problems with One Piece, but then again, a lot of those things are very minor and really don't amount to much in the end. Like not knowing about the Rocky Port incident, you know what? I think that the story can move along without the Rocky Port incident, since it's not pervasive towards a larger narrative of the story. Kobe becoming a captain could easily be just explained away as that he got promoted. The fact that there is an entire incident that allowed Law to also become a warlord, it's great. Should have been in the manga? Probably. But hey, listen. If it's not in the story, it doesn't affect the overall bottom line. Can never surpass Saherd is my king. Fair enough. What the fuck is TOG? Oh, what's up, Stein? Hope you're doing good, man. Hey, what's good, Six? I was glazing Black Clover for a second. I was talking about how like Kubo bringing these characters back kind of doesn't really feel like a hype moment, but seeing the chapters where Black Clover's writer was able to essentially bring back all of Asta's previous villains and helping them like defeat the angels and all this stuff, that shit was fucking pretty much peak, man. Like it really is like two different worlds when you compare them, in my opinion. Yeah, Black Clover's pretty damn good. Black Clover, in my opinion, really just is a better written Naruto and Bleach. It really just is. Why do I feel like you're gonna tell me about that one part, about one part of this? I don't know anything about it at all. Tell me all of it, every last detail. And isn't it weird that I'm the only one who wasn't kept in the loop? Sure is. Well, you were always busy, couldn't do much about that. Really? There were chances to say something here and there, like when we were all going on our way up, and why are you looking at me like this? It's such a hassle. Well, let's put that on the side for now. Oh man, that's great. The only character who could have brought back to the world that would matter is Ulquiorra. Not necessarily. You could have brought back the other Arrancars that weren't instantly cut down. I mean, I thought that... I'm not going to lie to you. For the longest time, I thought that Grimjaw was also dead. And the same thing with Halle Bell. I don't even know what the fuck... I don't even remember what the fuck happened to Coyote Stark. I will never even... I don't even remember what the fuck happened to Coyote Stark. Why did Coyote Stark die? What killed him? A lot of people hate on Mimosa bringing people back with healing, but it's insanely well written. I think that Mimosa's a good healer. I mean, listen, as a healer, she does her job well. Like, why did Unohana have to die? He was too lonely? I don't know. He seemed like he was full with like a lot of people. I don't know, man. The Dangai is what soul society in the material world that you know of. Peppered throughout the area surrounding the Dangai, there exist points of various sizes called Kyogoku, where loose souls gather. Garganta come into existence by filling in the gaps between them. Having passed through it yourself a few times, you should already know this, but Reiatsu doesn't stabilize inside the Garganta, making it impossible to even stand on your own free will without constantly releasing Reiatsu to make a platform. For some reason, only the Kyogoku that I just spoke can continuously exist in there as spirit particle space. All we know about why they can maintain a spirit particle space is that there's something different about their spirit particle composition. Kisuke figured we could use them right as they are, and to that end, we sought out and summoned these two. Okay, that's fine. So the ability to use the power of electricity to create a space at will, that's not quite what it is, but whatever. And you know, it's kind of creepy, but he finds that he can just find us whenever he feels like it. And the ability to insert and remove things from her favorite objects at will. Using Riruka's powers, we put an entire small Kyogoku into a box and transported them. Then using Yukio's power, we fashioned them into a room and rails. Just a short while ago, there you have it. I just completed, but I say completed, but that was only means it became able to traverse the short distance from here to the Spirit Palace using the stake, and I pounded it in a guidepost. But being able to break into the enemy base without giving off Reiatsu is a huge disadvantage. Now we'll be able to ambush them. It's a huge advantage. We'll break through their defenses in one fell swoop. Should we really be doing all this lounging around? What else are we gonna do? If we stay on the same floor as His Majesty, we'll get swallowed up too. Hey, what's the matter, newcomer? You look concerned. His Majesty will be fine. Any moment now, he'll be completely absorbed the Spirit King and grow stronger. Can't Fear Your Old World is not written by Kubo. Probably why people say it's good. Probably why people say it's written well, man. I don't know. This was all done by the Phantom Troop. Good for them. Okay, get set, go. We'll ascend like this until we reach the Spirit Palace, then we'll set up our ambush. When I attempted to place the seal upon the Spirit King, I drove in a stake nearby just like that one below. Assuming they haven't noticed it yet, that's where we should arrive. Got it. Yoruichi-san, that guy in the hood who talked to you, what's his ability? I was too far away to be able to tell what he did. I'm the only one who took the attack, and I'm not even sure. My arm just folded upon on its own. Just don't get close. Try to do something from a distance. We should have asked the High Priest about the Quincy's abilities. Shut up already. I can't figure out what you guys are talking about, and I don't know what's going on, but you could stop thinking about stuff and that's done and over and get all depressed. Your You're dragging us down there. I hate the way that Kubo writes, man. Why the fuck does everybody's always saying, oh, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up? Everybody's always saying, oh, can you shut up, you dumbass? Can you shut up, you moron? Can you shut up, you idiot? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like nobody in this fucking series has any goddamn patience, man. This shit is so aggravating, dude. I hate the fucking character writing, man. What was the point of absorbing the Soul King at this point, for the world would have just already have collapsed? They beat you just so you could stall the world ending? Yeah, I don't get it, man. The way Yoruichi is used within the series is very disappointing. Yeah, they prop her up too much for her to just do so little, in my opinion. It's like, all she ever really does is like... All she really does... I mean, besides like the training portions, I do think the training portions for her are fine, but it always feels like she as a combatant, usually only shows up just to not get any work done. It's like at that point, if she's strong enough to like tussle with all these powerful dudes, why not just send her in? Oh, wait, which comment? Are you guys talking to me? No, you guys are not talking. It's a complex topic. Sometimes things that were good because they were supervised at the time become stale later, and it's easier to write something when it's already been explored. To be fair, most of everyone hates each other and pretty bad beef. Still, it represents the real world. Oh, hi, long time no see. Let's spar, bestie. Nobody is like that in the real world. It's never been a case of that. They don't have to tell each other to shut the fuck up every single time that any one of them is talking. And they don't have to, like, punch each other, jab each other. They don't have to do any of that. Nobody is like that in the real world. It doesn't represent the real world at all. I've never seen anybody in the real world, even if I've been in a room with somebody that I hate, I don't just look at them and say, oh, can you just shut up? We're talking here, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, no, nobody does that, dude. Again, Bleach fans trying to use a bad reason as to why the author does what he does by saying this is trying to represent the real world. Bleach, as a matter of fact, I would even go as far as to say Bleach is probably the least like the real world out of any series I've read so far. It's really the least like the real world. Nobody acts like this. What the fuck are we talking about? Everyone calling each other morons, everyone calling each other idiots, even if they don't like each other. Like, dude, that's not how the real world is at all. Why'd you decide to come over to our side, Grimjout, huh? Who said anything about being on your side? The answer's simple, you little bastard. If that Yuha Baja guy goes unchecked, then Hueco Mundo will disappear, right? If Hueco Mundo disappears, where am I gonna kill you? You got a point there? Wow, that was so cool. It appears to be finished. Yeah, but you're also still a teenager, dude. I was cursing out of my mind and calling people dumbasses all the time, even even up to like my early 20s, dude. It's fine. Eventually, you just kind of... well, I have seen Bobobo, but yeah. I guess Bobobo is a bit more out of it than this series. His Majesty has taken all the Spirit King had before. The Spirit King is no more. We move from this point onward. It is a new world. A tremendous accomplishment indeed, Your Majesty. The hell is this? Some kind of weird shit flowing out of His Majesty? And it's covering the whole damn room. Is that you, Hashvalt? What's the matter? Calm yourself, Naklevar. What the hell? His Majesty's turned into some kind of monster. How can you look at that and not feel anything? Are you afraid? There is no need to fear. There's no need for such fear. You will soon grow accustomed to this form. So, yes. So, this is what it means to be overflowing with power. He was going to destroy the worlds already. Why? Actually, that is a good point. What was the point of absorbing the Soul King's powers or at least the Soul King's right hand, if just removing it was going to crumble the world and do as you wanted? Anybody keeps insulting others for so long with Bleach characters talking eventually don't have real friends. And this is actually a true thing. I remember that, like, one of my closest friends now, like, the dude even told me before, especially when we were back in high school, and especially around the time when I was reading Bleach, and I was really calling everybody like a dumbass, or like a fucking idiot, or like a fucking moronic simpleton. I was like, like, at some point people are like, dude, no, you're just straight up mean. Like, you just insult people for no reason. Insulting people for no reason isn't cool. Cursing people out or calling them an idiot at every chance that you get isn't something that's good writing. It isn't realistic. It's just you being an asshole, and it's gonna make people not want to be around you. I get that all of these characters hate each other, but at the same time, like, you're working together, you might as well try to have some kind of respect for each other, especially since you all know that each of you are competent fighters. Okay, ooh, blah, blah, blah. Hey, why are you so calm, Hashvault? We're definitely as good as dead if we fall from here. Do something. Say something to His Majesty. Hey, such magnificent power. Now that the Spirit King is no more, I assume that the world cannot exist without your Majesty's power. I cannot await your orders, your Majesty. Hashvault, my firstborn. My firstborn son, stand at my back and bear witness to the course. I shall now begin by remaking our kingdom. Yeah. My best friend insults me all the time, but I know he's just joking. You shouldn't take things like this personally. I know! And that's the thing. I was joking as well, but some people just don't like that, dude. Some people genuinely look at it from a perspective of like, okay, one of my boys and he's constantly calling me a W-H-O-R-E, and I'm constantly calling him a P-U-S-S-Y, right? We constantly go back and forth with each other, but that's because he and I have that kind of dynamic. With some of my other friends, we don't do that, right? Because they don't like being insulted for no freaking reason, right? I could be like, oh, alright, now you're being a little stupid right there, and that's completely fine. I could be like, oh yeah, because sometimes this guy likes to be an asshole, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Again, we laugh it off. Trust me, my friends and I, we can insult each other like that, but it's never a consistent flow of insults with each other in the same way that it feels like for these characters, man. It's like this is all Kubo knows about how to make his teenage-looking characters talk. Bean Eater? That's though, I hope you recover from that. No, I never recovered from that. One time my friend called me that, and I was literally in the hospital with a mask that was necessary in order for me to breathe because it almost took me out, man. I couldn't handle it. Not from somebody like that. People have tolerance for this kind of things. It's all about boundaries. Like, yeah, it's all about boundaries. And don't get me wrong, I don't think that, like, if you and one of your friends, or, like, 2 or 3 of your friends, like, you guys are calling each other, like, dumbass and stuff like that every now and then, I don't think that's a bad thing. Again, it's all about what boundaries people are willing to set up for each other. But with Bleach, it just feels like everybody just has this issue. How many chapters do you have left? 26, 27, so I have about 49 left. I have about 49 chapters left. No, wait, 49? What the fuck am I talking about? 59 chapters left. Sorry. Damn it, I was close. But see, I'm good at math. It's just I do quick maths. I'm not leaving this spot under any circumstance. If you're going to do this, you're doing it on your own. What? What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. I don't know who you are either. Didn't they introduce themselves to each other earlier? Ganjo introduced himself, but Yukio wasn't paying attention. I don't know who you are, but let me say this. We're gonna be out there fighting for our lives. How can you just stay in here like that? Because I was just dragged into this. I don't have any obligation to fight for my life. It isn't fighting for your life when you do it out of obligation. Let me point something out to you. How can you hide here and do whatever you want, but if you lose, this Garganta here is gonna disappear too? Are you going to lose? But if we lose, give it a rest, Ganjo. He's got you there. You stay here. I think that's what I've been saying I'm going to do. And Riruka, you stay here too, huh? Given your abilities, this next battle is going to be nothing but dangerous for you. Stay put. By the way, can I just say this? Why is Ganju even here? No Black Clover is still ongoing. And it's currently cooking. It is cooking. I do agree with that. I do think Black Clover does a really good job at like making up for the time that we go without reading it. What are you saying? Don't just... I went inside a Kyogoku once. You only take a liking to things that are cute, and you can only put cute stuff inside your box. There's no way you'll be able to put Kyogoku into your box because you thought they were cute. You had to bend over backwards and you did it for us, right? Thanks. This is a cute moment. I will admit this is a cute moment. It is definitely going to end soon. Not really, and it just so happens that it's not that I'd like you to do one more thing for us. Stay here with Yukio and have things ready so that we can get out of here at a moment's notice. Alright. Hey, Ichigo, you've really grown. You've really grown up. Really? Why'd you say that? Nah, maybe not. Now that I think about it, you've always been like this. What the hell is going on? Yeah. The Vanderike landscape that was covering this Urtate is being ripped apart. Why is this happening? Why are the Quincy trying to do the hell? They've been working our asses off and finally got the gate nearly finished. So what the hell do the bad guys think they're doing? I guess they're just dropping it all there. Seems we've arrived. Let's go. Alright, it's finished. Alright, I'm opening up the gate. Everybody ready? Yup. They're opening it up. What the hell is this? This isn't the Spirit Palace. It's the Quincy City. What the hell are we? It can't be. Does this mean that we didn't come out of the palace where I drove the stake in? Ichigo. It seems that this is, without a doubt, the Spirit King's palace. That damn Yuhabaha. He remade the Spirit Palace into something of his own design. Yeah. What the hell is this? We were supposed to be connected to the Spirit Palace. How do we end up in the Quincy Cities? Kisuke, what the hell's going on? We didn't arrive at the Spirit Palace. No, our coordinates put us directly over the Serite. This must be the Spirit Palace. In other words, they demolished the Spirit Palace, and its place resembled, and in its place resembled the city they brought up from the Serite earlier. Don't be ridiculous. That lot from before couldn't do something like this. That means the enemy has obtained that much power. Yeah. Okay, look, the edge of the city is circular. Perhaps this was one of the 5 Squad Zero keeps from the floating beneath the Spirit Palace, but I don't see the Spirit Palace floating over there, so that must mean the Spirit Palace has fallen, and all that it held was fallen into the enemy's hands. Yeah, humor in Bleach in general is just not that funny in my opinion. Well, sometimes it is. I can definitely say sometimes it is. This can't be. We managed to avoid being caught up in the virtue of being inside the Garganta, I suppose. We should count ourselves lucky. That's my sister's Ryatsu. That Ryatsu, Yushiro. Who's that? Yushiro Shioing, my younger brother. He became the leader of the Shioing clan after I was forced into exile. You have a little brother? That's the first time you've said it. Why would I go into the way to introduce you my little brother? I'm not betrothed to you. The heir to the house Shioing is the ultimate martial arts clan. Wait. How do you get that from looking at me? He and I are alike in appearance. Not that appearance. I'm coming, sis. Wow, you dumbass. What the hell are you doing? I'm sorry. I wasn't able to make a foothold for some reason. It seems making footholds with spirit particles will prove difficult here. What do you mean? You should be feeling it as well, but the Spirit Palace has an extremely spirit particle rich atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, being unable to make footholds with such spirit particles would be unthinkable. There can only be one reason for it. The Quincy hold dominion over all the spirit particles in this area. They're lying in waiting for us in nature that they would prepare an uneven battlefield. Moreover, if the combat through spirit particle manipulations is the essence of the Quincy, then something such as this is certainly within the realm of possibility for them, especially considering their leader. Even more so, he is capable of slaying... If he is capable of slaying the Spirit King. I mean, slaying the Spirit King is not exactly a hard thing to do. JJK has okay humor. I don't think it's fantastic, but I do think it's fine. It does chuck me up a few times, like Yuji wearing a hotel robe and holding like a cup of wine just because he's never been like in a position like that. So he's like, "Fuck it, while we're in here, let me act like more of an adult." I think that was funny. I think that was cute. It's crazy how Goontail handled its sidecast better than Bleach in terms of them accomplishing things. Even the overly sexualized girls usually get their time to shine. I agree. Lobotomy Kaizen is peak, though. It is. Indeed, I haven't felt the reality of the Spirit King even once since we set foot on the Spirit Palace, so Spirit King really has been slain then. Now, there may be far away, but fortunately for us, I feel Ichigo and the others Reiatsu. The fact that the advanced team hasn't been wiped out is good enough. If the Spirit King really died at the hands of the enemy, then we just need to take them out and decide a new Spirit King. I think that's what Ukitake would say if he was able to speak right now. Now then, shall we get going? Since we can't join forces with Ichigo and the others, our only choice is to advance down the path before us. We of the Gote 13 shall advance in order to protect. Right. It's just One Piece without the sauce. As hard as it is for me to say, that's the only compliment One Piece gets from me. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to understand what your metrics of a good series is, because saying that One Piece only has the sauce is the only compliment that it'll get is kind of crazy. What the hell is that? Do you even need to ask? That's the enemy's base. Forget nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. It's almost as if they're telling us to move on. No kidding. How nice of them. Lord Yuhabaha, Kurosaki Ichigo's party, and the party of the Gote 13 appear to have almost simultaneously forced their way into Welt, this castle. This castle will eventually become the cornerstone of a new world, the single true world. It shall be known as Warwelt, the true world castle. I don't know how anybody doesn't call Uryu out and hold him responsible for aiding the death of the Soul King, then just lets him go free with no hard rebuke of his actions and inactions. That's what I'm saying, man. I feel like Uryu got out of there scot-free. Very easily. You do realize that just makes the fact that it handles its cast better than Bleach worse. Warwelt in the future, that is what this castle will be called. So we shall crush the enemies to the last man in order to attain the future His Majesty's eyes have envisioned. They shall become the foundation stones of the new world here in Warwelt. Yeah, they don't really get consequences. Like, they made a whole big deal about fucking Rukia. It's just blatant power of friendship, unlike the stuff that I actually love and I don't like. And do the power of friendship. It's dark, gritty, and super. There's nothing about Bleach is realistic. You keep saying that, but you have yet to prove to me that anything in Bleach is even remotely realistic. There is nothing about Bleach that is even remote. That is just blatantly being disingenuous. There is not a single thing about Bleach that has even been remotely realistic. Dark and gritty? What about Bleach is dark and gritty? What about Bleach has been dark and gritty? Because if you want to talk about people being slashed in half or perforated or whatever, I could literally just show you. If you want to see some like real foul shit, I could literally just, like, you talk about Head Captain Yamamoto being crushed or split in half or whatever the fuck his whole thing was, and Yugabaga standing on top of him. Not here. Let me go back like 6 chapters. This guy got crushed by a Susanoo hand. This guy got literally crushed inside a Susanoo hand. I think Joey Boy used the base of the Hito Hito no Mi. Probably similar enough to Luffy. Similar to Luffy, or is it used differently? Luffy is a goofball who can stretch really far. Naruto legit has a demon inside of him. Ichigo is just a dude who gets good grades in school. That is such a disingenuous take. Ichigo is the son of a god of death and a daughter of Nazi Jesus, who also has an evil spirit of a hollow sealed within him. Do not be disingenuous, my guy. Do not be disingenuous. There is nothing realistic about that. Ichigo is somehow the culmination of all the major races of the verse, yet you're gonna say he's just gets good grades in school? Yeah, no, you're just disingenuous. This is why I don't take the things that you say seriously, because it's literally just disingenuous. Just read Warhammer Fantasy or Berserk. I'm good. I'm good with reading that stuff. I know about the stuff that happens there. Saint Augustine said something in a similar vein. These quotes are good and help us remember that we should not tolerate things that are unacceptable. One Piece is by far the darkest of the big three, not even close. Man, the castle really is enormous, isn't it? Well, the whole purpose of a castle is to display your power to your enemies, and the small amount wouldn't get a point across, right? No, I suppose not. In any case, we'll really be beckoning us. It'd be rude to keep them waiting. Let's move out. Why is Nanao here? Why did she have to show up? What does she offer? If anything, I would say One Piece is the most grounded from the perspective of the average citizen. You actually get to see more normal people within the context of One Piece than in any other place. As a matter of fact, I would say it's the most realistic from a way that the media, in this case the newspapers, completely manipulate the entirety of the way that the world views pirates and people. They completely change the way that events go. The world government actually changing the way that history went down by making themselves seem like the good guys is very pervasive to what people view. Many of history's events, where you can see people justifying some of the slaughters that occurred throughout history as saying that they did it for the sense of justice. Like, no way, man. I don't believe that. I don't believe Bleach is even remotely realistic in the slightest bit. I mean, you have people living in literally within the Soul Society. You have people living in as close to poverty as possible. We know for a fact that there are certain places in the Rukong district that they don't even have shoes in, but you're telling me that the Soul Society has enough wealth and technology that they're able to create all of these technological advancements that far surpass even humanity's understanding of science? Fuck no, dude. Bleach is not even remotely realistic. By the way, the Shiba clan, apart from the 5 royal clans, so Ichigo is royalty and his mom was a pure-blood Quincy, so Ichigo wasn't normal by any means. I agree. Yeah, no, he wasn't normal. He was never meant to be normal. Saying he's just a dude is so blatantly disingenuous. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, the flashback between Hiruzen and Orochimaru. He was literally experimenting on children. He had multiple of them die because they couldn't even take in Hashirama cells, man. You have Shizui being taken out in like 3-4 different ways by Danzo. Mind you, Shizui's weaker than Danzo, I would argue. And in one of them, he just gets his eye literally ripped out. When was the last time you saw a Bleach character just have their eye ripped out for no fucking reason other than you have good eyes, man, I want them. The sacrifice of the poor people because some hollows died shows the honor of the Shinigami. I don't even consider that honor. I just consider them, again. Konoha rewrites history all the time. Yeah, they really did. They really fucking did. I don't know, man. I would have put out a whole thing saying like, hey, if I was Naruto, I would have been like, yo, real quick, this is what happened. That's like the worst thing our government's ever done. I'm gonna make sure we never have a government in place like this again as ninja president to make sure that nobody gets just wiped out just because of a coup d'etat. We're gonna be as inclusive as possible, guys. Like, I don't know, man. I would have let everybody know about Konoha's dark history. There wasn't a sacrifice. They were just simply taken out, man. There was no sacrifice. If you close the gate, offset the coordinate axis, and then reopen the gate, it becomes all too easy to act independently, even in the Spirit Palace. Right about now, they should be noticing my absence and going into a panic. But be that as it may, at least now I can test the results of my research as I please. Did you forget that Shizui was meta in Storm games, so he's at least Minato level? I didn't forget that Shizui was meta, but he also got nerfed later on, so yeah. Naruto for president? Nah, me for president, man. I would have done that, man. See, here's the thing about me. I'm the type of guy who genuinely, like, listen, I don't mind a little white lie, but when it comes to shit like that, where you're essentially, in order to quote-unquote keep the status quo, you have to keep so much shit from everybody. If I ever became president, dude, I'm letting all the secrets out. I'm letting the Epstein list out. I'm letting the people know about aliens. I'm letting people know about the nukes, bro. I'm letting everything out. Fuck keeping the people in the dark, man. I don't care, bro. Fuck keeping the people in the dark, man. If this country had some fuck shit, I'm gonna let everybody know about it. And even if people look at me as like the worst president of all time because I threw everything into chaos by letting people know about all the fuck shit that happens within the dark side of the government, I fuck it, man. At least people will say I'd be the most honest president. Fuck honest Abe. I am honest Eon. Hiruzen and Danzo Loki exterminated the Senju clan and Uchiha clan and Konoha. That was Konoha on Monster Time and Kakashi's dad type shit. Why didn't Danzo release the Orochimaru files? Do you think he was in there? He was 100% in there. How the fuck do you think his arm looked like that? Are you kidding me? Aster, come Aster. Listen, you're a smart man, Aster. You and I both know you're a smart guy. How do you think he has this arm? It was Orochimaru. He was on the list. He was on the Orochimaru list. I'm not going to be silenced. I won't be silenced by the government, man. What are we talking about? Dude, that shit is crazy to me. Without having to suffer those simpletons, got that right. Huh? Zaraki, what are you doing here? Well, I went to the can and everybody took off and I didn't know what to do, but then you were nice enough to open another gate and it really saved our asses. Ain't that right, Yamada? Yes, sir, of all the times to go to the bathroom, why did I have to go then? But it turns out going to the commode? Now, what do you mean the Epstein files don't exist? Now, they do exist, bruh. They do. Nah, that's just Uchiha propaganda. This is not Uchiha propaganda. Are you out of your fucking... Nah. Now this. Aster's the type of guy to try to rewrite history, too, because it doesn't suit the Uchiha narrative, man. I'm telling you, I just let everybody know about the fucking Orochimaru list. I would let that shit out, man. I let everybody know about the forbidden jutsu that Tobirama and Hashirama hid away. I would let everybody know about all of it, because you know what? Who the fuck's gonna stop us? My president, or at least if I'm the ninja president, I have Naruto and Sasuke in the village. I'm sleeping with my window and my door unlocked. Fuck is you talking about? The Epstein list, Bill Gates, Prince Andrew of England, many, many names. Listen, I don't know anything about that real stuff, but hey, I really do think the Epstein list needs to come out at this point. And at this point, even if it did come out, I have no reason to believe any of the names that pop up on that list, because real talk, if I don't see Trump's name on that list, I am not going to believe the list. I'm just going to say that. If I'm on my own, I can get as crazy as I want, and I don't have to worry about chopping up your guys, our guys. Knowing you, you probably won't just up and die, even if I cut you by mistake. I see, indeed, acting alone certainly is convenient for laying irritating pests to rest. What are you talking about? Who do you think? Why, oh why? Why did I have to go to the bathroom then? How long are you going to keep on going about that? We're just going to leave your ass here. What do you think? Nothing at all. I love Nemu. Nemu might be my favorite Bleach character. Not really. She lets herself get abused by Mayuri that way, and she never crashes out on him. I can't fuck with that. Do you think there are Uchiha massacre negationists in Naruto and Boruto? I think there are people that said make Konoha great again, and they quite literally wear these like little red caps. No, not even red. They wear these little orange caps, and they basically say, yeah, no, the Uchiha massacre never fucking happened. They were never here to begin with. They probably just went and lived on their own, man. Itachi didn't kill anybody. The Uchiha simply went and made their own village. The village hidden in the eyes or some shit. Epstein Loki had a painting of Bill Clinton in a female dress. You can Google it. Maybe. I might. Man, that surprised the hell out of me. It never occurred to me that I'd be suddenly unable to make footholds. Yeah, surprised the hell out of us too. We thought you were done for. It was an honest mistake. Rukia and Renji's Reiatsu appeared over there, and I was just trying to rendezvous with them. Judging by the sensation I felt from Yushiro's Reiatsu, he apparently did the same thing. Suppose that puts you two on the same mentality. Cut it out. I can't tell if you're going to give me a compliment or not. What about the way I said it make you think it was a compliment? I didn't want to join with them, but since we can't launch a sneak attack or hit the enemies on both sides anymore, it's probably best that we don't divide our forces exactly. We ain't gotta join up with nobody. The more there are, the harder it is to move around. It just ends up increasing the body count. Grimjow, this is bullshit. I'm going ahead. Wait, someone's there. Gah. The hell, Kurosaki Ichigo's group? Man, I've got shitty luck. Well, I guess it's better that the main force of the Gotei 13. Hold on. No. Gua, there he goes, launching a damn attack. All of a sudden, looks like the Gate of the Sun is still alive. Yeah, but the transit point was a little off since the layout of the city is unchanged, but we'll still somehow manage to come here out of the near Silburn. Yeah, we're gonna settle things on it with our own, with Yuhabacha, and with Hashwalt. Alright, I'm gonna try to get through another 16 chapters, and then I'm gonna be done for today. Once I can reach 40 chapters for tomorrow, I'll probably try to see if I can finish out the entirety of Bleach tomorrow, and then we'll start writing up the script. And if anybody wants to sit along with me if anybody wants to like sit along with me to help me find the stuff that like could only pop up in the 1,000-Year Blood War, I would really appreciate it, because sorry, can't fear your own world. Damn, you got 57 votes. Sick. Okay. There's one. Grimjow, the hell are you doing jumping in by yourself? There's one. You annoying little... That's my goat right there. That's the only goat. The Bleach character, the goat Jugram. Why is he the goat? He's just been nothing but a glazer for Yuhabacha. I appreciate that, Drake. You're treating this like it's a punishment to read the... It's been a punishment. It's kind of been a punishment. I've had a friend of mine even say, like, dude, you just sound like you're just not having fun. Like, it's really taking a toll on you. And I literally told him, yeah, no, it is. Because I enjoy his character in writing. That's fair. That's completely fair. If you enjoy his character in writing, don't let that stop me. Don't let me stop you. However, I will say, he really only glazes Yuhabacha. Bro is the throat goat for Yuhabacha. Type shit. You let him get away? I told you to shut the hell up. Hold it, asshole. I've been waiting. If waiting means you won't kill me, then I'll wait. I'm not saying I'm gonna kill you. What are you saying then? If you're weaker than me, you'll end up dead. That's all there is to it. I know you were gonna say that I'm not sticking around. No way. You came here looking for a fight, didn't you? Why the hell are you running? I didn't come here for a fight. I came here to kill you guys. It's best to do it secretly if possible. If you weren't even here before, who are you? Who are you just showing up all of a sudden? Me? I'm an enemy of Kurosaki. For real? All right then. How about we team up? We can kill Kurosaki together. You're a chatty little bastard. Whatever. Keep running. Okay. Because I'll be right behind you, coming in for the kill. Yeah. Well, I guess it's a glazing chain then. He glazes Yuhabaha, I glaze him. Yeah. Wait, Six, who would you glaze more, Asta or Jugram? Like, real talk, who would you glaze more, Asta or Jugram? Even when I read this chapter by chapter for so long, it felt like a punishment, and I'm a fan. Wait, 5 different directions, you say? Does the shoot Staffel you're referring to include Ishida Uryu as well? Yes, sir, as per His Majesty's orders. Which way was he headed? Sir, Ishida Uryu was headed to the Zvaiast. The Zvaiast. By the way, if Memento Mori, if you're still here, am I pronouncing any of these well? You like asking? That's fair. Asta 1,000,000,000%. Now the real question is Asta or Sabo? Type shit! What shoot stuff though? SS? I don't know. Shoot stuff fell. Okay. Branch City 2, German for Branch 2. Okay. Zvaiast. Follow. Sir, I cannot leave Varvelt. Follow him and notify me immediately if he appears to take any action that deviates from his orders. Okay. Sab was my one and only glorious king. I could never betray him. The pronunciation is okay, better than most. I appreciate that. I found out like years ago that my great grandmother's father was actually German. I think they told me that like he was supposed to be German. Or that he was either half German or full German, and he moved to my home country like at some point in time. I don't think I have great German pronunciation. But I think I understand some of like the theory behind how to pronounce like German words where like the W is supposed to be a V sound. But I do think like if I ever did try to learn some German, it's crazy that Bleach actually has the SS involved. The SS? What's the SS? The SS, I don't know. Anyway, how careless. To come this far and then permit him to act independently. There are no Sternritter's eyes to monitor him here in the Varvelt. And now that he's gained the Schutzstaffeld's approval, it is all too easy for him to get solo missions. What are we waiting for? Move out at once? Yes, sir. I will leave immediately. Oh, does Uryu Ishida bother you that much, Basby? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't "you're alive" be the first words out of your mouth? Huh? Burner finger 1. Grabs, tosses, and then it tries to hit him with the blade. Japan isn't taught about the actions of the Nazis in schools. It's just portrayed as two great powers clashed and the Axis powers just happen to lose. Ah, okay. He got hit. So then he burns straight through. By the way, is this like Jugram's first real fight? Is this Jugram's first real fight? Okay, consecration, German select. Okay. I see now those wounds. They are not caused by the enemy, but by His Majesty's Oshvallen. You were not chosen then. What do you mean you? You guys were the only ones who got chosen. Everybody below got consecrated. It was a massacre. The only ones who managed to get away from the light and hide lost their Volständig. And the ones who got hit by the light lost their lives. I see. You have my sympathies. Sympathy, don't give me that damn bullshit. I'm pretty sure you knew all about it, didn't you? Is there any point in asking that? Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Oh, I would, because we go way back. Ain't that right, Jugo? Basby. Call me Baz, just like all times. Do you think the naming of a character after the Jewish god and now remodeling him after the biggest Jew killer and calling him his guard after the SS was a tasteless decision? I think it was pretty fucking tasteless, all things considered. 'Cause... yeah, wasn't like the whole SS was the personal guard of our least liked president? Ah, understood. I'm gonna look that up later on my own time just to not have that up on screen. In Japan in World War II did something that even made the Nazis in China shocked. Let that sink in. Is it crazy that to say this is the best fight in the 1,000-year blood war? You know what? Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. I've been saying this before. If you fuck with it, you fuck with it. You know what I mean? Let's see. It appears the discussion will prove fruitless. Look outside. It's gonna be night soon. When night comes and His Majesty sleeps, you and him will switch powers. I'm gonna kill His Majesty's powers and you along with it, you traitor. Ain't that right, Jugo? Okay. I actually understand most of the words you say, although Ushvallen has nowhere near correct because you say it like Ash Fallen. Okay, so how should I say it then? Can you give me like a better way to pronounce it? Because I thought it was okay. So because here's the thing, I thought that like the W, I thought that the W was supposed to be a V sound, so I would spread out as Osvallen. Osvallen. Is it something like that? Osvallen. I guess I do say with a bit of an H sound. I guess I guess I do. I guess I do say the ash sound now that I think about it. I say Osvallen. Yeah. I think it's because like since I say as, or is this Ausvallen? Is it Ausvallen? Something like that. Ausvallen. How would it be able to say it better? But anyway, yeah, no. Yuhaba, like Kubo trying to name him Yahweh, just to then also, you know, make Yahweh, you know, or at least Yuhabaha, essentially. Let me slow down. Trying to name him Yahweh just for them to change it to Yuhabaha, just for them to make him a German, or at least a German-inspired king who also wears military uniforms, and to then make him the son of God, and also name his guard after the SS. You know, that is pretty fucking poor. That is a pretty tasteless decision, I will say. If you ever need help with Italian, I can help. I did study Italian in college. I always did want to work more on my Italian again. It has been a couple of years. Well, I can't say years, but it has been a couple of years since I truly did practice it. Although I can say I do understand Italian as long as it's not too fast. I can understand it to quite a bit of a degree. I can help with Greek if you pronounce malakas properly. That's 40% of Greek down. Malakas, right? It's malakas or something like that. Because doesn't Greek also use its vowels in such a way, like with Latin letters, where all the vowels sound the same regardless of the word? Or am I wrong on that, Drachno? By the way, I love the fact, can I just say, I love the fact that our community just has such a broad, all those were wrong, Malakas. I'm gonna just say like a white guy, it's Malakis. It's Malakis. Malakas. How could I say it then? Can I just say that I really do appreciate the fact that our community has people just from all over the world. I really do appreciate that we're able to like bring this people. Malakis. Is it Malakis? Damn. I'm gonna just need to have like a voice chat up and just have a whole discussion about like language and proper pronunciation across different cultures. I think that'd be a pretty interesting stream that we could have at some point. Okay. Stress Malakis. Stress the la. Malakis. Malakis. Oh, Malakis. Like that? Hard because the words has noises you don't have in English. Ah, okay. It's very similar then to like, I had a coworker years ago when I used to work for charity. He was trying to like explain to me like how like Mandarin and Chinese works, and how like whenever they do the pronunciation for like Eastern dialects, they actually have very precise sounds that the Western ear likely can't pick up on because there's just no acuity to it. We don't have like the proper practice for us. And then there's me that's from America and only knows a bit of Japanese and Spanish. I know a little bit of Japanese too, dude. I could still read hiragana and katakana. I can't do kanji, but I can at least read and understand Japanese to an extent. It's our word for asshole, but we use it for almost everything, really. Malakis. I don't know, man. I feel like I really need... I don't understand why Japan does this so much with Hebrew Christian God as a hostile tyrant in many works where Japanese writers put him in. I mean, I used to be able to. I'm relearning right now. Hey, Six, if you ever want to practice a bit, I'm always down to shoot the shits with like a little bit of hiragana, katakana, work some back and forth. My lady friend and I, she and I were talking about like, you know, if we ever decide to go on a trip to like Japan or whatever, we might be able to we might be able to actually like study up on it, her and I together, to like figure it out. But I don't mind. I don't mind also practicing with you for a bit. In my experience, the thing most English people struggle with speaking Italian is the fact that words have gender. Yes, any one of the languages that come from Latin roots, such as French, Spanish, or Italian, for example, all of these languages have every single noun. Essentially, every single word essentially follows under male or female in terms of gender, right? I don't think we really have any words, whether it's Italian or even Spanish, where the words don't necessarily fall into male or female. Oh, Greek also has gendered words? That's right. That's right, right. Because you guys also have, like, Latin roots, right? I'm going on a trip to Japan this summer. Yeah, I'd totally be down for that, too. Oh, that'd be awesome, man. Yeah, we especially use it for when we talk about politicians. Yeah, I guess it's male, female, and neutral. Oh, so you guys have neutral terms. I don't know if we have, like, neutral terms specifically for any like, words in Spanish, at least. I heard Mandarin was different before Mao took over China and destroyed so much original Chinese culture and rewrote his language. Oh, I didn't know about that. That just sounds crazy as a whole. Jesus Christ. Let's catch up on this because I don't want to take up. I need to revise my Italian. I forgot everything. I remember that when I was talking to the cab driver, like throughout the like 30 to 40 minute drive from like the airport to the place that we were staying at when we got to Rome. I remember that let me see. I remember that he was trying to practice his Spanish and I was trying to practice my Italian. So it was like this cool little moment of like him and I, like, you know, I would tell him like what portions he would kind of have to work on. He would tell me like what portions I had to work on, and like we would try to like just like fix up, like, you know, just like give each other like those little like grammatical fixes every now and then. That was a cool moment. That was a really cool moment. Hey, are you trying to make the great Basby tell you his name first? You tell me your name, you white onion looking bastard. There we go. What are you doing? You're terrible. So your name is Baz then. I am Drew Graham. Drew Graham Hashvault. 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 Okay. Oh man. It must be pretty crafty to trick me, the great Baz, into telling you his name first. You've got some promise. I didn't really make you say your name. You just went ahead and announced it. Why are you following me? Why am I following you? A hopeless loser like you doesn't seem like he'd be able to catch his own food, so I'm looking out for you. What's that look for? Say something back. I'm kinda turning into a bad guy here. I guess you're right. I can't even make a Heilig Bogan like you. I really am a loser. Jugo, you dumbass. That's not true. I can do this because I'm a natural. You're not as hopeless as you say you are. Don't worry, you're fine. But you're the one who said I was hopeless first. Nobody our age can do anything like this. Look at our friends. It's true, right? Who knows? I don't really pay much attention to stuff like that, so I don't know. Also, could you stop calling me Jugo? I hate that name. Why? You're all right with your parents call you that. I don't have any parents. I live with my uncle. Here in Italy, the culture around politicians is the complete opposite of American ones, where mostly everyone hates our politicians. We usually vote for the lesser of evils. I'm Jew Gramming it right now. This shit is so peak. Alright then. You know what it is? I don't agree with the concept of like having to vote for the lesser of two evils. I honestly, I hate that concept because it's like I really just don't have that many good options, so I have to just kind of like fall down to like, okay, well, either this guy screws me over, this guy screws me less. I don't care for that. 3 parts. Osvalen. Osvalen. The first sounds like house without the H. It's Ausvalen. The second one sounds like the vowel in bet. Just the et, just the E and stretch. Wait, let me understand this. The second sounds like the vowel in bet. Et. Osvalen. And the third is like the name the Lenin. Okay, so it's Ausvelen. It's Ausvelen? Is that how I can pronounce it? Auswählen. Okay. American has felt like that for the last couple of elections. I haven't voted. Real quick, okay, so I got it. Okay, lovely. Thank you so much, Memento. I really appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate that. Auswählen. Okay, I'll try to practice it. I'll try to practice it whenever like I see any more like German words that show up for Bleach. I'll try to like put in that Put what you just taught me into more concept, man. Voting is important. Listen, I do think that voting is important to an extent, but I don't agree with the concept of like the American. I don't agree with the concept of the American voting system with like the electoral college. For those of you that don't know, America has this thing called the electoral college, which essentially means that every single number of states has a number of votes, and it be depending on their size and the number of population, right? So the way that it works is that the popular vote, which is the thing where like every single person in the United States votes for their candidate, is tallied up, and then those votes sort of should ideally weigh the vote of the electoral college, which within every single state, a certain number of people, I don't know who the fuck the people are, we don't know who's selected for it, they eventually make their votes for who the president is going to be. So if a state, let's say, votes primarily red or blue, since it's usually always going to be Democrat or Republican, if a state is more likely to vote blue, the electoral candidates of that state can technically vote for red if they damn well so please. Now, I don't believe in the electoral college. I think that system is absolutely dog shit. Now, let me be clear. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I never did. And I didn't like the idea of her being the lesser of two evils, even compared to Donald Trump. I don't like Donald Trump either. But when she was running for when she was one of the candidates for presidency, and she won the popular vote but lost the electoral college vote, I immediately gave up on the concept of voting at that point. I've never voted since, and I'm not going to start voting now. Unless the electoral college is completely abolished, because I don't understand why the fuck we have that dog shit ass system, I refuse to vote. I don't believe in voting if my vote essentially only amounts to maybe swaying an individual's decision. My vote should not sway anybody's decision. My vote, in addition to everybody else's vote, should matter as a whole, because the country, for the most part, decides who the president should be, regardless of what the electoral college says. That person should be president, because that's what a democratic nation should do. But that's not what the electoral college does. It basically gives a couple of people all the power to choose who the fuck the president is, and at that point, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why they don't remove the electoral college. I don't know. I have always spoken to people talking about the electoral college, and no one's ever been able to explain to me, even a guy that I met on a plane once who really seemed to understand politics very well and was so surprised by like the fact that I am so nonchalant and just so I wouldn't even say apolitical, because I am apolitical to it. I am basically apolitical, but he says that like he never saw somebody with my perspective about politics, and he's just like, wow, you really, like, I've never seen, what the fuck were the words that he exactly used? That was like about a year ago, I don't recall now, but he was like, I've never spoken to somebody with like your perspective on this kind of stuff, and I'm like, yeah, and he was like, yeah, no, I mean, like, I really do focus on it very well, but I still don't know why the fuck we have an electoral college. At that point, I think we should just boycott voting. I mean, that's the thing, you can say we can boycott voting, I mean, I boycott it, but it doesn't really matter much, because you have to essentially convince. No, sorry, man, I don't agree. When you get what you get is those insane democracies in other nations. You need a constitutional republic. Yeah, but that essentially just means then that there's no point in me or anybody else voting if a couple of people are essentially going to be the ones who do it anyway. Like at that point, then there's no point in me voting. There's no point in me stepping out and voting if here's the thing, right? You can either have a popular vote where the majority of the nation gets to decide who the fuck the president is, or you're going to have an electoral college where nobody's votes necessarily matter. Because, again, all those votes do is quote-unquote sway the opinions of a few people. But again, those people still have free will and can still choose who the fuck they want to be president. Again, this is matters at this point just about like about whether or not what you think is better for the country. I don't personally care, because I'm not going to be someone who is ever going to be in a position of power. So I just kind of said, fuck it. I'm not a part of any of this. I'm not going to choose to vote. I think that if you want to vote, you should go out of your way to do it, especially if you believe it is important. But I just can't agree to the concept of voting if a couple of people are in power. I just can't agree to it at that point. I can't agree to it, and I feel like it's a waste of my time. See, here's the thing. I can't speak for anybody else, but I personally, one of the things that pisses me off about it as a human being is the act of doing something for there to be kind of no consequence for it, right? Like, if somebody says, yo, bro, can you hold a piece of paper for me? And I hold a piece of paper for them, and then they say, oh, yeah, no, I don't need the piece of paper anymore. You can just throw it out. And I'm like, I held this thing for like a day.
From the moment you told me to hold it, I've been holding it. I've been keeping it in my purse, and then you say, "Oh, you don't just don't need me. I can just throw it away." What the fuck? I just wasted my time and energy for it. I don't like the action. I don't like the action of doing something just for it to be meaningless in the end, which is why I have such a big problem with Bleach. It feels like a lot of things that they do in Bleach end up having no matter towards it, right? So at that point, if people vote to revoke your citizenship rights because of a majority rule and wanted to revoke the Bill of Rights from federal state, would you agree to that? But that's not happening. I don't. Where is that really happening? Because if that's the case, that's not happening. Then I just can't agree to that. Then I just don't agree to the question as a whole, because it's like that's not happening. So why the fuck would I even remotely answer it to begin with, right? Is that actually happening? Are people actually voting to revoke my citizenship rights? What insane democracy is also, you can have a constitutional republic without an electoral college. If people vote, what point of democracy to give people the power? With an electoral college, the people don't have power. Yeah, they really don't. I don't like Hillary Clinton as an individual, and I don't think she would have been a better president than Trump. I don't even think he was a good president to begin with. But I will say, she should have won the election. Anyway, politics aside. Start voting for the president. That's how we do it. We vote for the party and a prime minister, no middleman. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. In my country, politicians do nothing but add more useless bureaucracy that makes our lives worse and force us to want an unbearable amount of time to get basic things. That is no matter the party. Yeah, that usually seems to just be the case, right? Like, they just make things more difficult for the average man and just makes things easier for the people in power. I mean, listen, that's why you see so many countries nowadays. That's why you're seeing so many countries nowadays being kind of using waving the one piece flag and kind of like usurping their government, just because it's like the government isn't really there to help the people. It's just held to help the couple of big fat cats that are in control. That's what happened with Nepal, right? That's why like people kind of voted for their current president or their current prime minister to be some old lady from like a Discord server. They literally just voted on a Discord server and it ended up just landing on her, and she's in control, and she's like technically acting prime minister until things fall out. Anyway, again, back off of politics. Let's just go back to this bullshit. So then what does he call you? It doesn't matter. I don't need to tell you that. Go on already. I have to catch a rabbit and get home. Ouch. What do you take it? Huh? I don't really hunt to eat. I'm a natural. The only reason I hunt is to show off. Jugo, from today on, you're my sidekick. Don't worry about the grown-ups tell you. I'll teach you everything you need to know. I'm going to become the strongest Quincy, Jugo. Hey, Jugo. Okay. I actually consume a lot of politics. I recommend checking out the Majority Report or the Secular Talk if you want to understand politics a bit better. I'm apolitical, dude. I don't care about politics in the end. I generally just don't care about politics in the end, because at the end of the day, it's like as long as my local government is fine, I think I'll be okay for the most part. I've often come to learn that, like, while these things do genuinely matter, I have no interest in them and I have no control over them. And again, as long as the Electoral College is a thing, you don't see your comments coming out? I mean, I haven't done anything, so it probably is weird if it's not coming out. In any case, you don't see it. I find it impressive that you got the words first try, since the ow sound doesn't exist in the English language. Hats off to you. Well, the way you described it before, it made me realize that, like, if the... I never know what these two symbols are called, but if the two dots above the A... are there for a reason, it must mean because the pronunciation of the word must be different than other Auswählen. Yeah. Auswählen. Okay. It must mean that, like, the pronunciation of the pronunciation of the vowel has to be innately different. It's like how in Spanish we have technically a 27th letter to the alphabet. In Spanish, we have a 27th letter to the alphabet, which is this. Like, this is basically like the 27th letter of, like, the Spanish alphabet. YouTube censorship, by the way. Oh, they probably don't want you saying that stuff. Politics matters because they're exhausting to discuss and get everyone riled up. That's the thing, though. Like, and I've said this before, I feel like power scaling at times kind of becomes politics, where it's just like people just have a certain belief, and it's just like contradicting that belief just causes a bit of strife. I would say that, like, Power scaling in and of itself is just very, very, very diet, and it's just very diet politics. It's like it's crazy how people just assume the Soul Society is always in reference to the realm when it's in reference to the many things, and very explicitly shown when it's referencing the realm. I don't know, man. It kind of always looks like they're just talking about the Sarate. It kind of just looks like they're talking about the Sarate. And how big is the Sarate? How big is the Soul Society? Just reworded and it popped up. In German, we have so-called umlaute. We got an A, O, U, and O. That weird B, yeah, but that's just a double S sound, and not part of the umlaut. Umlaut sound kind of stretch. Umlaut. How do I pronounce the E? Most of the time they are, but the Bleach Wankers boost to feats like destroying the Soul Society. Want to boost feats like Yamamoto destroying the Soul Society. Like, listen, I know that the Sarate is the actual buildings within the giant borders of the Soul Society. I know that the Soul Society is like the planet itself, right? Face reveal when? I'll do it at some point, maybe for the Naruto versus Luffy video. Legends, the Slime Leaf Lions headquarter pop up this weekend. You guys wanna see? Nothing alleged about it. It's cool. I heard of it. Wasn't sure if I should go. Okay. Even typing the word censorship can get your comment shot down. That's dumb. And the Soul Society and the Sarate are not that big. It's the size of Japan or a moon. Bleach fans is most likely referred when talking about the Sarate or the outskirts. It's most likely referred to when talking about the Sarate or the outskirts. Like, listen, I can understand that like the Sarate is everything within the, because the Sarate even in and of itself is everything within all the buildings within like the giant walls. The Rukon guy are the districts outside of the Sarate, but then how big is the Soul Society, right? Yes, we have barely any silent letters. Most of them come after a vowel. Okay. Most of them come after a vowel. Interesting. Let me catch up to let me get up to like chapter 646, and we'll you two doing what those guys in the UK are doing. It's bare minimum country level, but unquantifiable without calcs. So wait, 6. So listen, I'm fine with saying that like the Soul Society is a country, right? But then can you understand why I say, right? Can you at least understand why I say that? It makes it weird to me to call Yukabara and Ichigo universal if the things that he's going to destroy are a country-sized realm like the Soul Society, a at best planet like the human world, and however big the Hueco Mundo is, which is like another country, maybe like a continent. Do you understand why I think it's a bit weird for me to say that he's destroying a universe when the universe is essentially made up of a planet, a country, and a continent? That's not me being disingenuous. I'm just saying, without proper size measurements for any of this stuff, I don't think I'm being disingenuous. I'm just saying, it just feels weird to call it that. Yeah, shaking the 3 realms, right? So he's shaking 3 planets, so it's multiplanetary. Spent when we went to MSG on Monday, so I had no money when we went. It's still really cool. What's it like, the merch over there? I recommend going. Of course, there's merch. Yeah. No, not really. He's destroying the realms themselves with stars and solar systems. What about them has solar systems in it? They never even remotely remarked that he's going to destroy the solar system. I know what you mean, but he's not really destroying them. He's just merging them together. Again, that just doesn't feel like a universal feat to me. That just doesn't look or sound like it. To be fair, doesn't the UK have their own Soul Society from that other Kubo series? Hey man, listen, that shit, as far as I'm aware, I'm not reading that bullshit, bro. They have their own Soul Society. Again, I'm willing to say that the Soul Society in of itself is a planet. Anyway, whatever. I'm not getting into this whole talk again. Okay, you're calling this Varvelt now, but this is just Silburn, isn't it? When the hell did the name change? Silburn is the Silbert Rod Castle. The True World Castle, the True World. Let me guess, I don't need to tell you that. That's what you always used to say. Go outside, continuing our fighting here will damage the castle. Yeah. The realm is blatantly shown to be 1/3 of the universe. What do you mean it's blatantly shown to be 1/3 of the universe? Where is it blatantly shown that they're 1/3 of the universe? They aren't planets, they are realms, dimensions, solar systems. Where are they stated to be solar systems? Because a solar system is encapsulated of multiple planets. They don't have multiple planets. I might have skipped the fucking page where it said that they were... I gave you the scan last stream? Did you give me the scan? Oh wait, that's his Vegas. Let me open up Discord then. No, if you're talking about the scan where it's where Rukia is referencing like the universe in and of itself, it doesn't say that that the three of them make up. Each of them are a third the size of the universe. It doesn't say that. I don't know if it's the manga, but Yuhabaka is also destroying the Garganta. If that's separate dimension that encompasses the living world, that could be a universal feat. I'm more okay with that then. Like if he's destroying the Garganta, I'm more okay with that. Damn, I opened up. Thinks Ichigo's more powerful than Perfect Cell in his latest Versus video. That's crazy. Let me close up Vegas. Would you guys ever want to have a stream where I edit an actual video? I was thinking about that. 6 months after I met Jugo, the small castle my family lived in was burned to the ground. That was Yuhabaha's doing. Right. Anyway, listen. It's Rukia talking about the balance of the Oshisho's 3 realms and 3 different parts of the realms, visually descriptive. You said that was like, what, chapter 76, right? It was like chapter 46? No, it was chapter like 46, right? No, this is Black Clover. I don't give a shit about Black Clover right now. Clorox. You said it was like chapter 46, right? Yeah. And I didn't... Yeah, you said it was 46, right? Yeah. Well, let me lower this. Okay, collapse the whole universe, wipe out the Quincy's, the amount of soul, an equal amount of souls must be maintained. The Soul Society, the Soul Reapers are often called balancers. An amount of souls must be maintained in the Soul Society and in the world at all times. Do you know why? Otherwise, the balance of the world shifts, bringing destruction to both. Our job as Soul Society is to adjust the number of the souls between both worlds. The souls released by the Soul Society are accounted for... Okay, by entrusting the transfer of souls, the souls released are counted by the souls reborn, and they're reborn into earthly creatures. The souls that die here are returned to the Soul Society, but the Soul Reaper same goes for hollows. By entrusting the transfer of the souls to the Soul Society can monitor the number of souls and maintain the balance between the worlds. But then the Quincy's appear and they were eradicated, which makes the whole universe tilt this way. The whole Soul Society is split. In short, the universe will collapse. A few years ago, Quincy discovered the Soul Society, beginning to plead with them. Yeah. The Quincy's number decreased. Yeah. That doesn't blatantly state. Look at the bottom right panel. The Soul Society begins to which makes the whole universe tilt this way, and the Soul Society begins to spill into this world, life and death mixing, creating chaos. That doesn't blatantly state that each of the 3 realms are each the size of a universe, or they make up a third of the universe. That doesn't say that. You can interpret it maybe, but I don't know how the hell you're interpreting that. I don't know what Jakku City is. One interpretation I saw was that saying that Yuruharu's description of the Soul King as a linchpin to mean that it's the vital for holding the worlds together, but it's not holding the bulk of it. It's just holding the worlds together, yeah. But that's the thing, right? If you're telling me killing too many hollows, or eradicating too many hollows, or reviving too many spirits in the human world, or killing too many spirits in the Soul Society, it's talking about the universe. The diagram is showing what happened with the universe with red and blue colors. Yeah, but one would be the Soul Society, the other one would be the human world. That doesn't innately mean that they are the size, that they each encompass the size of an actual third of the universe. That doesn't mean that. There are other points where it stays the same. Does that at least mean that the effects of the Soul Society will have a larger effect on the regular universe? What do you mean by that? Because they were meant to fight Squad Zero, which Senjumaru would shake 3 realms. If you don't see it either, it's because of translation issues, but that's not my problem, so... Okay. That was Yuhabaka's doing, a monster who ruled over the northern territories, not with a bow and arrow, but with some mysterious power, and said he lived for over 200 years, and that was the progenitor of the Quincy's. I didn't give a shit about any of that. I'm gonna kill Yuhabaka, Yugo. Should I come too? But listen, we're gonna get into this whole thing. I want to at least try to get through these because I have like an hour left. Should I come too? He burned your forest too, right? If you want to sit around in the ashes of your uncle and wonder about what to do, then be my guest. That was half my comment I had cut off. because of the word limit. My uncle died in the fire. Yeah. We made a life for ourselves using some gold we dug out of the charred remains of the castle. We trained as hard as we could in order to kill Yuhabacha. Neither of us ever said it out loud, but we had decided to join Yuhabacha's inner circle and then kill him. 5 years passed. A new combat unit, you say? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but there no longer exists any places within Lichtreich worth conquering. There does not seem to be a need for such a unit. Not within Lichtreich. Seydlitz. Our next conquest will be the Soul Society. What? Defeating them will not be possible without a new power. The name of this unit will be the Sternritter. Okay. Cool. Do you think each realm is universe in size? I don't see why I should believe that. It's like the Soul Society's thrown out of balance, the universe will be greatly affected. Like, that I understand. That, like, okay, the universe, like, do you get the Discord via YouTube membership? Yes, you do. Or you can just do the Ko-Fi. I would honestly say do Ko-Fi because it's cheaper. 5 years. For those 5 years, we didn't rest. Why does this look so blurry? We didn't rest. We hidden ourselves away within the forest, and we focused day and night, simply improving our skills. As usual, I was a natural. And Jugo, he had none of the natural Quincy abilities. Even after 5 years, he couldn't gather spirit particles, and he wasn't able to create even a single bow. I've heard of this. Long ago, a Quincy like Jugo was born every few decades. They were seen as disabled and culled while they were still young. Also, a Quincy like Jugo hadn't been born in a few hundred years, so now that he becomes something of an old wives' tale. I felt that having Jugo on my team probably wasn't going to help me in killing Yuhabacha, but he was working even harder than I was at the bow and sword in an attempt to make up for not having any natural ability. I couldn't bring myself to abandon him. I don't know. If Jugo himself was aware of that, then the day came. What's all of this? Those banners, your attention. In the next scan, it shows that the universe has 2 different scales. Okay. The next scan... 2 different scales, both equal in size, and they say otherwise the 2 worlds shift, bringing destruction to both. This is the description. What chapter does that say it in? What chapter is that in? This is a proclamation from Lord Yuhabacha. It's Lord Yuhabacha's military. What the hell are they doing here? Proclamation. Lord Yuhabacha has decreed disestablishment of a new combat unit. Same chapter. Is this what you're talking about? This scale right here? It's not really a scale, more like a seesaw. Because this could also just be a visual representation of things just being perfectly balanced, not things being perfectly the same size. Or are you talking about this one? Because this all this really does is reinforce my belief that the Bleachverse is just that the cosmology of the Bleachverse in and of itself is completely unstable. Like, if the number of souls being greater in one side of the world than the other really matters that much because otherwise everything will collapse in and of itself, then that just doesn't tell me, that doesn't really say much other than the world is quite literally unbalanced. It's just unbalanced in and of itself. The world is innately volatile. Because I've never really seen this in any other series where the verse is so fragile, where the concept of the actual cosmology of the verse is so fragile that the number of souls being unbalanced can literally crumble everything into itself. That just seems fragile to me. Yuhabacha doesn't need to absorb or even have... What chapters are you at now? 632. That's why I don't want to get into this talk again, because it's just going to take me too long if I'm like going back and forth between you guys. Okay, I shall be known as the Sternritter. It will be exalted order of the knights, created for the purpose of invading the Soul Society. What, invading the Soul Society? There's no way. Lord Yuhabacha believes that left alone the Soul Society will become a threat to us. Why would they? Of course, there will be rigorous examination prior to the enlistment. We saw their banners and followed them here. This is some big news, isn't it, Baz? But should anyone possess a strong desire to fight on behalf of the Quincy's, let's go, Jugo. I'm Baz, and this is Jugo. We'd like to enlist in the Stern Raider of yours. Huh? And who are you? What that fool's, what's he doing? Who is that? And he's gonna get himself killed. Basby, the son of the former lord. Baz, wait. Where are you going? I said I want to enlist. Maybe if you actually think about it and accept the universe, Bleta, you would be, things would go amazing. No, I'm not just going to accept it. I'm not just going to accept it like that. Every other verse that I've seen have universal feats. It's pretty fucking blatant. With Bleach, it's not. The cosmology of the verse being so fragile that killing a couple of thousand souls is enough to completely destroy. That's because 20,000 souls gets erased from the reincarnation cycle. Calling it a fragile is a bit of a stretch. No, 2,000 souls, that's 2,000 people. That's less than a fucking small town. Are you telling me that if I wipe out the souls from a small town, that is enough to completely eradicate the balance of souls and completely crumble the universe? Dude, that is innately a fucking fragile-ass universe. What are you talking about? That's not on me. I'm fine with Bleach being universal, just confused since, like, each country has their own soul society. Does that mean that each country has a universe-sized realm? That's what I'm asking, man. Quincy wearing modern fits in medieval times. Well, it was like 200 years ago. It's not really medieval. Is not the entire universe, it's our planet. Yeah, the entirety of the human world is quite literally the entirety of the human world. It's just planet Earth with humans in it. It's never explained that, oh, aliens from another planet, if their souls go, they also go to this. That's not explained. It's just the human world is the only world we know of in the fucking material world. It was the entire universe, just half. It's the realm, not just the planet. No, it's clearly just the planet because it never goes beyond the Earth. It never even bothers to explain that the realm goes beyond just Earth itself, or that souls that exist outside of the world will also matter. It doesn't go into any of that. No, this is actually not set before that. It's like set like 200 years ago. I was a member in a Discord, but it didn't look like I didn't look how to get into Discord. Am I cooked? Memento. Give me your, if you were actually joined up as like a thing and you just don't have it anymore, send me just type in your Discord and I'll send it to you. It is estimated 109 billion people have ever died in history. 2,000 souls is enough to risk Bleach reality, which is terrible scaling. Like, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I don't give a shit if Bleach is universal, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. This is not a case. No, Bleach's universal meta makes no sense because I just have to accept the fact that the material world is in reference to the concept of our universe, but it's never explained within the story. I have to essentially just make a ton of assumptions or just accept shit without it lining up properly. That's my fucking issue with this bullshit, man. This is why I say Bleach's meta is trash. This is why I don't want to scale it, dude. Yeah, Memento, whenever you can, type in your thing and I'll send you a Discord. I'll send you a Discord link on my own. Is one part of the universe. The human world is another. The realm is in reference to all matter within the human world. It doesn't say that though, but that's not what it says. You're saying that yourself. 6, you are saying that all the matter in the human world / soul society, but that's not what the series says. You're just basically picking that out of nowhere. It always references the world, never the universe. That's the problem, man. That's why I'm not going to call it universal. I'm going to say it in my video. I don't think the Bleach world is universal. Because if it takes eradicating 20,000 human souls, eradicating them from existence, that is enough to crumble everything. I have no reason to believe Yuhabach is universal because he can do the same thing that could happen just from killing a couple thousand people. That doesn't make any fucking sense. 28,000 Hollows is a small town, and daily 100,000 people die, so it doesn't add up. Look at the Gotei 13, only 6K Shinigamis don't even have to cover the globe at all. That doesn't make any sense. This is what happens when you ignore author statements. When the fuck did the author state it? It wouldn't make sense otherwise logically, or it's not universal. It's just, listen. It doesn't make sense otherwise because you're stuck on the fact that it's universal. But if you just don't agree to it being universal because it doesn't make sense either way, then it just makes perfect sense that it's not universal. I don't know, man. I'm off this conversation. You guys can chat about it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Where are you going? I said I want to enlist. The exam will be later on a later date. The announcement ceremony will follow. Until then, keep up that training. Although the gate won't be wide enough to let rabbits like you through. Well, that's that, Badsby. Shall we head back for the day? I just got to show you my skills right then. Let's do it, Mr. Officer. If I win, then I got your position. You mannerless ape. Okay. You mannerless ape. Yeah, I learned that no matter what, people will not like beach not being universal. And I don't know why it has to be universal either. I'm okay with Yuha Baha being multiplanetary. I'm fine with that. If you want to say that he's solar system level because he was going to crumble in 3 planet-sized realms, I'm also fine with that. I don't care. Understand? I really don't care how high Bleach scales. I just don't understand the Bleach universal meta because I have to essentially read in so deep into the words that don't say these things, man. Universalist ape, does it take death for you to realize your own lack of power? An ape killed a member of the secret police. That's what your buddies are probably going to end up reporting to the Lord Yuhabaha. Basby, what the heck? What the heck just happened? Yuhabaha. Oh, this is his Reiatsu. He's forcing us all to our knees with his Reiatsu. He's a damn monster. My deepest apologies, Lord Yuhabaka, for engaging in personal fight with the lowly ape as you were. I have come here to claim that which I have been searching for, the one who shall become my right hand. Here is... I'm right here. I've been looking for you. I'll become your right hand, and then I'll kill you, Yuhabaha. You? You. I know your name. Jugran Hashvalth. My other half. There we go. Because I'm gonna be real with you, in the same way that you argued that Kubo clear probably doesn't know, or the writer doesn't know, like, what that lightning isn't faster than light. I could just say that Kubo doesn't know what an actual universe is, man. I don't know, man. It just sounds stupid. I hate the universal Bleach meta. It's so fucking dumb to me. By the way, Memento, did you ever tag me on it? This isn't set 200 years ago. It said 1,000 years ago, just right before Yuhabaka invaded the Soul Society. Oh, okay. Wait, didn't he? It said he was born 200 years ago. So he was born 1,200 years ago? Souls don't need to exist beyond the world of the living or space to be real. Alien, it's funny how the Quincy's also have racism within their own ranks on who is full, have partial blood. Yeah. Yeah. Quincy's are great people, man. 40. What did Brown Pen says? Again, against Bleach, but it just doesn't matter when Mita Kubo created for what I saw. Or he could have simply didn't really know and he just said human universe. I don't know, man. You are my partner. What are you talking about? I'm not afraid. I don't quite understand. You need not understand. You are to become my right-hand man and a member of my Stern Ritter. What? A child like that? His right-hand man? Just what we had always dreamed of, the goal for which we endured many years of training. He's just giving it to me. What should I do? Baz, why the hell? We were going to become Yuhabaha's right-hand man together and murder him. I had the skill. You had nothing. Even you couldn't achieve your goal. Your own would be me. Why is it you, Jugo? Why? Don't do this, Basby. Why are you looking at me like that? Why can't you be happy for me? We return to the castle. Prepare for the carriage. Prepare a carriage. I am taking this boy with me. Yes, sir. Excuse me. Oh, I got you. I have no idea how the fuck I'm going to pronounce that in my thing. I'm going to go ahead and just find it out on Webtoon Central. Yeah. Let's see. Let's open up the thing. Let's go to general, and then let's invite member. Jesus, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Oh, there's a thing here. Okay, I think I wrote it right. Hashtag 3. Okay, I'm gonna have to send you a friend request first. I hope you don't mind that. I'll send you a friend request first. Let me write that in again. Add by username. Did I not write that right? Oh, is it because I didn't have a capital letter there? Do I have to have a capital letter there? It doesn't send. Oh, there we go. I sent the friend request. When you accept it, let me know, and I'll add you to the thing, okay? I don't mind. Got the same profile pic. Okay, gotcha. It'd be cooler if... I'm also in Stein's Discord? Okay. Okay. 6, this doesn't have a country. 6, then does each country have their own soul society that's universal in size? It's a bit weird, to be honest. That's serious. Maybe if I knew Japanese, I could read the original scans to clear up the discussion, because I know Japanese has a lot of not literal words like how you explain when covering Naruto. Can you read some peek after chapter 635? I might actually do that, dude, because I'm... Okay, we got you. Now I can add you. It's weird. Invite a member. There we go. I sent you an invite, man. There you go. Alright. Dude, I just want to get to chapter 3, 640 something, because I really just need to get... I really just need to get to the end of this crap. Prepare the carriage, excuse me, I think it must have been a mistake somehow. You think that you've got some nerve. His Majesty was granted you the honor of being personally chosen, and you dare question his judgment. I barely have even the tiniest bit of skill as a Quincy. I can't even make a bow or an arrow. Honestly, my friend Basby over there, who would have been far more suited to serve you than the likes of me. Are you still prattling on, boy? It's just as my eyes have seen. It's the same page twice. As my eyes have seen, you do not yet understand the nature of your own power. It is natural that you cannot create a Heilig Bogen. You are the same as I, the Quincy with the power to share with others. I have searched long and hard for such a one. After all, a Quincy with the same power as I has not been born in the 200 years since I myself came into the world. You are not like other Quinces. You cannot absorb spirit particles from your surroundings and make their strength your own. You can only share your strength with others. By having others develop the power I granted them, and then stealing it from them once more, I gain the power of my own. But you cannot even do that. You, with the red hair, I dare say the days you spent with this boy must have felt your own power growing stronger. Did you believe the strength was truly yours? You should thank him. You were a powerless child and you turned him into a genius. Let us go, Hash Vault. When does Bleach end? Around 686. So I gotta get at least to like 640. Dai Yuhabaha. Yeah. And then he slashes him. Cool. What makes this the best fight in Bleach? They just attacked each other like once and then nothing happened. He just got slashed. I think that's enough, Basby. Nothing that benefits His Majesty can come from us fighting one another. Nothing that benefits His Majesty. Well, of course there won't be. I came here to kill His Majesty, remember? Burner Finger 4. I told you to stop. Bazard Black. What's wrong? Bring it on. Are you gonna run away? Are you scared of losing to me, Jugo? Enough of this already. Personnel duels between Stern Ridders are forbidden on penalty of death. No matter how many times you challenge me, I have no intention of fighting you. Yeah. Has that new recruit been giving you trouble? Must be tough. Perhaps you don't command enough respect as a captain of the Stern Ritter. Perhaps so. I will try to follow your example, Vice Captain Hubert. The new recruit, problems of human worlds and all that well explained will automatically connect it to our own despite how the Soul Society is affected. It's like Luffy versus Usopp. It's about the emotions. Don't try to act like it's anything less. Okay, but the difference is that Luffy and Usopp have been friends for literal... Well, at least we knew that they were friends for decades. Well, not decades. They were friends for like a long time, at least up until the point where Marineford came out. These two were friends for however long... Actually, no, that's not even remotely the same. Luffy and Usopp were friends from the moment that they met. You can maybe say the same for these two, but let me put it like this. I have exactly... Fuck this chapter. I have exactly... With Luffy and Usopp, they were friends for literal years. And by years, I mean in real-time years. We got to see that friendship evolve for years. We got to see their interactions for years. One Piece was being written for years at the time. This chapter, I got... These two show up, And this is the first time you really get to see these guys speak to one another. And in a matter of 1, 2, 3 chapters, I got to know that these two were friends and then not friends. It's not even remotely the same. Again, disingenuous take. Do not remotely compare two characters who we got to see their friendship form for a long time in real time versus two guys who were boys for a couple of months, technically, at least during pre-time skip, and they were closer friends than these two fuckers. They were definitely closer friends. We're really going to compare two guys that didn't speak to each other once before the chapter where we find out that they were friends in childhood, and I'm supposed to care about their friendship for 3 fucking chapters? I don't give a shit, dude. No, it's not even remotely the same. Yeah, no, Rox and Harold, they were honestly better written as friends. Real talk. Then he recruited, he's a monkey from back then, isn't he? The insolent as ever, perhaps, ever too. Perhaps I should beat some manners into impersonal. Do you plan to die for a man like this? Mere details, if nobody is watching, even his majesty will have no way of knowing. I will be watching. Okay, we're back to this. 3 years have passed since Juhabacha spirited you away. In the 3 years it took me to earn myself a place in the Stern Raider, you had managed to become its captain. Or maybe you were appointed captain from the very beginning. Since I wasn't there, I have no way of knowing. At any rate, you had kept evading every one of my challenges, again and again, no matter how many times I leapt to attack you. Not once did you actually try to fight me. Quit screwing around, face me like a man. I still haven't. Loses his arm. Burner, full fingers. Okay. You were a liar? How am I a liar? How am I a liar? How am I a liar? What chapter? What? Let me see. What year was Usopp introduced? Let's look that up real quick. Chapter 23, episode 8, 1998. Okay. What year did Luffy fight Usopp? I always write Usopp. 2004. I had seen them be friends for 6 years. Yes, I have 6. I really have. What do you think about the news chapter 6? Let me know. Pretty good chapter overall, like 2004. It says right here, Usopp's fight occurs on 2004. Okay. So, for 6 years, I got to see these guys become friends. In 3 weeks, I learned that Jugram and Hashvalt that Jugram and Basby are friends. Yeah, no. Again, no one's lying here. You just glazed the series because you don't seem to find anything wrong with any of the things, and that's perfectly fine. Listen, if you love the series, that's fine, but don't tell me that I should have any kind of attachment for these characters. The Garling agenda is still alive, just taking a hit. The Garling agenda kind of sucks, in my opinion, because, like, I didn't actually get to see him. I will say I never actually got a chance to see him, like, fight Whitebeard. The whole idea of, like, Whitebeard's scars and his face reminding him of that man, I kind of want to know what he meant by that now. I don't know if Oda actually forgot about that. I'm willing to believe that Oda's going to bring that up at some point later. I just read the One Piece chapter. Confirmed Harold agenda. Really good chapter. I like the chapter. I think it was a good chapter for Harold over all things. Harold over Rox is crazy. Okay, back to this. Bleeding, blah, blah, blah. You beat me, Jugo. Damn it. Things never quite go the way you expect, do they? I always thought Loki's revenge against... If One Piece actually had the balls to off people like Bleach, it would be far more emotional for you. Not really. I don't care for characters dying. Here's the thing. I don't think a series needs to kill its characters for me to have any kind of attachment or emotional effect out of them. And Oda, while I will say one of his many flaws is doing fake deaths, Whitebeard dying was pretty fucking good. I didn't have any emotion towards it, but I don't need a character to die for me to get any emotion out of them. I'd actually rather have the characters live rather than die. Harold high diffs Rox? You think so? The hell, Basby got his ass kicked, and here I went to the trouble of leaving those two alone so they could fight, right, Yuhabacha? Well, I guess we really can't say shit. It's a damn shame. We couldn't kick your ass. We couldn't kill your ass. Yeah, that's fine. I suppose. Yeah. At last, all is quiet. Yeah. Yeah. 5 more chapters and we'll be done. 5 more chapters and we'll be done. It is cruel power indeed, your majesty, the ability to see the future. Yeah. What a dead end. There's no one here, not a single soul, much less a foe. Damn you all. Lily, Pernita, you gave me the short straw. I completely lost track of him. I didn't think they'd have taken off that kind of speed. Damn that Grimjaw, what the hell is he thinking? What is he going to do all by himself? Anyway, let's split up and look for him. Woo! Woo! Man, they're really giving me a run for my money. What the hell are they going to do? Both Kurosaki Ichigo's group and that bastard with the wild Elvis haircut. Someone I don't know running into them head on. None of that was part of the plan. I'll just have some cafe au latte, and take a deep breather and rethink and he just whoops on away. What if Roger and Garp fell in love and ran away together? I think that would be peak story writing, and I think, honestly, it would make a lot of sense. After all, Roger and Garp really seem to have a kind of love for each other that only men can really have. Also, by the way, can I just say something? Let me just say something right now. Sengoku is a fucking rat, and just as Garp said, you're just another promotion-chasing fool. The Sengoku is an absolute dog shit idiot. Agenda is alive and well, folks. He's a piece of shit, and here's the craziest part. People out here say, oh, he's an equal to Garp and all the others. Look at him right here. As a matter of fact, I'll even zoom in for you guys. Look at him. Completely fine, no scratches, no damage. Garp, covered in scratches, covered in damage, covered in band-aids. They get fucked up, and here's the crazy part. Oh, you might say, but he hurt Garpy, and he hurt Garp. Garp was already hurt to begin with. Garp was already messed up. The fact that Sengoku got put in a position almost as bad as Garp, while Garp is completely fucking damaged up and bandaged up and just getting out of the hospital bed, yeah, no, fucking bum. Confirmed. Con-freaking-firm. Garp, Whitebeard dying doesn't make up for 1 million chapters. Whitebeard dying doesn't make up for 1 million chapters, little bro. Why are you calling me little bro? First of all, you don't get to call me little bro. I'm gonna put you on timeout just for that, for 10 minutes actually. And second of all, it wasn't 1 million chapters. If you're gonna be disingenuous, at least use the right number. At least do the right thing. No, but I'm scaling my agenda. I'm scaling my anti-Sengoku is dog shit agenda. I don't know, Natsu's power is so weird. He seems to go from vaguely around Urza's level when he fights minor villains to the strongest in the verse when he fights the big bad guy of the arc. I think it's pretty annoying. I think it's a lot of my mentality thing. Yeah, Eon is Unk, thank you very much. I would rather be called Unk than somebody call me little bro, especially if they're not my friend and we're not really on friendly terms. I can be respectful and everything, but don't call me little bro. My friends get to call me little bro. You don't get to call me little bro. You could be 5 years older than me and you don't get to call me little bro. I don't fuck with that. It's a give, take it a give. You think a slow ass attack like that is gonna hit me? Oh, what the hell? Tisk tisk tisk. Your gift ball was actually a poison ball. Didn't anyone tell you when you were a kid that you shouldn't take things from strangers? Not doing what your mama told you, that's gonna be fatal. I don't get his powers still. He's able to increase and decrease the lethal dosage of an item. What I don't understand is why he says that he's decreasing the lethal dosage and it does more damage. I don't understand how decreasing the lethal dosage messes it up. Okay, their formation is gradually coming apart. Individual endurance, ability to adjust to spirit particles, rich environment, that is the Royal King Palace, severity of injuries. These factors cause the herd to slowly break apart. And I already got this. Harold is about to die, but Harold agenda is even more alive, even after it has been. Harold mid-diffs rocks agenda coming up. We'll see, because I hope that we kind of get like a bit of like a time skip for like Loki. I'm trying not to be on this. I'm really not trying to be on this flashback much longer. Okay. All right, I might actually stay on a little bit longer. Harold gets slaved. This is crazy. I don't know. Do you guys, how many more chapters? Yo, quick question. How many more chapters? How? Okay, actually, I'll do it like this. I'll actually answer in the form of a. Do you think we might see Damon put in effort soon? You know what's funny? It's mentioned that Ada gets transformed into a tree. So does that mean Damon gets diffed? What do you guys think? How many chapters for the flashback to finish? One to 2, 3 to 5, 6 plus. There we go. I don't think it'll be that long, but I do wonder. I do genuinely wonder. Hey, we had like 30-something people watching at one point. Sweet. That's sweet. The Marines has millions of soldiers. If a war happens between the Soul Society Ninja Alliance and against the Marines win. Based off of numbers alone, the Marines absolutely curb stomp. The Marines absolutely curb stomp in terms of just numbers alone. It's kind of crazy. Oh, man. If Coyote Stark was here, his fight with Lily Baru would be a perfect fitting fight, yet Kubo wasted Stark. I think Stark versus Lily Baru would have actually been pretty fucking cool, and I think it would have been even cooler if we got to see like Stark reveal that like maybe I'm no longer alone or whatever, and he just probably gets like a big power up. I think that would have been really sick. I think Stark against Lily Baru would actually have been pretty damn cool. Meet Lola, lose to Shanks, return, so about 7. Okay. No, that's just possible future, which means Damon isn't a bum just yet. No, because like it's a possible future, but he said that isn't it that like in most cases, Ada does get turned into a tree and Himawari dies or some shit. So isn't it like Damon has to fail? Damon has to get diffed? I think Damon is a bum. I think that Damon is a bum agenda is going to start coming soon. I'm all for it. That little bastard has been looming as potential top of the verse for like the longest time. And honestly, I don't like him as a character. Like I hate it when a snot-nosed brat, especially one that like is just strong because the author just made them powerful. I hate it when they're like top of the verse. Just that they were possible futures. Okay, fine enough. I kind of hope Damon gets diffed, though. I hope that Damon gets out-hacked in some way. I think that would be so fucking funny. That would probably be my favorite chapter. That would probably make it alone my favorite chapter. The German tends to bother me a little bit because many words lack declination. Heiligbogen should be Heiliger Bogen. The ER is vital? Okay. R is knowing as Gojos, to be honest. They are. So finding a way around them are pretty... Maybe it's because in terms of like Japanese, they couldn't find like a proper way to like art like an ER sound to them. Cause it would be like Heilega Bogen. It would be like, cause in Japanese they don't have an ER sound, so it would be like Heilega Bogen. Bogen. More annoying than Gojo's, not gonna lie. Probably more annoying. But he has to have his hands touching somebody for it, right? Yeah, Shunsui's only fought gun users. That's kind of weird. Having to touch someone at work. Alright, we're back on this. The hell is that? Are you asking a question or are you talking to yourself? If you're talking to yourself, then I'll simply ignore it. Although it is difficult to conceive that there were beyond anyone in the 13 Court Guard squad stupid enough to ask someone what something is when neither of them have ever seen it before. Thus, it is only natural for such a comment to be Guess I'll just kill it then. You have something to say, Nemu? Not at all, Mayuri-sama. Zaraki, wait. Zaraki, yeah, it's nothing. He just got one of my arms is all. There's heavy evidence that Damon's doesn't need to touch people, and he's used it before without touching, with just a thought. It's likely gonna be a twist. He doesn't need to touch. Probably. Are you referring to the moment where, like, Kawaki was... It's a very Japanese to German translation. Okay. Are we referencing, like, the moment where, like, I think pre-time skip where Kawaki was, like, thinking up of, like, hitting Damon in the head or something, and then, like, it like, bashed back at his head or something? Yeah, it was, yeah, so Bob and I are kind of, like, on the same thing, right? Maybe it's like thinking about hurting, like intentionally thinking about hurting Damon does reflect back even if he's not touching, but like physically attacking Damon doesn't. I don't know, man. Damon's abilities seem kind of inconsistent because it says that he's supposed to touch, but then they work when they don't. I don't know, man. Okay, the hell is that thing? Are you asking a question or are you talking to yourself? Yeah. Okay. This damn head's gotten huge. The hell is that thing? It's a change that appears ill-suited for combat. What purpose could it serve? He's quite an unsettling character. It takes one to know one. There's no good place for us to jump in. Idiot, we don't have to jump in. If we jump in and screw up, things will really get reamed. I think so as well. Nemu is like top 5 design female characters, man. I haven't catched up with Boruto. Didn't Damon reflect damage in his introduction without touching? There's that, but there's also one where he kills multiple people without touching them in his introduction. Yeah, but isn't that just a matter of like him just straight up taking them down on his own? Given an opportunity that's rare, is it? Is it I am under constant orders to not to make any moves until Mayuri-sama calls for me, and it does not appear that this enemy will cause Mayuri-sama enough trouble to make him call for me. The hell are you saying? Captain Zaraki's the same. The fact that the Marines and the world government each have millions of soldiers and the Whitebeard pirates had 40,000 pirates just to attack the Marines, not counting the one defending the territory, is crazy. Bug revealed that his weakness to code when Damon and Ada decided to leave and join Konoha, then Code attacks him and he wasn't touching someone, the attack doesn't get reflected. No, he wasn't near them, it was his ability. We could just look at the chapters. I'm not doing that right now because I really just want to get through this dog water ass series first. What the hell? His arm is broken. It's continuing to fold up all in and of itself. And then Kenpachi Zaraki just rips off his arms. Sweet. And then he takes out his sword. It flattened and folded in on itself until it turned into a puddle of blood. What the hell is going on? Well, not bad. Immediately turning off your arm was a good decision indeed. Just as I would have expected from the great Captain Zaraki. Had you not done so an instantaneous decision, your body would most likely have been reduced to a tough and flavorless mound of meatballs. You've given me a compliment or trying to start shit. What do you think? Either way is fine with me. So what the hell is going on with this guy's powers? Now, I'm pretty sure the guy tries to hit him with an axe and he gets axed blade-shaped head cut on his axe without touching him. Man, that just makes it annoying. Of all the One Piece fights, aside from Luffy to Luffy, Akainu, Marineford, Gauntlet was moving generational mounts. It really wasn't. It really wasn't. What Akainu, Marineford, Gauntlet? He, like, off-screened them. There's no generational mountains that's happening. Jesus Christ. I feel like people are just trying to start shit for no reason. Regardless, I'm not sure myself. Usual determining ability, you're asking questions or talking about yourself. All that can be said at this point is that you shouldn't get too close to him. Nemu, bind his arm and staunch the bleeding as you wish. Give me a fucking break. How am I supposed to cut him off without getting close to him? I don't know. Do the big sword slash with the 2 hands? I guess you can't do that right now. Even if you say Code's claw marks, which makes 0 sense since he jumped at Code and his ability still worked without too much. It's not inconsistent in my opinion. Just hasn't been revealed yet. He doesn't touch someone. We maybe just need to wait. You know what, Six? I'll sit with you guys and I'll just sit here and wait until like we get more confirmation on Damon's abilities. How about that? It does feel inconsistent for now, but it could just be a case of like the ability truly hasn't been fully revealed, and I'm fine with that if that's the case. I'm always okay with like something feeling inconsistent until like it's properly explained. I'm okay with that. Another question. There's more to combat than just cutting your enemies. Let's find a method to dealing with it that doesn't involve getting too... That time I was talking to myself. Hey Zaraki, if we don't know what the hell his powers are, then we just gotta split him before he gets to us. Okay, he swings at it. Then his legs break apart. Good. Damn, Zaraki just got up too. Do you think Malevolent Shrine would be pretty good against Pernita's nerve attacks and regeneration of all? 3,000 slashes a second. Not strong enough for this case. I mean, auto-targeting everything around it. Auto-targeting everything around you so it even attacks non-living things. In this case, it would be Pernita's nerves. I would probably say it's pretty effective. I would probably argue it is very effective. Kurotsuchi, you son of a bitch. As I thought, halting your limbs means breakage in other areas. Ashisoki Jizo, Kyodo Yon, Fear level 4. Cover your ears. Listening for 4 seconds will cause you to become paralyzed. Now then. How wonderful that the anesthetics worked. It would have been rather inconvenient to have him turned into a meatball here, since his strength could prove useful. Also, the fact that the anesthetic worked means that the true nature of your power has revealed itself. That is to say, nerves are your power. You sink your nerves into the enemy's body and forcibly control their movements. That much was predictable. I hear the Quincy funnel spirit particles into their veins in order to fuel their powers. Assuming that to be true, it would not be unusual for there to be someone who could use spirit particles to manipulate other parts of their inner. Whatever the process may be, once the true nature has been revealed, or what the upper limit is, how much your abilities ordinary slashes can cut. Well, if it's a case of like verse equalization, then Sukuna just clearly takes out everybody around him because the slashes adjust to durability, but in this case they would be just dismantle slashes. Granted, most of these guys don't really show a lot of durability feats in my opinion. They really kind of don't. Can react to how manga's two biggest creators had a rivalry. It was Oda and Kubo's beef, if you can even call it that. Beef was kind of one-sided. It kind of was. How far does Kizaru get into Bleach if he doesn't give food for anybody and isn't mentally nerfed? Well, according to Admiral stands, we've never seen an Admiral go all out, even though I do think Kizaru did actually try to beat Luffy. But, I don't know. Based on what he's shown, he kind of clears. Most of them can't do shit against him. Pernita can't do shit. I don't know about how the death dealing would work if his entire body's compromised of light. I don't know how too much light can kill somebody. I don't know, man. I don't know where to scale Bleach. It really just is a point of like, Kizaru either blitzes everybody or he doesn't. Yeah, nobody can kind of touch him. I really don't know how many characters here can actually affect literal light. Like, no spirit particles, no bullshit. Like, just straight up photons. I don't know how many characters here can actually interact with it. Kenpachi Zaraki would literally say, there's nothing I can't cut, and then proceed to cut Kizaru just for his blade to completely go right through him. It's kind of weird. It hurts, yes. Okay. It no longer merits fear. Yeah, it hurts, yes. Lapping up acid with your exposed nerves. Your powers intrigue me greatly. I suppose I should take my time to enjoy it. After all, I have so many drugs that work on nerves. Probably asking, but how do you give him the death dealing? I doubt the normal Sukuna slash can cut a large island level. I don't know why. I'm sorry, man. I still don't know why I should believe large island or country level. I still don't know why I should believe that. There's no island or country level statements. Like that's it, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Thor. When I make my Bleach scaling Bleach is a nightmare video, I'm gonna be honest when I say that like part of the reason why I just don't want to scale the series and why I'm just gonna leave it at that is because. Like, listen, I'm fine with calling it. Listen, if you want to say that like Las Noches is the size of a small state, that's fine. If you want to say that it's the size of like California or it's the size of like Michigan or it's the size of whatever, that's fine by me. But it's like it's still an assumption that I have to make that isn't canon to anything. So I just don't know, man. It's like the characters can either affect concepts themselves or can't even destroy a fucking building. It's so annoying, dude. Shit with Almighty, but I don't think he can bypass Logias. Also, Kizaru is massively faster, yeah. Kishi and Oda are friends. Kubo hates Oda because Oda won an award that he was also tried to win. Is that true? Yuhabaka implies that Mimihagi had a version of the Almighty and had at least precognition, yet Pernita never shows anything like that. He doesn't, does he? Kuma BFR's the verse? Makes your blood lethal, but how can you make your blood lethal when you can literally just turn your entire body into light? How fast does Damon clear Bleach in One Piece? I don't know how Damon exactly hurts Kizaru, or any Logia user by that matter. Cause like, oh, I think about killing Damon. Okay, it reflects to my head. Boom, my head blows off. Well, I'm just an element. What does it matter? You think Sukuna can ease... Hidan would honestly be turned into a splatter stain. As a matter of fact, yo, guys, let me ask you guys a question. Let me see what you people think. Does Sukuna turn Hidan into a splatter stain? I think he does. I think Sukuna unironically doesn't even look at Hidan as he just converts himself into nothing. He's immortal, though? Okay, and? He's not immortal as he doesn't have like the type of immortality that regenerates his body, and he doesn't have the type of immortality that prevents him from taking damage like in Dragon Ball. He's not Zamasu. He's not Zamasu. And he's not... Who the fuck regenerates from everything? What the fuck is the guy from that series, Worm? What the fuck's that guy named? Give me a second. 1 second. I should definitely make more shorts. Scion. And he's not Scion from Worm, dude. He's not Zamasu, who literally cannot take damage, and he's not Scion from Worm. He literally just has conventional immortality, as in his heartbeat doesn't stop, and his head doesn't stop if his head just gets chopped off. Bro does Hedon like he did those 2 chicks. That's what I'm saying. If Hedon's brain is crushed, he does nothing. Oh, the Undead Unlucky Andy. Yeah, or Andy from Undead Unluck. He's also not Andy, dude. Andy, I could definitely see surviving Malevolent Shrine. Andy, I could see surviving Malevolent Shrine. Zamasu easily survives Malevolent Shrine. Hedon has like the worst kind of immortality, but like he could legit just make a circle and take his blood. How is he gonna take Sukuna's blood? Or Bon from Seven Deadly Sins. Bon is another great example. What the fuck are we talking about here? How is he gonna get? Explain to me this. How does he get Sukuna's blood? When does he ever land a hit on Sukuna? How does he land a hit? What do you call Conqueror's cocky canceling regeneration immortality? I don't know, man. I still don't know what to call that. Hedon, with being extremely disingenuous as light speed and mount level, Sukuna's deeper into mount level and light speed still. Yeah? Asta versus Kaido is debatable. You could probably argue that Asta can slash Kaido in half because he has like, what is it? What's his face's Black Blade? Yami's Blade. I don't know if Asta can necessarily replicate the slicing an infinite time space with this thing, unless it's like anti-magic specifically, though, granted, Asta should just straight up have the attack potency for it. I believe, I don't know about Blitz's, I don't know about Blitz's Kaido. I don't know where the speed scaling for Black Clover is. A reminder, Eon was replaced by an AI. That is why he used terrible takes like One Piece characters or FTL and Bleaches and Peak. Yeah. I'm nothing more than an AI that is here designed to hate Bleach for no reason. The real Eon is hard sitting on his bed right now, watching Fairy Tail with one hand. We finna watch Peak now? Dude, just let me get to 640. I just need to get, I mean, it's not hacks. He would just scale above Dimension Slash and AP anyway. But isn't the Dimension Slash like hacks anyway, since it like, the Dimension Slash's whole bit of like slashing through dimensions, not an AP thing, it's a hacks thing, right? I don't know, man. I don't read Black Clover like that. Whenever I get through it, you willing to eat beans to stand on your beliefs? I will never eat beans to stand on anything. As a matter of fact, if I ever ate beans, that would completely go against my entire being as a man. Everyone let the man just read. That's what I'm saying. Oh, to think that you'd even be able to move your eyeballs? Are you terrifying beast indeed? Well, I suppose I should further modify Ashisoki Jesus' paralysis capabilities before the next time I have to stab you. My, to think that you'd have to make me realize not only what the enemy's ability is, but also what Ashisoki Jizo could be improved. Truly, only the word gratitude can express my feelings towards you. That bastard, he sent Captain at the enemy on purpose. Did he? This enemy seems to have an interesting ability, so he wants to fight alone, and our captain was going to get in the way of that. Your captain is the same as always. Yes, I was hoping as much. What do you mean? I mean, now then, what exactly I said. By considering Hedon can speed through a faster than light Kakashi, what makes Kakashi light speed? Are we doing this again? Am I doing this with somebody else again? What makes Kakashi light speed? Right now, explain to me right now what makes Kakashi light speed. Let's do this again. Just because it's a slash that destroys a dimension doesn't mean it's hacks. It's blatantly shown to be hacks within the verse. I'll at you with something in Discord that proves it's not hacks. Okay, you can do that. Eon versus English breakfast. Listen, if I ever go to the UK, I promise you right now, I'm going to McDonald's every single day for breakfast. And by breakfast, I mean in the afternoon. I will literally walk around the entirety of the UK until McDonald's and wait until McDonald's breakfast is no longer breakfast because McDonald's breakfast sucks, and I'll just get myself a Happy Meal and a fucking large set of fries. The dimensional snacks being hacks is a misconception? Okay, why is it a misconception? What episode is the real Eon watching? The real Eon is watching the episode where Lucy dresses up as a what the fuck did she dress up at one time? Where Lucy dresses up as a belly dancer. I think that was an episode, right? Did Lucy ever dress up as a belly dancer? No. It's the episode where Lucy is in that other world and she has to wear like a bikini top because she didn't have anything better to wear, something like that. Kakashi the Younger is fast and precise enough to slash a lightning bolt, okay, and it is shown that he has been sharpening his skills, including his reaction time to adulthood. How does that prove that he's Lightspeed? How does that even remotely prove that he's Lightspeed? Where in any of that is it stated he's Lightspeed? Where does he ever move faster than the speed of light? And Gemini also became a belly dancer. Did Gemini become a belly? No way, no, I'm not looking that up. Wait, which one was Gemini? I remember the maid. I remember the maid one. I remember Aquarius. I remember the bull dude. I remember the cancer scissors guy. And I think that's it. I don't remember any of our other summons. I played these games before. Yes, we've been here before. And here's where they're going to tell us, well, are you going to sit here and tell me that Kakashi didn't Gemini the twins? Are we gonna sit here? They done took away the hash brown in your country? That sucks, dude. That actually sucks. Can you show this on stream so you can show everyone at Discord? Yeah. Let me open up on Discord. Did you send it personally? Oh no, you sent it here. You added me. Thank you. Okay, K. It starts here. Beautiful. Okay. Physically straining and physical blowback from the dimension slash. Okay. So, the space couldn't withstand its ultimate magic. Man, this magic was something else. Well, thanks to you guys, we're saved. The stuff was blown below pretty heavy. And thanks for my arm, Thorny Tsundere Princess. We're even now. I think I can manage at least one dimension slash. Okay. Dark Cloak dimension slash. So, how does this pertain to actual AP? I consider that thanks for my brigade. Okay. Does that innately prove that it's okay? Charlotte's it states that the attack is stronger. Okay. Of our two attacks, the magnitude of the magic in mine was far greater. Even so, the spell split mine in two, weakened its momentum, and protected its own. On top of that, it still had enough power to reach me, even if it's only hit my gauntlet. Right? Regardless of whose magic was stronger, he turned the tide of the battle. Or these humans who managed to master spells such as this one? Okay, fair. He blitzes Kaido. That's fine. GG's. I'm willing to concede. You got it. Is he faster than Kaido though? What makes him faster though? Can you quantify? How can you quantify Black Clover's scaling? Is there any like quantifiable metrics? It's shown that Sasuke's lightning dragon is FTL in the books that correlates to Naruto's lightning speed in general. It's shown that Sasuke's lightning dragon is FTL. No, it's not. No, it's not. Kirin is quite literally stated to be lightning in the source material, and it's stated to be as fast as light in the data books, and Kakashi has never once been able to deal with that jutsu. As a matter of fact, he's never done it. If he takes physical blowback, it means... No, I concede. Can at inaccessible to immeasurable? What makes it inaccessible to immeasurable? What exactly makes it that? Explain to me how Kakashi dealing with... Kakashi never dealing with Kirin somehow makes him FTL. Or even Lightspeed. We're doing this again. I'm fine with doing this again. I can do this again all day. I need actual evidence, not just, oh, the data book says that Kirin is no, it's not FTL. It's not FTL. Never stated. By paying the all too high cost. Hey, Six, who do you think wins between Verso from Expedition 33 and Asta from Black Clover? It wasn't in an arc, it was a Dragon Cry, which is a movie. Kirin is literally made out of lightning and is stated to move like light. The properties of lightning and electricity in Naruto is the normal light speed for them. No, it's not. You're conflating Kirin, which is a jutsu that uses natural lightning, which is stated in the manga, in the source material, to move at the speed of lightning. You're saying that that's somehow makes all of lightning in Naruto light speed? No, that doesn't prove anything. No, it really doesn't. I kind of see where the logic you're going at, but the logic just doesn't add up. It's starting to look like Bleach with misinterpretations, but with more feats. I've shown you the infinite speed meta before, have you? I'm sorry if I forgot. Like, I'm not doing this for like a back and forth. I literally just forgot. But the main feat is Neverland. Oh, that's right. That's right. Neverland stopping time. Right. And Belle stating her and Yuno control the flow of time. Not enough words to explain the immeasurable beta. Okay. Okay. Fine enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'll leave it to you then. Argue with Kishimoto. I'm going directly off of his words. You're not going directly off of his words. You really are not. You're conflating. You're doing this thing where like you're conflating. Well, Kirin, which is clearly a jutsu and not normal lightning, is somehow for whatever reason light speed, and that just means that all lightning in Naruto is light speed because of it. You're conflating two things that absolutely don't match up. I'm not arguing with Kishimoto. I'm arguing with you. Explain to me, real quick, how Kakashi is light speed, please. Because nothing that you've said even remotely correlates to Kakashi. By paying the all too high cost of one captain from my beloved Gote 13, I have obtained valuable information about the true nature of your ability. Do you understand what this means, my unusual Quincy? You haven't replied, but I shall continue. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I am on the verge of tears of sighting of this moving sacrifice. Precious victories always require precious sacrifices. That son of a bitch, how can he say shit like that? In other words, should offer up your body for experimentation and as an expression of my respect towards this emotional sacrifice. Oh my, it seems that I have been reasoned. It can't be reasoned with. It appears you lack refinement necessary to understand more noble ideas. Yeah. Is the Gunner bait working? Oh, look. Wow, what the hell is that I see? This is unexpected. I suppose this would be the left arm of the Spirit King. And how did Yuha Baha get the left arm of the Spirit King? Okay. And then, okay, and then it stretches itself out, and then it does the thing, and now it looks all creepy. The monster is the Spirit King's left arm. The Spirit King is that freaking huge. I couldn't tell you as I've never met him, but the Rayatsu is almost identical to that which I collected from a collapsed Ukitake. Assuming that the entity which Ukitake had made a pact with was indeed the Spirit King's right arm, then there isn't really any reason to question the left arm also being separate and moving about. The abnormal form of the arm with the single eye also matches Urahara's Kisuke's description, although whether or not that can be called a single eye is a matter of opinion. Okay, so it sends out its nerves. Cool. And guess what? It's in the anime instead of the manga. Fantastic! Not gonna lie, I've downloaded more of the Lucy and Ursa than I'd like to admit. Alright. Asta wins is if you use the 6D meta, and of course it's very shaky and there's no feats to back it up. Asta likely wins, but if we're talking about any painters, they neg diff Asta. Okay. Kirin light speed upscales Kakashi because Kirin is the same speed as lightning. No, it's not. Kirin is not the same speed as lightning. Kirin is not the same speed as lightning, especially if you go by the source material. Actually, no, it is the same speed as lightning if you go by the source material, not if you go by the data books. If you go by the data books, Kirin is specifically light speed. Which Kid Kakashi. Here's the thing. And here's where I'm going to completely destroy your logic in one simple manga chapter. I'm going to destroy your entire logic in a single manga chapter. Bear with me for a second. Because your argument is not even good in the slightest bit. But I'll do you a favor real quick and get you off of this blatant thing. Unless you want to stick to it. It's fine if you want to stick to this blatant... It's okay if you want to stick to this blatant misconception of what Kishimoto's trying to say in order to basically say, yeah, lightning in Naruto is light speed. What does it say right here? Just as I thought... Which is why it cannot be evaded. Why not? The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than sound. Okay, so here is the data book statement. I'm going to destroy it with a single panel and a single data book entry. Okay. Where the fuck is it? Kirin translation. There we go. Okay, so here's how it works. You're saying that the data book statement states that it is light, therefore it cannot be dodged, but you're also saying that it is the speed of lightning. Because the manga says that the speed of lightning. But the speed of lightning says that the speed of lightning is... The manga says that the speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. But this completely contradicts it and said that it's light speed. So which is it? If all lightning is the speed of light, then that means that all light is 1/1000th of a second, which means that light speed in Naruto is thereby... No, that means that that the speed of lightning in Naruto is thereby slower than normal light speed. I can explain to you the immeasurable Black Clover meta sometime if you want. Yeah, you can totally do it. I'm fine with that. At times, I swear, Eon, Ace, or Sabo versus Natsu. Ace or Sabo wins because Ace can't touch them. And even if he ate... Asta can't touch them. And even if he ate the fire, they have, like, infinite fire reserves. I don't know about that. There's not speed at the time frame. 1/1000. Regardless, even if it's 1/1000th of a second, or whatever the... Well, that's just not looking at the big picture. What's the big picture here? This contradicts this. This contradicts this. There's no bigger picture here. Either it's the speed of lightning, or it's the speed of light. If you say that all lightning in Naruto is the speed of light, then light in Naruto is only 1/1000th of a second, and that's way slower than the speed of light. Kirin's speed is never stated in the manga. I literally just pulled up the panel where it's stated. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I'm still in 37? Fuck me, man. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, my question is why the left arm of the Spirit King would be serving Yukabaka. Okay. Naruto down players, am I right? Yeah. Naruto upscalers, am I right? However, that is a trivial concern compared to the happiness I feel right now. You understand language? This too is unexpected. And the wonders never cease. And just what organs are you using to give yourself a voice? Captain Kurosuchi, keep smiling. Get out of there. In the situation, what is there to be so happy about? What is there to be so happy about, you say? Discovering the subject of observation that you've never seen before and having to repeatedly exceed your expectations? If that isn't happiness, then what is? Yes, more. Show me more of what the left arm of the Spirit King. Yeah. Name, not left arm, Pernida. Yeah. The lightning is just reading matter, Eon. Yeah, I can assure you in the atmosphere is less than 3,000 kilometers, which light would cover in 1/1000th of a second. He says this jutsu referring to Kirin. Destroy Sabura Ace enough to the point that Logia can't regen them. Maybe atomization, but Logia's... How does he atomize them? How does Asta atomize them? Yeah, no, they're talking about another jutsu. They're talking about that other jutsu, you know, the one that also uses natural lightning in order to attack the foe. Yeah, that's the other jutsu that they're talking about, man. You guys don't get it, right? Like, I think it's honestly very disingenuous of us to say that, like, the jutsu that, what's his face, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are talking about isn't actually some other jutsu that's clearly just not coming up, but it's clearly just that. Anyway. It's quite long, and besides, I'm the one who discovered you, so naming rights belong to me, not you. What a bunch of nonsense, same as always. But as the request comes from the subject itself, I suppose I can make an exception just this one time. However, I get to determine the spelling. That don't understand you. Don't worry, neither do we. I do, though. Things don't understand usually insult you. Enemy insults from enemy are insults to Quincy. Yeah. I will not tolerate. Yeah. Then it attacks. It uses its nerves to create things out of nothing. Okay, what's this? You think you can pass your nerves through inorganic materials as well? How unexpected. Very good. Jesus Christ, that's going to fucking haunt me in my dreams. Jesus Christ, it's going to haunt me in my dreams. I'm not downloading this. That's the thing you can say, show them, and then you say, haka, blah, blah, blah. I will just ignore that because I like the other series more. Nope, I'm not ignoring anything. It literally stated right there. It doesn't say the speed of Kirin. He says the time frame of lightning. Kakashi's water dragon jutsu, the speed of a pond. Nope, it never stated that. You guys just want Naruto to be super duper fast and super strong, and that's fine if you want to do that. I mean, he's stronger than them to an infinite degree, so atomization and other forms of destruction is a given. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If he can't damage normal fire, how is he beating them? Looks like he's trying his best Pennywise impression. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, sure, I can anti-magic my way through all the magic in the world, but if I have to literally damage fire, how am I damaging fire? Spare some One Piece glaze to us, we're starving? I don't have to spare anything because I'm not glazing anything. I'm asking you. Why should I have to give the Naruto verse inconsistent lightspeed meta when it doesn't deserve it? One Piece doesn't deserve good lightspeed meta either. It just has it. It just has a consistent lightspeed meta. Naruto doesn't. If I have to go into a data book instead of taking the source material, it legitimately then causes an issue because it's like, should I take the source material or should I take the supplementary material? I think you have me mixed up. I'm not arguing he wins. I said he lost. I'm saying there's a possibility, but since Logias have never been stated to have a limit, it's not happening. Oh, okay. I don't give a shit if Asta beats Ace or Sabo. I genuinely don't care. They're not characters. All of them are characters I don't necessarily care for, at least within the context of what we're doing right now. I was just more so confused with, like, how does Asta just beat them? Kishimoto wrote the data books, though. Yeah, he also wrote the story, so which is it? Okay, he also wrote the story, so which is it? Which is it? Which should I take? Because one says 1/1000th of a second, the other one says the speed of light. And either way, Kirin has never dodged. There has never been a single moment where Kirin as a jutsu is dodged, so that still proves to me that the characters can't move at the speed of light. You're just talking about how it possibly could be. Okay, no, that's fine. Atomization though, but like the only thing, no, like possibly beat them. That's fair, but like I just don't understand how I can't speak. How Asta atomizes them. That's the only thing I've been confused about. Like again, if it's possible for him to atomize, that's fine. I was just confused as to how Asta atomizes. I haven't looked at the series once in terms of atomization. So I mean, in terms of like power scaling. So again, if he did atomize somebody at some point, I'm fine with conceding that point too. Zetsu never states the spear Kirin. Kirin hadn't been launched yet. He doesn't need to state it. He just says he's using natural lightning. This jutsu, that means the jutsu would move at 1/1000th of a second, and he's saying it's impossible to dodge. If it's impossible to dodge, then that means an attack that is the speed of light cannot be dodged. So it would still mean that they do not have the capacity to move their bodies at the speed of light. What part of that do you guys not understand? I could go for hours about Black Clover. I love this series, unlike this boring-ass series Bleach. Type shit. I'm going to explain it to you. Look up each word in the dictionary. It's no good, Captain Virtue. Your nerves keep descending. Okay, wait. So, it attacks Kurotsuchi with both of its hands. It claps. Okay, blows up. Quit your yelling. It's merely explosive reactive armor. If you keep descending, they'll... The fuck did he do? Oh, he clicked the bottom of his shoes. You've seen this before, yes? Of course you have. This is a technique you could use for levitation. Hiren Kyaku. Although that is the name that Ishida Soken and Ishida Uryu were using, so the original Quincy term for it may be different. In any event, go right ahead and extend your nerves across the surface of the ground. It means nothing if I never set foot on it. It means nothing if I never set foot on. I sort of got the data book statement doesn't matter, but Whitebeard's statement, world statement is key, right? I don't even really use Whitebeard's world shattering statement. But guess what? It's from the source material. My friend, it is from the source material. What do you want me to tell you? Like, come on, man. One is from the source material, the other one says it somewhere else. Look, you can throw the statement from the manga itself and it won't process to these people you're debating with. It will flip to a data book and then anime and then flip it back. Yeah, when the anime has the better scaling, then they go for that. But when the data book has the better scaling, then they go for that. I'm aware. I still like going back and forth because at the end of the day, it's like they're just going. Yeah, because then they just have nothing else but to say glaze. They have nothing else but to say copium. Like what am I supposed to do? Using a natural enemy is not a cap on a jutsu. The natural element stats would be the starting point. Easiest example is the water dragon jutsu. So how fast does water move then? How much pressure does water dragon jutsu have? I don't know. Does it have the pressure of the entire lake or the entire pond that they're standing on? Like you're bringing up the water dragon jutsu, but what exactly is the AP of the water dragon jutsu? What exactly am I supposed to be worried about with the water dragon jutsu? Why am I even talking about the water dragon jutsu? Who gives a shit about the water dragon jutsu? It's not making a point for you. I'm just trying to understand your logic. Your logic is just going back and forth and just not adding anything to your argument. What does the water dragon jutsu have to do with anything of it? Yeah, it's a giant turd of water in the shape of a dragon. What's the AP? I don't know. Now then, I'll collect my sample. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this. Okay, preserving the solution. It stings, yes. This will preserve freshness until the fighting settles down, at which time I'll construct a storage tank. What? And then it gets into his finger, and then boom, blows up his arm. I've altered the configuration of my nerves, blood vessels, and muscles. Don't think you'll be able to control my body so easily, Pernita. Okay. Yeah, because just because Kieran's starting speed is lightning speed, it doesn't tell us anything that Kieran is faster than base lightning. Yeah. It's like saying, oh man, this mud wall that I made, why didn't Whitebeard just destroy the planet while he was on the brink of death and his son just died? Explain that to me. It's so inconsistent. Because he doesn't want to destroy the world. He's not there to destroy the world. Why would he want to destroy the entirety of the planet at that point? When did Whitebeard ever give you the idea that he wants to? That he has the willpower to actually destroy the planet if he damn so well pleased? From just natural water. Do you think it still has pond AP? What's the AP of a pond? I don't know. I could say that the AP of the pond is the amount of pressure that it would take from the amount of weight of the water. I still can't tell you how much pressure that would actually be because I don't know how big the pond is. Why does Whitebeard want to break the planet? That's what I'm asking, man. Like, their logic is always, well, I can't defend my argument, therefore now I have to go into your story and bring up a thing about your verse that no one's talking about and no one cares about, because I have to be able to break that logic down, even though when I try to break that logic down, it ends up evolving into nothing. Yeah, what's the AP of water? I don't know what the AP of water is. Maybe the force of the water dragon jutsu isn't even actual attack potency. Maybe it's just you're getting bashed with tons of water pressure. That could also be what the water dragon jutsu does. I mean, I don't know. If I literally put a tube into water, and then I put it, and then that water gets sucked up through the tube into a machine, and then it gets shot at a little nozzle spray. I'm not shooting you with the AP of the water. I'm just shooting you with high pressurized water. You keep bringing up Whitebeard. No one gives a shit about Whitebeard. No one's talking about Whitebeard. You're the only person here talking about Whitebeard. Was using his Quakes and Marineford. Either Whitebeard is so weak he can't do it, or he was holding back for no reason because Battle IQ or Sengoku lied. No. Whitebeard can probably control the force of his Quakes, and he just doesn't want to destroy the entire planet. Yeah. What a failure. He has not performing one-handed surgery in so long dulled my senses. How very clumsy. Means you panicking now. Do I appear to be panicking? You panic little more. Yeah. Then it has another finger pop out. Now it's attacking it with the fingers and the blah, 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 blah. Yo, how far do you guys think Pernita gets into Elden Ring? How far do you guys think Pernita gets into Elden Ring as a story, right? You guys think its nerve attacks would work? He has enough to control, not to destroy the planet. He doesn't want to. How hard is that to understand? Yeah. But guys, no, guys. Whitebeard could have destroyed the planet, though. Why didn't he do it, though? But that doesn't matter, because Sengoku said he has the power to destroy the world, right? But that's the thing, guys. Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world, as stated by Sengoku, but he didn't do it. That means that clearly they were lying. It clearly must not be true, right? Clearly, right? Yeah, because that's how it works, right? Because if Whitebeard, even though he has no reason to want to destroy the planet and no reason to want to kill everyone on the planet, because he didn't do it, that means he can't do it, right? Even though it's blatantly stated by someone who is aware of his capabilities, right? Yeah, no, it makes total sense, right? Guys, no, you're all just being fallacious. You guys just trying to upscale our island level verse, because otherwise it can't even complete with Naruto. Anyway, it appears it won't be taken. It would appears it won't be taking you back into pieces. Then torn off fingers can become another left hand. Okay. Do I appear panicking? Then torn off finger can become another left hand. It appears it won't be taking you back in pieces then. Okay. You panic little more. Blood in eye. I see. This was written in a book I saw when I was young. The right arm of the Spirit King is stationary while the left arm advances. But knowledge gained from books is simply knowledge and nothing more. It is not my nature to believe something until I have obtained proof with my own hands. But to think that I would experience both arms, one after the other like this, is truly a fantastic battle. Yeah. I don't know, man. Media literacy is a thing I feel like should definitely be taught in schools, too. In that logic, you didn't care for Ace because he was holding back on intentionally putting him in danger of him getting executed. No, not necessarily. Why is he putting Ace in danger? They got Ace out. Ace just died to a Yo Daddy joke. Ace quite literally died to a Yo Daddy joke. That's why he went out. It's not because Whitebeard couldn't protect him. This jutsu guides the lightning striking down from the heavens. I merely direct its power towards you, just as I thought, which is why it cannot be evaded. The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. This jutsu is named Kirin. Sasuke tamed lightning? Yeah. What? Yeah. Bankai. Konjiki. Ashisogi Chizo. Konjiki. It's crazy how consistent planetary One Piece actually is when you look at it. Yep, probably. Konjiki Ashisugi Jizo didn't just crush its enemies with its enormous size, it was able to spread deadly poisons in 100 ken radius. It's about 1.8 meters, so about 180 meters to 590 feet. So you're telling me that Mayuri Kurotsuchi's Bankai has a worse range than Malevolent Shrine? That's crazy. Mother Flame scaling is crazy. Literally a point from Alabasta, Bonclay's focused power is the point. Pointless destruction is not the point. Yeah, and it's brought up again later on. Captain Kurotsuchi plans on poisoning that thing to death. Let's grab Captain Zaraki and get out of here. Poison it to death? Why would I do something so excessive? Now then, the information I've collected has finally reached full term. Konjiki Ashisoki Jizo Matai Fukuin Shutai. Did you guys like my Japanese there? I think I did a good job. I think my pronunciation for Japanese is pretty good. But if you're going to keep yelling glaze without forming a proper argument, you've utterly failed. Earth, planetary, on a world about as big or bigger than Jupiter doesn't sound much in One Piece, doesn't. Yeah. What? What the hell is that? A modified Bankai. But they need ancient weapons to destroy islands, yep. I created Matai Fukuin Shotai by modifying Konjiki Ashisuki Jizo. It is a different form of Konjiki Ashisuki Jizo and its powers to birth a new Ashisuki Jizo based on the data that I've sent it during battle. Don't quite understand. You will see it soon. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Why is bro's Bankai a big back? That's what I'm wondering. Why does it have to be a big back? And what is this thing in the background? Is that just like a flesh back? Jesus Christ, that's gross. What the fuck is this? Is that hair? No, that's not hair. Why does this thing have hair on its fucking butt? Alright, I'm over it. Jesus Christ, this thing is gonna be gross to see animated. When did I glaze JJK to astronomical levels? When the fuck did when did I glaze JJK to astronomical levels? The crazy thing I've said about JJK is that Sukuna unironically does beat EMS Madara. I don't even think that's a crazy take. Is that a crazy take, honestly? Has JJK lower than me and I'm a JJK hater. Yeah. I don't really glaze JJK. Six, if anything, like Six has said it. Sukuna goes into mountain level and I can't really prove it other than him literally destroying, not destroying, but literally him scaling above Gojo who can outscale a mountain creation thing, and even then I don't go by that logic. Anyway, it's not important. You said Sukuna would beat Sengoku. Yes, he would. EMS Madara, you're gaslighting a group of millions here. I hate it. What am I gaslighting? He sends out an invisible slash. Madara can't see it coming. He gets his head chopped off. That's literally my only argument. I don't have to argue Susanoo. I don't even have to argue the Nine Tails. He could literally just split them in half with the world-cutting slash. It's not my fault that Gege Akutami explains his character's abilities and Naruto characters don't have counters for those abilities. That's not on me. It's mostly a meme. Dude makes junk sucking noises about it. That's what I'm saying, bro. My King Sukuna. Oh my god, he's standing right in front of me. Like, come on, man. Maki saw the... No, she didn't. That wasn't a world-cutting slash. That wasn't a world-cutting slash. I can break up the chapter, too. That wasn't a world-cutting slash. And even then, Maki has the ability to see changes in the air. Mostly, to be fair, mostly mount level stuff because of Calyx, but you can get to mount level implications within the series. Yeah, I know. Now, Maki's like 255. Yeah, Maki's like 255. It's prior to this. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Where is the world cutting slash here? Where's the world cutting slash here? Because last time I checked, he has to give the entirety of the incantation in order to get the world cutting slash to come out. And last time I checked, all he said right here was paired falling stars. That's not it. He has to put his hands together and make the motion in addition to speak the entire incantation. He didn't speak the entire incantation. You realize that you can also increase the damage of an attack or the output of an attack, as Gojo once did back in his fight earlier with Sukuna. You realize that it's capable of doing it by simply calling out the phrases. As a matter of fact, Gojo does it right here. As a matter of fact, Gojo did it right here. He says it right here. Phase, Twilight, Eyes of Wisdom. And it increases right here. It was off-screened in the manga. The anime is going to add the rest of it, but you're not ready for that conversation. So now you have... So let me get this straight. Mappa hasn't put out the third season yet for some reason you know for a fact that they're going to have Sukuna just call out the world cutting slash at that moment, so you can just see into the future. You can... What's the One Piece? Fuck that. Fuck JJK for a second. What's the One Piece? How about that? Answer me that. What's the One Piece? Like, listen, I'm fine with Madara killing Sukuna. I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit. If at the end of the day I'm wrong, if at the end of the day both Gege Akutami and Kishimoto, for whatever reason, do an interview together, and they're like, "Do you guys think Sukuna can beat Madara?" And Gege Akutami's like, "No, I don't think so at all. I think Madara speed blitzes and curb stomps, and yes, he can see the slashes." Listen, I'm fine with being wrong. Listen, dude, I'm perfectly okay with being wrong. That's fine, but at least I have some receipts. At least I made a comprehensive argument that isn't just built off of, oh, this happens because I feel like it does. I don't know, man. Calling Games is the only JJK arc I'll probably gonna like season 3. I hope you like it, 6. I generally think that, like, the anime is definitely a much easier take-in than the manga. As much as I do love the manga. Man, just don't say anything anymore. The mods can warn me once, but seriously, you have nothing of a shred of an argument. Saying Madara, who destroyed a mountain with a swing, yeah, is gonna extreme diff a kid who's house level? Why is Yuji house level? Yeah, he has an attack. Let me explain it to you. He has these things, right? So here's the thing, right? Sukuna can do this thing. Sukuna can do this thing. Dude, we've been reading a lot of Bleach, by the way. This is me just killing some time. Here's the thing. Sukuna can do this thing, right? Where he can send out these, like, these almost like slashes, right? So, like, Sukuna's curse technique, the way it works, right, is that he can send out these flying slashes, right? Now, these flying slashes are invisible. You can't see them, right? You can't see the flying slashes. There's no way to even see them coming. And here's the thing. There's a chapter that actually proves Sukuna can activate the slashes without even moving a muscle. Right? Now, Madara Uchiha doesn't know what cursed energy is. He can't see cursed energy. And he can't see changes in air pressure. He can't even see changes in space itself. Right? So if Sukuna can send out one of these, like, invisible slashes, these very sharp blades, and just slash his head off, he wouldn't even know what's coming. Yeah, I'll be honest, Mayuri consistently has the most interesting fights in Bleach. Mayuri has the most interesting fights in Bleach. Ashisogi Jizo's nerves are all on the surface. This means excruciating pain shoots through its body whenever it comes in contact with the ground and air. But let's set that aside. It's important is that those surface nerves are divided into 70,000 layers. In other words, even if all you drive your nerves, even if all of you drive your nerves into it, you simply peel off one surface layer and that's it. Okay. Oh, it's gonna eat this thing. Oh, God. What about verse equalization? We don't verse equalize on this channel because verse equalization, at least in my opinion, is innately disingenuous to what a fight should be. Two characters from separate verses fighting one another with their toolkits as the author intended. What's the matter? If it won't bother me if you resist, assuming, of course, you're able to drive your nerves in 70,000 times before you're devoured whole. I don't like this fight at all, I'm not gonna lie. It was useless sacrifice and Mayuri yapping and science shit. People glaze it because it's surface level writing. I'll be honest with you, I can see why you don't like it. It's also kind of gross, but at the same time, like, Mayuri Kurotsuchi's fights are just a lot of dialogue. It's just, I think, like, that's probably my only issue with them. It's like a lot of tell, don't show. You know what I mean? You know how, like, a lot of writers usually want you to do show, don't tell, or at least they tell you, like, if you're gonna do something, you want to believe that the audience is smart enough to understand what is happening. I feel like with Mayuri Kurotsuchi, especially with how weird he is, you kind of have to do tell, don't show. But the thing is that, like, besides the obvious walls of text that you have to kind of go for Mayuri, I do feel like it's interesting as far as Bleach goes, specifically because he's kind of like the only captain that doesn't really swing a sword, so he's kind of like the only captain that doesn't necessarily have to, like, really think about it. Does Kusakabe reacting to a visible sight make you consider Gojo's infinity would stop attacks too fast for Gojo to see? It does, because Sukuna had to develop a slash specifically designed to bypass space itself. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Big Loss? In Kusakabe's case, it's more or less like Ultra Instinct within the range of the circle. Also, remember, Eon Soul Society ain't the good guys. They're the faction of status quo. As long as Mayuri helps maintain the status quo, he's gonna stay employed. I agree. Show what you can, tell what you must. Yeah, that's fair. Do you remember what you called me when I first woke up? I really liked that name. Are you awake now? Oh God, it's the Nazis. It's the anime Nazis, guys. Oh, I already have this. Wow. Buggy is low-key country level with Muggy Ball and FTL, and we need to revisit the Sukuna versus Buggy debate. Listen, I'll revisit it when the One Piece is over, alright? Sounds more like a projection coming from you. I'm not even reading these messages anymore. To be fair, it's kind of impossible to only show what Mayuri abilities can do without explaining it. No, that's the thing. Like, with Mayuri, it's like, it's abilities that are weird enough to where I'm like, okay, you know what? Listen, with him, I'm kind of fine with, like, tell, don't show, right? With, like, tell and show. Morgan gets real light magic. Light speed is too hard to react to. I was reading that. What the fuck? Why'd you retract the message? Whatever. Ishida really joined the anime Nazis, huh? Yeah, I guess. I guess he couldn't help but become part of the... Whatever the Stern Ridders. I was gonna say. Genuinely, why did Kubo think it's a good idea to evolve the SS not to play the German card, but I think we could live with a different name. Yeah. Stern Ritter. Stern Ritter. The Vanderreich. Drew Graham, Hashvault, Creation, Uniforms. Give me a second. Schrift, Yuhabaha, Schutzstaffel. That's... He really just named him that. Jesus Christ. Schutzstaffel. Yeah, why did he name them that, dude? What the fuck? Jeez, okay, it really is in poor taste. Yami, light speed is too hard to react to. Actual light can't be blocked, only refracted. It took 3v1 to win. No manga is safe from retcons. Is that to me or is that to 6? Because I don't really care if Black Clover is MFTL or not. I really don't care. YouTube randomly closed. That's unquantifiably high into star level. Kusakage programmed his simple domain to react when someone enters his range and consents it. Gojo probably did the same when he programmed Infinity to stop attacks. He likely did the same thing, especially when you consider that Gojo said he's the target of the curse technique and not he's the target of the curse technique, not the other objects. Not objects invading. Now then, how is your stomach, Ashisogi Jizo? It seems the digestion will take some time since you swallowed them whole. Still, immediately utilizing the final bit of data I've been and having you born as a toothless entity was the right decision indeed. And even if you had chewed them into pieces and they increased their numbers inside your stomach, it will not be able to withstand it. Oh man. And then it shoots a thing. Boom. Pernida. Do sound like you. You forgot that I, Pernida, am a Quincy. You forgot that I, Pernida, am a Quincy. I use a bow and arrow to kill my enemies.
No, I didn't forget. I simply never thought that the left arm of the Spirit King would do something so brazen as calling itself a Quincy.
Brazen? What is brazen? How can referring to myself as a Quincy be brazen? I have always been a Quincy. You truly have insulted the Quincy this whole time. Pernida is sick of it.
There it is. There. What was that? His manner of speaking changed for a moment.
Awesome voice acting. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Man, Kubo really made Mayuri be the special captain who actually fought and beat a being that was once a part of the Soul King, huh? Yeah, Mayuri Kurotsuchi is clearly Kubo's favorite fucking character. Who is Kishimoto's favorite character? I don't know, man. Clearly not Sakura.
In fact, its very vocabulary, it appears to have been increasing gradually since the start of the battle. Is it regaining its memories as the Spirit King, or is it beginning to evolve through some other means? Its nerves are connected to the arrows.
Okay. Okay, and then they stick onto him. Okay, and then they bend back.
It enveloped the arrow with the nerves running along the ground and caused it to turn. Damn, that one's gonna hit.
Didn't you have Hirin Kyaku? Why can't you just move out of the air with Hirin Kyaku? It's kind of weak compared to the right arm's feat of holding the realms together for a short time. Okay, so she grabs the arrow and then cuts off her arm immediately. Remember when we thought that Nemu didn't have a Shikai, only for Kubo to say that she does have a Shikai, but it didn't end up mattering whatsoever? Crazy how Reio's own body doesn't understand its role. How can you be a god yet your own body denies you? Yeah.
Idiot! Why did you get involved? I didn't give you any orders. If I had fallen to the ground like that, you'd be a meatball right now.
I determined that you required a shield in this battle.
I don't recall teaching you to determine for yourself when it's acceptable to support me.
No, bro. You did not teach me that.
So you're saying that you learned something on your own without me teaching you?
I do not.
Nemu, or rather, Nemuri Nanago. Ever since Kurosaki Ichigo's group appeared, we have been through countless numerous battles. And I have taught you too much. Do you understand how much it troubles? Do you understand how much trouble it would be for me to raise the next you in the same manner as the current you?
You think Renji's gonna get a bounty potentially above Chopper? Fuck no, I don't think Renji gets a bounty above Chopper. Fuck no. Get Eon a position in 4 Keats dub stat. You think so? Did bro change hairstyles mid-fight, or am I tripping? No, he didn't change hairstyles. Did he? He didn't change hairstyles? No, he didn't. He didn't. No, he didn't. Although, to be fair, guys, what would you say was the best version of Mayuri Kurotsuchi design-wise? Like, which fit went the hardest, right? I think we need to talk about that. Oh, shit. As the current true, if you don't understand, then do not act on your own judgment. You do not have the freedom to determine for yourself when you die. You only die when I have ordered you to do so. If you understand that, then get up. Yes, I understand, Mayuri-sama. Yeah. My apologies for my tardiness in giving this to you, Mayuri-sama. It's flesh supplementation serum. I originally came out in order to give this to you. Okay. Ew. Were you aware from the beginning that I had forgotten to bring it with me into battle? Yes. When the current incursion began, you didn't go to the medicine cabinet that you always go to before entering the battle. You've been watching closely. How very unnerving. My apologies. Mayuri-sama. Okay. He just wears robes. That's it. Not really. They all suck. Mayuri has no drip? I don't agree with that. Mayuri Kurotsuchi Designs. What are we talking here, bruh? What are we talking here, man? This man is constantly evolving the drip, bruh. He's constantly doing so. See? First he had like the chin piece and the wig and the weird looking ears and the weird stupid looking hat, and then he got his Bankai form, and then look at him. Look at what you could do with that ear. And then look at him. He got his long hair and the pharaoh sarcophagus looking face mask thing with the scarf, and then he got like the whole big looking dome gold thing and the different changes in his face and what have you. And then he got like this fit right here. Yeah, type shit. Yeah. Type shit. Oh yeah, and this is what he looks like now. Yeah, no, drip. Type shit. Mayuri's a rich pimp. Type shit. Shikamaru clears in terms of drip. Shikamaru has had the same hairstyle since he was a fucking kid. That guy has no drip and has never cared about drip once. That's just his appearance changing. That's not drip. That is his appearance. What do you think drip is? The gold fit sucks, by the way. You suck. Fuck you. I'm sorry, Six. Oh, man. Lightbulb Mayuri is lit. Literally. Lightbulb Mayuri is my favorite. Dude looks silly. That's what I'm saying. Hordy is literally millions of billions of times the speed of sound on the low end. If you can calculate it as such, I agree. What was the point of... Wait. How was he falling into the ground in the first place? Nah, look at Hokage Shikamaru with the drip. 1 second. Let me put it like this. Let me just make one thing clear about Shikamaru, because here's where we're gonna disagree. Shikamaru kind of looks like a bum, and let me explain why Shikamaru looks like a bum. He has his shirt half tucked in, half tucked out. It's nothing more than a green button-up turtleneck with a brown belt that he got off of Marshall's, and he's wearing purple. What the fuck's wrong with me? Light beige, thick ass pants, man. That's not drip, bro. This is not crazy drip. Also, literally the same hairstyle. He rocks that shit though. I don't agree with that, man. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. Like, he looks like he's not even the Hokage. He doesn't even look like the Hokage. Like, I'm sorry, but he doesn't look like he's the Hokage, man. Like, just wearing the Hokage shawl on top of him does not look like he's the Hokage, bruh. He's literally just wearing big ass slacks that don't look like they fit him, and a green shirt. That's it. And he's not even tucking it in. Smartest guy in the village, and the bum puts all the work on Naruto of all people. That's what I'm saying, bruh. That's what I'm saying. And the craziest part is Shikamaru doesn't even look as stressed as Naruto did when he was doing his job. That's what I'm saying, bro. Literally, this is what a janitor would wear. This is quite literally what a janitor would wear. I'm not lying. Like, no, you're right about that, Drac. No. Like, all he has to do is just tuck in his shirt. All he has to do is just tuck in his shirt and wear a name badge, and he could literally be dressed as a fucking janitor for a high school. I'm not even kidding. Shika literally offered to do all the Naruto's work, but he declined. Oh, that's crazy. The Naruto's just a bad father. I'm sorry. That just makes Naruto a bad fucking father, dude. Well, come on now. What are we talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair. Listen, I'm more stuck on the fact that if Shikamaru really did offer Naruto to do half of his work for him, bruh, then Naruto would just look... Naruto's just a bum of a dad then. Damn, I kind of got nothing to defend that motherfucker with anymore. Anyway, like, you're telling me you're the smartest guy in the village and that's the best you can come up with in terms of a fit? You're telling me you go home with your wife every fucking day wearing that? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. At least let your wife dress you up at that point. That's all I'm saying. Can you hear me, Nemu? Yes, I'm going to tell you the plan. I'm currently moving around like so in order to spread an ultra-concentrated anesthetic across the wide area. It is uncertain what effect it will have on the main body, but I gauged that the strength of the nerves connected to the arrows during its previous contact with me, this concentration will be able to neutralize them. Well, the concentration is such that I will end up slightly affected as well, but that is unavoidable. Nemu, your job is to inject the nerve freezing agent directly into a neutralized arrow. Unlike an anesthetic, the nerve freezing agent does not cause the target to go limp by interfering with the transmission of nervous signals. As its name implies, it literally freezes nervous transmissions, and every organ connected to those nerves will be forcibly stopped in whatever position it happens to be in when the agent reaches it. In other words, once affected by this drug, the open eyelids won't shut, the contracted heart won't expand, an open mouth won't close shut. Your voice is very loud, Mayuri-sama. Silence! I do not know the composition of its body, however, it is certain that blood flows through there. With this agent, drug will freeze and flow of blood and kill it. Okay. The nerves along the ground have been neutralized by the anesthetic. Stepping on them shouldn't be an issue. Now, inject the agent directly into the fallen arrow faster than it can sever its nerves from it. Okay. Adult Naruto designs are from chapter 700 of Naruto. It's not just about the drip itself. It's about how much it hits him and how he rocks it. He's not really rocking it well, though, in my opinion. He's just wearing it. There's been many improvements. Boruto is peak. Burrito will never amount to more than a shameless cash cow meant to prolong the longevity of the Naruto series. Jesus Christ, you really don't like it. So you're saying he's meant to be a janitor? I'm saying he's dressed like one. He's kind of built like one too, I'm not gonna lie. I remember having a janitor in my old high school that also had his hair completely tied up into a ponytail. Granted, he had fluffy curly hair, so it looked more like a big bun. Okay, so and it's covering it, and then what the fuck? Okay, and then you're finished, Pernita. Oh, and then it cuts off its finger, right? Because it couldn't do that. You think something like this is gonna take me out, Kurotsuchi? What happened to his speech? It sounded just like Zaraki. I see, or is it evolving through some other means? It's evolving by absorbing all the information from the things it connects its nerves to. Not good. Assuming its nerves have evolved to Zaraki's level, then Nemu's reaction speed will be no match for it. Get back, Nemu! Get back, Nemu! This is Matai Fukuin Shotai ability. Mayuri-sama. Mayuri-sama. Eon's going to pull up into Shikamaru fit for the next sub-milestone. What? Captain Kurotsuchi won't call you by your name? No, lately he always refers to me as Nemu. So what? Nemu's your name, isn't it? No, my name is Nemuri number 7. Wow, something popped out. Damn it, Kuna. The hell are you doing? I didn't do anything. Damn it. I've got to restore functionality to the entire lab before the captain and the others get back. Well, if it isn't the legacy of the initial stages of the Nemuri Artificial Soul Project, this brings back memories. Nemuri, what about Nemu-chan? Yep, these here are numbers 1 through 3, huh? This little stringy thing like this. At first it was a failure after another, but with number 4, we finally created a brain. Technology from number 4 fixed my head. That's right. After that, number 5 developed all the way into a fetus using the technology Captain Kurotsuchi. Using that technology, Captain Kurotsuchi modified his Zanpakuto and became a captain. Ah, I see now. Number 6 grew into an age equivalent of a 2-year-old, but the cell stopped dividing and it died. It hit the lifespan cycle of artificial soul cells. That's why when number 7 developed past that lifespan, Captain was overjoyed to say the least. What do you think? Mayuri-sama stopped referring to me as number 7. Why are you asking me? Why don't you go ask him? Because I do not believe Mayuri-sama would answer me even if I did. If you've got that much figured out, then figure out that asking me won't do any good either. There might be one reason. I think he's embarrassed. Embarrassed? Mayuri-sama doesn't seem to possess such an emotion. You say some crazy shit sometimes. The captain said before, an artificial soul from within a soul created... An artificial Shinigami with a soul created from nothing is every Shinigami's dream. But having a dream while still awake is absurd. Thus, I shall create this project, the Nemuri Project. It is the captain's usual irony. Okay. So, what I'm about to say is just my idea. An artificial Shinigami is every Shinigami's dream. It's Captain Kurotsuchi's, understand? Eating, sleeping, breathing, learning, and growing day by day. As you're doing all those things, Captain Kurotsuchi is living in a dream. Having you realize that you would... Wait, let me see something. Okay. Having you realize would probably be embarrassing for him, but I didn't realize that. We see you getting smarter with each passing day. You'd figure it out eventually. Even I know that. If I stay ignorant, do you think Mayuri-sama would have kept calling me number 7? Not a chance. You're the captain's greatest masterwork. It's impossible for you not to evolve. Oh shit, Nemu, this power, how are you? This is the power you have given me. I drew out the capabilities of the Shinigami body you bestowed upon me to within 0.8% of the structural collapse threshold. There is no problem. I can maintain this level of output for another 400 seconds. This is not what I'm talking about. When did I give you that kind of order? There was no order. This is my purpose. My purpose is to protect you, Mayuri-sama. No, your purpose is to grow. I think I can demonstrate my growth by protecting you. You've gotten quite a mouth. To think that the day would come when I can entrust a battle to Nemu. How degrading. Soul rasp. It can be destroyed by shaving off 6% of my soul and firing it into Gikonjurinju. I'm sorry. Nemu's got like the best design in all of fucking Bleach, by the way. All of this just to say Mayuri's a bit of a tsundere. Yeah, like, listen, I'm able to understand that whole aspect. Google bean pizza. Listen, I'm not Googling anything that had to do with beans unless you pay me. And I know you guys aren't going to pay me to Google a bean pizza. I'm not doing that. When anyone says Nemu is a garbage character, she was born and used and abused by Mayuri her entire life, then sacrificed herself for him. Yeah, no. I don't like that. So... like, the whole relationship with, like, Mayuri and Nemu is that, like, they're kind of trying to justify that he treats her like absolute dog shit, beats the fuck out of her, stabs her, will use her for his own precious tool. Mind you, let me look something up real quick. Uh, 120 through 126, got it. Kubo defending Nemu abuse? Yeah, no, it's not cool for me. Nemu is a baddie for real. Listen. I can't look at something like this. I can't look at someone like this and say, woo! Damn! Oh, fuck! Man, anyway. Sorry about that. It was gonna get loud. But yeah, no, the abuse stuff, I can't deal with that. Like, it genuinely pisses me off that, like, Kubo tries to justify the way that he treats Nemu by saying, oh man, hey, yeah, he actually wants her to grow, he wants her to evolve, she's his masterpiece. I don't give a shit, dude. Fuck all of that. Actually, fuck all of that. That doesn't justify jack shit for me. Yeah, no, 100% true. Are you kidding me? My hand, yada yada yada, blah 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 blah, dodges, Ashisogi Jizo, then Nemu jumps right in front of him, and then he just slashes right through her. What the fuck is the point of her continuously growing? What the fuck is the point of her continuously fucking growing, then taking the hit for him, just to then punch her in the face because she didn't keep grabbing him? I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't expecting that much. No, that sucks. This fucking sucks, dude. I don't believe that this is even remotely okay, and it doesn't justify the fact that he considers her his greatest masterpiece. I don't give a shit. Did Kubo even remember he wrote Mayuri as someone who committed atrocities against Quincy children and families in a matter that rivals Unit 731's evil? Yeah. Captain Kurotsuchi, I'm sorry. And then he walks up to her and just steps on top of her, but yeah, I want her to grow. As if it's gonna even remotely change any of the shit that he did, bro. Defending abuse makes sense. I mean, Kubo abuses the reader with his writing, so of course Kubo, alright. My child's hand so lost and wandering in search of mine, but close but far. I take your hand, together we will walk the end. That feels so fucking terrible to me. It's like, baby, hold your hand. I don't know, man. This feels so fucking terrible to me, dude. This feels so fucking terrible. By the way, I'm gonna leave it at this, by the way. Never cared about him. No, I really don't think he ever cared about Nemu. It really doesn't feel that way. Like, he's, like, Kubo trying to justify the abuse he gave to his fucking character by saying, oh yeah, but in reality, like, all of his other experiments had failed. You are, in fact, probably the greatest thing. And the best thing that I can get for Nemu is that she jumps into the guy and shoots an energy blast. That's it? Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, man. I don't agree with it. Like, what are you doing? Isn't she one of you you're killing? Are you mocking me? You think she'd die from this? Yeah, that's right. It's Nemu Kurotsuchi. She's the result of my experiments with Gigai and Gikon. She is my daughter. Don't bore me with righteous indignations of how a father treats his own daughter. It's none of your business. And he just slams her next to the fucking wall, dude. This is so ass. Like, listen, here's the thing. I'm at least willing to accept the fact that Mayuri Kurotsuchi's a piece of shit if Kubo didn't backtrack on it by making her essentially, you know, say, oh yeah, no, daddy, keep basting me, keep stabbing me, keep doing all of this. Always rationalize Mayuri as a misunderstood villain. I don't give a shit how misunderstood. You don't just go out of your way. You don't, because there's no misunderstanding here. This is just straight up bad, dude. This is just straight up bad. There's no way that you can rectify the guy doing this to his lieutenant the first time that we really see him do anything, just for him to then technically jam his you know what into her you know what to try and fix her, and then furthermore later say, oh yeah, he was a greater masterpiece. Yeah, no, he's just evil, man. Like, and I'm fine with that. Listen, I'm fine with Mayuri Kurotsuchi being an evil piece of shit if you did not backtrack on that. At least double down, man. At least double down on it and don't try to backtrack on it by having him feel some type of way that she later on, oh my god, Nemu, I can't believe you could take my beatings. It's okay. Nemu can take my beatings. I can beat her ass. I can slam her head against the fucking wall. I can make her bleed. I can break her nose. I can do all of these things to Nemu. Step on her when she can't defend herself and she's suffering from the fucking neutralizing agents that I just slashed through her with Ashisogi Jizo. I can do all of those things to her, but I will feel bad if somebody else were to do it to her. Now fuck off, Kubo. Actually go fuck yourself. Yeah, I remember one time somebody said I don't have to call the author an asshole for that, but I really do feel like I have to call Kubo an asshole for this. There's no amount of writing that's gonna help me justify this with any kind of like actual fucking justification, man. Pulling the misunderstood villain or mad scientist card, that's just horrible. There's no justice or righteousness. Like, and here's the thing. I would have been fine with Mayuri Kurotsuchi, like, slashing through Nemu and showing no kind of... Here's the thing. If he slashed through her, right? If he slashed through her and then said, Nemu, you got in the way of my attack. Step aside right now. Then move out of the way and just like shoves her aside. I'm fine with that. I'm at least fine with her like shoving her aside. But no, he beats the fuck out of her, dude. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. No, this is terrible. As a matter of fact, I'm turning this into a short. Fuck this. There's no reason why I have to sit here and say, oh yeah, no, Mayuri Kurotsuchi is a wonderful example of what a mad scientist and evil, misunderstood villain is supposed to be. No, this is just fucked, dude. And it's not even fucked for the sake of like, oh, he sees himself as like something greater or whatever, or he thinks that like, oh yeah, I could do this to my character because, oh yeah, they can handle it. I don't give a shit if you think she can handle it. Then don't feel bad when this other shit happens, because that just makes Mayuri Kurotsuchi a fuck piece of shit. It's like when you ever seen like those fucking videos, or you ever seen like those like clips from movies where like the evil bad guy, where like the actual evil villain says, it's okay, I will bring you liberation. It's okay if nobody else treats you, it's okay if only I treat you bad, but nobody else does it. Nah, fuck that, dude. This is fucked. This is completely fucked, dude. Like, and here's the thing, I'm not even willing to look past this, because like, yeah, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, again, everything that he does is for the sake of the Soul Society, and at the end of the day, he's too big of a fucking battle asset for them. But at the end of the day, it's like, dude, don't feel bad at that point. I don't know. At least double down and say she got in her fucking way. Just now, was that despair I sensed in your voice? Don't tell me you're actually capable of that emotion. Perhaps my hearing isn't what it used to be. You'll have to repeat yourself, in fact. How about giving me a better look at that pretty mug of yours? I mean, I'm sure I was hearing things. I must have been. After that lecture the big bad scientist gave me on his soapbox. What I think I heard is impossible, right? A man-made life form has perished. How can you find any anguish in that? I'll throw the words you once spewed my way back at you. As a scientist, perfection is meaningless because despair is inherent in perfection. I myself despise perfection. Those were your words. So her death is simply, hey, Drake, thank you for the 5 months. Mayuri or Orochimaru, who is more evil? Orochimaru experimented on children. Mayuri Kurotsuchi experiments on his own men and also beats his own daughter. At least I never saw Orochimaru beat his own men. I don't know. There's something innately fucked about beating your own child's life. Can we get some W's for Drake, please? So her death simply means she was being who was far from perfect. Now you can go back to the proverbial drawing board and strive to create something superior. That is the line with your thought process, is it not? Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, bro, looks like a Diddy-fied gender-bent rose quartz. Rose quartz? It's that good-for-nothing flesh marionette. You actually fooled yourself into thinking that thing was perfect. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Mayuri Kurotsuchi. You know, you really should have been grateful to this abomination of a left arm. By eradicating that flesh marionette of yours, it removed that air of pompousness and hubris that had you clearly been breathing. Yeah, that you had clearly been breathing. With all your options exhausted, you now stand impotent and alone. The one thing you thought was perfect is now but a distant memory. If I were in your shoes, I would not know whether to laugh or cry. You can find issues with allies and fights. You can find issues with all of the fights in the 1,000-Year Blood Wars and Insane. Yeah, you can genuinely find an issue with every single one of these wars. With every single one of these battles.
My, it's as you say, and to have my negligence noticed by a scientist of your ilk is almost enough to make me laugh and cry.
Oh, I downloaded this already.
I see, now that Nemu's been reduced to a carcass of meat, you've come to devour her. So be it, go ahead and eat your fill and lap up every last drop. But I'll be taking back the cerebrum.
Okay. You'd be wise to keep your distance from me unless you enjoy being rendered immobile. Do not concern yourself with me. Just hurry and enjoy Nemu. If you insist taking your time. Yeah. There are no questions. But does anyone have any romantic anime recommendations? I'm a fan. Alia communicates her feelings in Russian. I think you already saw that. I think we already spoke about that together, though. I really do think we spoke about that together. I like Masamune-kun's revenge, personally. I thought the concept of it was, oh, your name, yeah, your name. Not gonna lie, Zayalopro becoming Mayuri's hollow as an alternate universe would go crazy. Probably. Probably. His inner hollow? Yeah. You'll die before finishing digesting her. What's going on? That would be Nemu's pituitary gland. In order to exceed the threshold of a normal lifespan of her regenerative Kumpaku cells, a forced accelerated cellular breakdown organ was embedded within, with the sole purpose of pushing the boundaries of my own theories and keep growing fail-safes were placed into this special organ to exceed a normal function. By ejecting the base core of the cerebrum, this organ would be able to create a direct connection with the parietal lobe and seize control of the body. Pardon me if I forgot I was speaking to a layman, so I should probably speak in fewer syllables. If you were to say consume this organ on its own without the cerebrum, you will experience accelerated regeneration, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Alright, I think I'm good. There's a 50-minute video on this Mayuri issue too. Masamune-kun Revenge is good. Yeah, I liked it. I hated the fact that it was just a massive misunderstanding, though. I like just the clear absurdity of a guy turning himself and making himself hot just for the sake of getting back at one chick. Huh. Alright. Your name is so goated. I performed tonight. Do you want to see CP0 Lucci and Pirate Warriors? Oh, you're performing tonight, Lapis? Best of luck, dude. Seriously, best of luck, man. Okay, I am exhausted. At one point, I think I wanted to watch this, but I'm so over it. I'm so tired. I still need to bleach tomorrow. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. I am tired. Everyone, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope you guys are able to take care of yourselves. I posted the CP9 fit in the server, Eon. Let me check it out. Let me check that out. Where did you post it? Which portion? Did you post it in the break room? Can you let me know, Lapis? Where did you post it? Where did you post it? I'll be around tomorrow to see it. I'm not 100% sure if I'm gonna read tomorrow, just because I'm very tired right now. But we'll figure it out, man. What was the channel, Lapis? Before we go, should be in general. Perfect. Ooh, look at you. Damn, looking handsome with the fit, the black, with the open collar too? Yo. Yo, best of luck, Lapis. Seriously, best of fucking luck, man. You look so cool. Dude, that's sick. That's sick. That's sick. Alright. Alright, man. By the way, if you don't feel comfortable with me, like, putting that up for stream, I can just take it out. Doflamingo got competition. That's what I'm saying, bro. Shit. Dude, you look sick, dude. Best of luck, man. Seriously. Best of luck, Lapis. Oh, man. Mayuri only fights using prep. Without, he loses like against Uryu. I agree. Alright. Guys, have a wonderful rest of your night. Going to murk some Oharans tonight? Don't do that. Seriously, I'm sure you're going to crush it, man. I really am sure you're going to crush it. Alright, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Please take care. And as always, I will catch you guys all later. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll be to end Clorox once and for all. Well, not once and for all. I still have to read through the dog shit ass. I still have to watch the dog shit ass anime. But that's besides the point. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys. Take care. Peace out. Okay. Okay. Lovely.